Nebuly Coat by John Meade Falkner. Prologue, Sir George Farquhar, Baronet, builder of railway stations and institutes, and churches, author, antiquarian, and senior partner of Farquhar and Farquhar, leant back in his office chair and turned it sideways to give more point to his remarks. Before him stood an understudy, whom he was sending to superintend the restoration work at Cullerne Minster. Well, goodbye, Westray. Keep your eyes open, and don't forget that you have an important job before you. The church is too big to hide its light under a bushel, and this Society for the Conservation of National Inheritances has made up its mind to advertise itself at our expense. Ignoramuses who don't know an ombre from an abacus, charlatans, amateur faddists, they will abuse our work. Good, bad, or indifferent, it's all one to them. They are pledged to abuse it. His voice rang with a fine professional contempt, but he sobered himself and came back to business. The south transept roof and the choir vaulting will want careful watching. There is some old trouble, too, in the central tower, and I should like later on to underpin the main crossing piers, but there is no money. For the moment, I have said nothing about the tower. It is no use raising doubts that one can't set at rest, and I don't know how we are going to make ends meet, even with the little that it is proposed to do now. If funds come in, we must tackle the tower, but transept and choir vaults are more pressing, and there is no risk from the bells, because the cage is so rotten that they haven't been rung for years. You must do your best. It isn't a very profitable stewardship, so try to give as good an account of it as you can. We shan't make a penny out of it, but the church is too well known to play fast and loose with. I have written to the parson, a foolish old fellow, who is no more fit than a lady's maid to be trusted with such a church as Cullerne, to say you are coming tomorrow, and will put in an appearance at the church in the afternoon, in case he wishes to see you. The man is an ass, but he is legal guardian of the place, and has not done badly in collecting money for the restoration, so we must bear with him. Cullerne Wharf of the Ordnance Maps, or plain Cullerne as known to the countryside, lies 2 miles from the coast today, but it was once much nearer, and figures in history as a seaport of repute, having sent 6 ships to fight the Armada, and 4 to withstand the Dutch a century later. But in fullness of time, the estuary of the Cull silted up, and a bar formed at the harbor mouth, so that seaborne commerce was driven to seek other havens. Then the Cull narrowed its channel, and instead of spreading itself out prodigally, as heretofore on this side or on that, shrunk to the limits of a well-ordered stream. And this none of the greatest, the burghers, seeing that their livelihood in the port was gone, reflected that they might yet save something by reclaiming the salt marshes, and built a stone dike to keep the sea from getting in, with a sluice in the midst of it to let the Cull out. Thus were formed the low-lying meadows called Cullerne Flat, where the freemen have a right to pasture sheep, and where as good-tasting mutton is bred as on any pré salé on the other side of the channel. But the sea has not given up its rights without a struggle. For with a southeast wind and springtide the waves beat sometimes over the top of the dike, and sometimes the cull forgets its good behavior, and after heavy rainfalls, inland breaks all bonds, as in the days of yore, than anyone looking out from upper windows in Cullerne town would think the little place had moved back once more to the seaboard. For the meadows are under water, and the line of the dike is scarcely broad enough to make a division in the view between the inland lake and the open sea beyond. The main line of the Great Southern Railway passes 7 miles to the north of this derelict port, and converse with the outer world was kept up for many years by carriers' carts, which journeyed to and fro between the town and the wayside station of Cullerne Road, but by deputations of the Corporation of Cullerne, properly introduced by Sir Joseph Carew, the talented and widely respected member for that ancient borough, persuaded the railway company that better communication was needed, and a branch line was made, on which the service was scarcely less primitive than that of the carriers in the past. The novelty of the railway had not altogether worn off at the time when the restorations of the church were entrusted to Messrs. Farquhar and Farquhar, and the arrival of the trains was still attended by Cullerne loungers as a daily ceremonial. But the afternoon on which Westray came was so very wet that there were no spectators. He had taken a third-class ticket from London to Cullerne Road to spare his pocket, and a first-class ticket from the junction to Cullerne to support the dignity of his firm. But this forethought was wasted, for, except certain broken-down railway officials who were drafted to Cullerne as to an asylum, there were no witnesses of his advent. He was glad to learn that the enterprise of the Blandinger Arms led that family and commercial hotel to send an omnibus to meet all trains, and he availed himself the more willingly of this conveyance, because he found that it would set him down at the very door of the church itself. So he put himself and his modest luggage inside, and there was ample room to do this, for he was the only passenger who plunged his feet into the straw which covered the floor, and endured for 10 minutes such a shaking and rattling as only an omnibus moving over cobblestones can produce. With the plans of Cullerne Minster Mr. Westray was thoroughly familiar, but the reality was as yet unknown to him, and when the omnibus lumbered into the marketplace, he could not suppress an exclamation as he first caught sight of the great church of St. Sepulchre shutting in the whole south side of the square. The drenching rain had cleared the streets of passengers, and save for some peeping toms who looked over the low green blinds as the omnibus passed, the place might indeed have been waiting for Lady Godiva's progress. All was so deserted, the heavy sheets of rain in the air, the misty water dust raised by the drops as they struck the roofs, and the vapor steaming from the earth drew over everything a veil invisible yet visible, which softened outlines like the gauze curtain in a theatre. Through it loomed the minster, larger and far more mysteriously impressive than Westray had in any moods imagined. A moment later, the omnibus drew up before an iron gate, from which a flagged pathway led through the churchyard to the north porch. The conductor opened the carriage door. "This is the church, sir," he said, somewhat superfluously. "If you get out here, I will drive your bag to the hotel." Westray fixed his hat firmly on his head, turned up the collar of his coat, and made a dash through the rain for the door. Deep puddles had formed in the worn places of the gravestones that paved the alley, and he splashed himself in his hurry before he reached the shelter of the porch. He pulled aside the hanging leather mattress that covered a wicket in the great door, and found himself inside the church. It was not yet 4 o'clock, but the day was so overcast that dusk was already falling in the building. A little group of men who had been talking in the choir turned round at the sound of the opening door and made towards the architect. The protagonist was a clergyman past middle age who wore a stock and stepped forward to greet the young architect. Sir George Farquhar's assistant, I presume, one of Sir George Farquhar's assistants, I should perhaps say. For no doubt Sir George has more than one assistant in carrying out his many and varied professional duties. Westray made a motion of assent, and the clergyman went on. "Let me introduce myself as Canon Parkin. You will no doubt have heard of me from Sir George, with whom I, as rector of this church, have had exceptional opportunities of associating on one occasion indeed. Sir George spent the night under my own roof, and I must say that I think any young man should be proud of studying under an architect of such distinguished ability. I shall be able to explain to you very briefly the main views which Sir George has conceived with regard to the restoration. But in the meantime, let me make you known to my worthy parishioners and friends," he added in a tone which implied some doubt as to whether condescension was not being stretched too far in qualifying as friends persons so manifestly inferior. "This is Mr. Charnal, the organist, who under my direction presides over the musical portion of our services. And this is Dr. Ineffer, our excellent local practitioner. And this is Mr. Jolliffe, who, though engaged in trade, finds time as churchwarden to assist me in the supervision of the sacred edifice." The doctor and the organist gave effect to the presentation by a nod and something like a shrug of the shoulders, which deprecated the rector's conceited pomposity, and implied that if such an exceedingly unlikely contingency as their making friends with Mr. Westray should ever happen, it would certainly not be due to any introduction of Canon Parkin. Mr. Jolliffe, on the other hand, seemed fully to recognize the dignity to which he was called by being numbered among the rector's friends, and with a gracious bow and a polite "Your servant, sir," made it plain that he understood how to condescend in his turn, and was prepared to extend his full protection to a young and struggling architect. Beside these leading actors, there were present the clerk, and a handful of walking gentlemen in the shape of idlers who had strolled in from the street, and who were glad enough to find shelter from the rain, and an afternoon's entertainment gratuitously provided. I thought you would like to meet me here, said the rector, so that I might point out to you at once the more salient features of the building. Sir George Farquhar, on the occasion of his last visit, was pleased to compliment me on the lucidity of the explanations which I ventured to offer. There seemed to be no immediate way of escape, so Westray resigned himself to the inevitable, and the little group moved up the nave, enveloped in an atmosphere of its own, of which wet overcoats and umbrellas were resolvable constituents. The air in the church was raw and cold, and a smell of sodden matting drew Westray's attention to the fact that the roofs were not watertight, and that there were pools of rainwater on the floor in many places. The nave is the oldest part, said the cicerone, built about 1135 by Walter Beck. I am very much afraid our friend is too young and inexperienced for the work here. What do you think? He put in as a rapid aside to the doctor. Oh, I dare say if you take him in hand and coach him a little, he will do all right, replied the doctor, raising his eyebrows for the organist's delectation. Yes, this is all Lebec's work, the rector went on, turning back to Westray. So sublime the simplicity of the Norman style, is it not? The nave arcades will repay your close attention, and look at these wonderful arches in the crossing. Norman, of course, but how light, and yet strong as a rock to bear the enormous weight of the tower, which later builders reared on them. Wonderful, wonderful. Westray recalled his chief's doubts about the tower, and looking up into the lantern saw, on the north side, a seam of old brick filling, and on the south, a thin, jagged fissure that ran down from the sill of the lantern window like the impress of a lightning flash. There came into his head an old architectural saw. The arch never sleeps, and as he looked up at the four wide and finely drawn semicircles, they seemed to say, the arch never sleeps, never sleeps. They have bound on us a burden too heavy to be borne. We are shifting it. The arch never sleeps. Wonderful, wonderful, the rector still murmured. Daring fellows, these Norman builders. Yes, yes, Westray was constrained to say. But they never reckoned that the present tower would be piled upon their arches. What, you think them a little shaky? Put in the organist. Well, I have fancied so, many a time myself. Oh, I don't know. I dare say they will last our time, Westray answered in a nonchalant and reassuring tone, for he remembered that, as regards the tower, he had been specially cautioned to let sleeping dogs lie. But he thought of the Asa heaped on Pelion above their heads, and conceived a mistrust of the wide crossing arches, which he never was able entirely to shake off. No, no, my young friend, said the rector, with a smile of forbearance for so mistaken an idea. Do not alarm yourself about these arches. Mr. Rector, said Sir George to me, the very first time we were here together, you have been at Cullerne 40 years. Have you ever observed any signs of movement in the tower? Sir George, I said, will you wait for your fees until my tower tumbles down? Ha, ha, ha. He saw the joke, and we never never heard anything more about the tower. Sir George has, no doubt, given you all proper instructions. But as I had the privilege of personally showing him the church, you must forgive me if I ask you to step into the south transept for a moment, while I point out to you what Sir George considered the most pressing matter. They moved into the transept, but the doctor managed to buttonhole Westray for a moment en route. "You will be bored to death," he said. "With this man's ignorance and conceit, don't pay the least attention to him. But there is one thing I want to take the first opportunity of pressing on you. Whatever is done or not done, however limited the funds may be, let us at least have a sanitary floor. You must have all these stones up and put a foot or two of concrete under them. Can anything be more monstrous than that the dead should be allowed to poison the living? There must be hundreds of burials close under the floor, and look at the pools of water standing about. Can anything, I say, be more insanitary?" They were in the south transept, and the rector had duly pointed out the dilapidations of the roof, which, in truth, wanted but little showing. "Some call this the Blandimer Isle," he said. "From a noble family of that name, who have for many years been buried here. Their vaults are, no doubt, in a most insanitary condition," interpolated the doctor. "These Blandimers ought to restore the whole place," the organist said bitterly. "They would, if they had any sense of decency. They are as rich as Croesus, and would miss pounds less than most people would miss pennies. Not that I believe in any of this sanitary talk. Things have gone on well enough as they are, and if you go digging up the floors, you will only dig up pestilences. Keep the fabric together, make the roofs watertight, and spend 100 or 2 on the organ. That is all we want, and these Blandimers would do it. If they weren't curmudgeons and skinflints. You will forgive me, Mr. Charnel," said the rector, "if I remark that an hereditary peerage is so important an institution that we should be very careful how we criticize any members of it. At the same time," he went on, turning apologetically to Westray, "there is perhaps a modicum of reason in our friend's remarks. I had hoped that Lord Blandimer would have contributed handsomely to the Restoration Fund, but he has not hitherto done so, though I dare say that his continued absence abroad accounts for some delay. He only succeeded his grandfather last year, and the late lord never showed much interest in this place, and was indeed in many ways a very strange character. But it's no use raking up these stories. The old man is gone, and we must hope for better things from the young one. I don't know why you call him young," said the doctor. "He's young, maybe, compared to his grandfather, who died at 85, but he must be 40 if he's a day. Oh, impossible. And yet, I don't know. It was in my first year at Cullerne that his father and mother were drowned. You remember that, Mr. Charnel, when the Corisand upset in Pallion Bay. I mind that well enough," struck in the clerk, "and I mind their being married, because we were ringing of the bells. An old mason parmeter run into the church and says, 'Daunty, boys, daunty, ring 'em any more. These your old tower never stand it. I see him rock,' he says, 'and the dust running out of the cracks like rain. So out we come, and glad enough to stop it too, because there woes a feast down in the meadows by the London road, and drinks and dancing, and we wanted to be there that were 42 years ago come Lady Day. And there was some shook their heads and said we never ought to have stopped the ring, for a broken peal broke life or happiness. But what was we to do? Did they strengthen the tower afterwards? Westray asked. Do you find any excessive motion when the peal is rung now? Lord bless you, sir, them bells was never rung for 30 years afore that, and wouldn't have been rung then. Only Tom Leach, he says, the ropes is there, boys. Let's have a ring out of these here tower. He ain't been rung for 30 year. None on us don't recollect the last time he was rung, and if were weak then, had plenty of time to get strong again, and there'll be half a crown a man for ringing of a peal. So up we got to it, till old Parmenter come in to stop us, and you take my word for it, they never have been rung since. There's only that rope there, and he pointed to a bell rope that came down from the lantern far above, and was fastened back against the wall. What, he tolls the bell with for service, and that ain't the big bell neither. Did Sir George Farquhar know all this? Westray asked the rector. No, sir, Sir George did not know it, said the rector, with some tartness in his voice, because it was not material that he should know it. And Sir George's time, when he was here, was taken up with more pressing matters. I never heard this old wife's tale myself till the present moment. And although it is true that we do not ring the bells, this is on account of the supposed weakness of the cage in which they swing, and has nothing whatever to do with the tower itself. You may take my word for that. Sir George, I said, and Sir George asked me, Sir George, I have been here 40 years, and if you will agree not to ask for your fees till my tower tumbles down, why, I shall be very glad. Ha, 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 how Sir George enjoyed that joke. Ha, ha, ha. Westray turned away with a firm resolve to report to headquarters the story of the interrupted peal, and to make an early examination of the tower on his own behalf. The clerk was nettled that the rector should treat his story with such scant respect, but he saw that the others were listening with interest, and he went on. Well, 'tain't for I to say the old towers are going to fall, and I hope Sir George won't ever live to larf the wrong side o' his mouth, but stopping of a ring never brought luck with it yet, and it brought no luck to my lord. First, he lost his dear son and his son's wife in Cullerne Bay, and I remember, as if 'twas yesterday, how we grappled for 'em all night, and found their bodies lying close together on the sand in 3 fathoms, and the tide set in shore in the morning, and then he fell out why, my lady, and she never spoke to him again, no, not to the day of her death. They lived at Fording, that's the great hall over there, he said to Westray, jerking his thumb towards the east, for 20 years in separate wings, like you might say each in a house to themselves. And then he fell out why Mr. Fines, his grandson, and turned him out of house and lands, though he couldn't leave them anywhere else when he died. Tease Mr. Fines, as is the young lord now, and half his life he's been a wanderer in foreign parts and isn't come home yet. Maybe he never will come back. It's like enough he's got killed out there, or he'd be tied to answer parson's letters. Wouldn't he, Mr. Charnal, he said, turning abruptly to the organist with a wink, which was meant to retaliate for the slight that the rector had put on his stories. Come, come, we've had enough of these tales, said the rector. Your listeners are getting tired. The man's in love with his own voice, he added in a lower tone, as he took Westray by the arm. When he's once set off, there's no stopping him. There are still a good many points which Sir George and I discussed, and on which I shall hope to give you our conclusions. But we shall have to finish our inspection tomorrow, for this talkative fellow has sadly interrupted us. It is a great pity. The light is failing so fast just now. There is some good painted glass in this end window of the transept. Westray looked up and saw the great window at the end of the transept, shimmering with a dull luster, light only in comparison with the shadows that were falling inside the church. It was an insertion of perpendicular date, reaching from wall to wall, and almost from floor to roof, its vast breadth parceled out into 11 lights, and the infinite division of the stonework in the head impressed the imagination, while mullions and tracery stood out in such inky contrast against the daylight, yet lingering outside, that the architect read the scheme of subarcuation and the tracery as easily as if he had been studying a plan. Sundown had brought no gleam to lift the pall of the dying day, but the monotonous gray of the sky was still sufficiently light to enable a practiced eye to make out that the head of the window was filled with a broken medley of ancient glass, where translucent blues and yellows and reds mingled like the harmony of an old patchwork quilt of the lower divisions of the window. Those at the sides had no color to clothe their nakedness and remained in ghostly whiteness. But the three middle lights were filled with strong browns and purples of the 17th century. Here and there in the rich color were introduced medallions representing apparently scriptural scenes, and at the top of each light, under the cusping, was a coat of arms. The head of the middle division formed the center of the whole scheme, and seemed to represent a shield of silver white crossed by waving sea-green bars. Westray's attention was attracted by the unusual coloring and by the transparency of the glass, which shone as with some innate radiance where all was dim. He turned almost unconsciously to ask whose arms were thus represented, but the rector had left him for a minute, and he heard an irritating ha, 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 at some distance down the nave, that convinced him that the story of Sir George Farquhar and the postponed fees was being retold in the dusk to a new victim. Someone, however, had evidently read the architect's thoughts, for a sharp voice said, "That is the coat of the Blandingers, Barry Nebuly of 6, argent and vert." It was the organist who stood near him in the deepening shadows. I forgot that such jargon probably conveys no meaning to you, and indeed, I know no heraldry myself, excepting only this one coat of arms, and sometimes wish, queer tales told of that shield, and maybe there are queerer yet to be told. It has been stamped for good or evil on this church, and on this town, for centuries, and every tavern loafer will talk to you about the Nebuly Coat, as if it was a thing he wore. You will be familiar enough with it before you have been a week at Cullerne. There was in the voice something of melancholy, and an earnestness that the occasion scarcely warranted. It produced a curious effect on Westray, and led him to look closely at the organist, but it was too dark to read any emotion in his companion's face, and at this moment the rector rejoined them. What? Ah, yes, the Nebuly Coat. Nebuly, you know, from the Latin nebulum. Nebulous, I should say. A cloud, referring to the wavy outline of the bars, which are supposed to represent cumulus clouds. Well, it is too dark to pursue our studies further this evening, but tomorrow I can accompany you the whole day, and shall be able to tell you much that will interest you. Westray was not sorry that the darkness had put a stop to further investigations. The air in the church grew every moment more clammy and chill, and he was tired, hungry, and very cold. He was anxious, if possible, to find lodgings at once, and so avoid the expense of an hotel, for his salary was modest, and Farquhar were not more liberal than other firms in the traveling allowances which they granted their subordinates. He asked if anyone could tell him of suitable rooms. I am sorry, the rector said, not to be able to offer you the hospitality of my own house, but the indisposition of my wife, unfortunately, makes that impossible. I have naturally but a very slight acquaintance with lodging houses or lodging house keepers, but Mr. Charnal, I dare say, may be able to give you some advice. Perhaps there may be a spare room in the house where Mr. Charnal lodges. I think your landlady is a relation of our worthy friend Jolliffe. Is she not, Mr. Charnal? And no doubt herself a most worthy woman. Pardon, Mr. Rector, said the churchwarden, in as offended a tone as he dared to employ in addressing so superior a dignitary. Pardon, no relation at all, I assure you, a namesake, or at the nearest, a very distant connection, of whom I speak with all Christian forbearance. My branch of the family have no cause to be proud. The organist had scowled when the rector was proposing Westray as a fellow lodger, but Jolliffe's disclaimer of the landlady seemed to pique him. If no branch of your family brings you more discredit than my landlady, you may hold your head high enough. And if all the pork you sell is as good as her lodgings, your business will thrive. Come along, he said, taking Westray by the arm. I have no wife to be indisposed, so I can offer you the hospitality of my house, and we will stop at Mr. Jolliffe's shop on our way, and buy a pound of sausages for tea. There was a rush of outer air into the building as they opened the door. The rain still fell heavily, but the wind was rising, and had in it a clean salt smell that contrasted with the close and mouldering atmosphere of the church. The organist drew a deep breath. Ah, he said, what a blessed thing to be in the open air again, to be quit of all their niggling and naggling, to be quit of that pompous, old fool the rector, and of that hypocrite Jolliffe, and of that pedant of a doctor. Why does he want to waste money on cementing the vaults? It's only digging up pestilences, and they won't spend a farthing on the organ. Not a penny on the Father Smith, clear and sweet-voiced as a mountain brook. Oh, he cried, it's too bad. The naturals are worn down to the quick. You can see the wood in the gutters of the keys, and the pedal boards too short and all to pieces. Ah well, the organ's like me, old, neglected, worn out. I wish I was dead. He had been talking half to himself, but he turned to Westray and said, "Forgive me for being peevish. You'll be peevish, too, when you come to my age, at least, if you're as poor then as I am, and as lonely, and have nothing to look forward to. Come along." They stepped out into the dark, for night had fallen, and plashed along the flagged path, which glimmered like a white streamlet between the dark turfs. "I will take you a shortcut, if you don't mind some badly lighted lanes," said the organist, as they left the churchyard. "It's quicker, and we shall get more shelter." He turned sharply to the left, and plunged into an alley so narrow and dark that Westray could not keep up with him, and fumbled anxiously in the obscurity. The little man reached up and took him by the arm. "Let me pilot you," he said. "I know the way. You can walk straight on. There are no steps." There was no sign of life, nor any light in the houses. But it was not till they reached a corner where an isolated lamp cast a wan and uncertain light that Westray saw that there was no glass in the windows, and that the houses were deserted. "It's the old part of the town," said the organist. "There isn't one house in 10 with anyone in it now. All we fashionables have moved further up. Airs from the river are damp, you know, and wharves so very vulgar. They left the narrow street and came on to what Westray made out to be a long wharf skirting the river. On the right stood abandoned warehouses, square-fronted, and huddled together like a row of gigantic packing cases. On the left, they could hear the gurgle of the current among the mooring posts, and the flapping of the water against the quay wall, where the east wind drove the wavelets up the river. The lines of what had once been a horse tramway still ran along the quay, and the pair had some ado to thread their way without tripping, till a low building on the right broke the line of lofty warehouses. It seemed to be a church or chapel, having mullioned windows with stone tracery, and a bell turret at the west end. But its most marked feature was a row of heavy buttresses which shored up the side facing the road. They were built of brick and formed triangles with the ground and the wall which they supported. The shadows hung heavy under the building, but where all else was black, the recesses between the buttresses were blackest. Westray felt his companion's hand tight on his arm. "You will think me as great a coward as I am," said the organist, "if I tell you that I never come this way after dark, and should not have come here tonight if I had not had you with me. I was always frightened as a boy at the very darkness in the spaces between the buttresses, and I have never got over it. I used to think that devils and hobgoblins lurked in those cavernous depths, and now fancy evil men may be hiding in the blackness, all ready to spring out and strangle one. It is a lonely place, this old wharf, and after nightfall, he broke off and clutched Westray's arm. "Look," he said, "do you see nothing in the last recess?" His abruptness made Westray shiver involuntarily, and for a moment the architect fancied that he discerned the figure of a man standing in the shadow of the end buttress, but as he took a few steps nearer, he saw that he had been deceived by a shadow, and that the space was empty. "Your nerves are sadly overstrung," he said to the organist. "There is no one there. It is only some trick of light and shade." "What is the building?" "It was once the chantry of the Grey Friars," Mr. Charnock answered, "and afterwards was used for excise purposes when Cullerne was a real port. It is still called the bonding house, but it has been shut up as long as I remember it. Do you believe in certain things, or places being bound up with certain men's destinies? Because I have a presentiment that this broken down old chapel will be connected somehow or other with a crisis of my life." Westray remembered the organist's manner in the church and began to suspect that his mind was turned. The other read his thoughts and said rather reproachfully, "Oh no, I am not mad, only weak and foolish and very cowardly." They had reached the end of the wharf and were evidently returning to civilization, for a sound of music reached them. It came from a little beer house, and as they passed, they heard a woman singing inside. It was a rich contralto, and the organist stopped for a moment to listen. "She has a fine voice," he said, "and would sing well if she had been taught. I wonder how she comes here." The blind was pulled down, but did not quite reach the bottom of the window, and they looked in. The rain blurred the panes on the outside, and the moisture had condensed within, so that it was not easy to see clearly, but they made out that a Creole woman was singing to a group of topers who sat by the fire in a corner of the room. She was middle-aged, but sang sweetly, and was accompanied on the harp by an old man. "Oh, take me back to those I love, or bring them here to me. I have no heart to rove across the rolling sea." "Poor thing," said the organist. "She has fallen on bad days to have so scurvy a company to sing to. Let us move on." They turned to the right and came in a few minutes to the highroad. Facing them stood a house which had once been of some pretensions, for it had a porch carried on pillars, under which a semicircular flight of steps led up to the double door. A street lamp which stood before it had been washed so clean in the rain that the light was shed with unusual brilliance, and showed even at night that the house was fallen from its high estate. It was not ruinous, but Ichabod was written on the paintless window frames and on the rough cast front, from which the plaster had fallen away in more than one place. The pillars of the porch had been painted to imitate marble, but they were marked with scabrous patches, where the brick cord showed through the broken stucco. The organist opened the door, and they found themselves in a stone-floored hall, out of which dingy doors opened on both sides. A broad stone staircase, with shallow steps and iron balustrades, led from the hall to to the next story, and there was a little pathway of worn matting that threaded its way across the flags and finally ascended the stairs. "Here is my townhouse," said Mr. Charnel. "It used to be a coaching inn called the Hand of God, but you must never breathe a word of that, because it is now a private mansion, and Miss Jolliffe has christened it Bellevue Lodge." A door opened while he was speaking, and a girl stepped into the hall. She was about 19 and had a tall and graceful figure. Her warm brown hair was parted in the middle, and its profusion was gathered loosely up behind in the half-formal, half-natural style of a preceding generation. Her face had lost neither the rounded outline nor the delicate bloom of girlhood, but there was something in it that negatived any impression of inexperience and suggested that her life had not been free from trouble. She wore a close-fitting dress of black and had a string of pale corals round her neck. "Good evening, Mr. Charnel," she said. "I hope you are not very," gave a quick glance of inquiry at Westray. The organist did not appear pleased at seeing her. He grunted testily, and saying, "Where is your aunt? Tell her I want to speak to her," led Westray into one of the rooms opening out of the hall. It was a large room with an upright piano in one corner and a great litter of books and manuscript music. A table in the middle was set for tea. A bright fire was burning in the grate, and on either side of it stood a rush-bottomed armchair. "Sit down," he said to Westray. "This is my reception room, and we will see in a minute what Miss Jolliffe can do for you." He glanced at his companion and added, "That was her niece we met in the passage," in so unconcerned a tone as to produce an effect opposite to that intended, and to lead Westray to wonder whether there was any reason for his wishing to keep the girl in the background. In a few moments, the landlady appeared. She was a woman of 60, tall and spare, with a sweet and even distinguished face. She, too, was dressed in black, well worn and shabby, but her appearance suggested that her thinness might be attributed to privation or self-denial, rather than to natural habit. Preliminaries were easily arranged. Indeed, the only point of discussion was raised by Westray, who was disturbed by scruples lest the terms which Miss Jolliffe offered were too low to be fair to herself. He said so openly, and suggested a slight increase, which, after some demur, was gratefully accepted. "You are too poor to have so fine a conscience," said the organist snappishly. "If you are so scrupulous now, you will be quite unbearable when you get rich with battening and fattening on this restoration." But he was evidently pleased with Westray's consideration for Miss Jolliffe, and added with more cordiality, "You had better come down and share my meal. Your rooms will be like an ice house such a night as this. Don't be long, or the turtle will be cold, and the ortolans baked to a cinder. I will excuse evening dress, unless you happen to have your court suit with you." Westray accepted the invitation with some willingness, and an hour later he and the organist were sitting in the rush-bottomed armchairs at either side of the fireplace. Miss Jolliffe had herself cleared the table and brought 2 tumblers, wine glasses, sugar, and a jug of water, as if they were natural properties of the organist's sitting room. "I did Churchwarden Jolliffe an injustice," said Mr. Charnal, "but the reflective mood that succeeds a hearty meal. His sausages are good. Put on some more coal, Mr. Westray. It is a sinful luxury. A fire in September, and coal at 25 shillings a ton. But we must have some festivity to inaugurate the Restoration and your advent. Fill a pipe yourself, and then pass me the tobacco." "Thank you, I do not smoke," Westray said, and indeed, he did not look like a smoker. He had something of the thin, unsympathetic traits of the professional water drinker in his face, and spoke as if he regarded smoking as a crime for himself, and an offense for those of less lofty principles than his own. The organist lighted his pipe and went on. "This is an airy house, sanitary enough to suit our friend the doctor. Every window carefully ventilated on the crack and crevice principle. It was an old inn once, when there were more people hereabouts, and if the rain beats on the front, you can still read the name through the coloring, the hand of God. There used to be a market held outside, and a century or more ago, an apple woman sold some pippins to a customer just before this very door. He said he had paid for them, and she said he had not. They came to wrangling, and she called heaven to justify her. God, strike me dead if I have ever touched your money. She was taken at her word and fell dead on the cobbles. They found clenched in her hand the 2 coppers for which she had lost her soul, and it was recognized at once that nothing less than an inn could properly commemorate such an exhibition of divine justice. So the hand of God was built, and flourished while Cullerne flourished, and fell when Cullerne fell. It stood empty ever since I can remember it, till Miss Jolliffe took it 15 years ago. She elevated it into Bellevue Lodge, a select boarding house, and spent what little money that niggardly landlord old Blandimer would give for repairs. In painting out the hand of God on the front, it was to be a house of resort for Americans who came to Cullerne. They say in our guidebook that Americans come to see Cullerne Church because some of the Pilgrim Fathers' fathers are buried in it. But I've never seen any Americans about. They never come to me. I have been here boy and man for 60 years, and never knew an American do a pennyworth of good to Cullerne Church. And they never did a pennyworth of good for Miss Jolliffe, for none of them ever came to Bellevue Lodge, and the select boarding house is so select that you and I are the only boarders. He paused for a minute and went on. Americans know. I don't think much of Americans. They're too hard for me. Spend a lot of money on their own pleasure, and sometimes cut a dash with a big donation, where they think it will be properly trumpeted, but they haven't got warm hearts. I don't care for Americans. Still, if you know any about, you can say I am quite venal, and if any one of them restores my organ, I am prepared to admire the whole lot, only they must give a little water engine for blowing it into the bargain. Shutter, the organist of Carisbury Cathedral, has just had a water engine put in, and now we've got our own new waterworks at Cullerne, subject did not interest Westray, and he flung back. "Is Miss Jolliffe very badly off?" he asked. "She looks like one of those people who have seen better days. She is worse than badly off. I believe she is half-starved. I don't know how she lives at all. I wish I could help her. But I haven't a copper myself to jingle on a tombstone. And she is too proud to take it if I had." He went to a cupboard in a recess at the back of the room and took out a squat black bottle. "Poverty's a chilly theme," he said. "Let's take something to warm us before we go on with the variations." He pushed the bottle towards his friend, but though Westray felt inclined to give way, the principles of severe moderation, which he had recently adopted, restrained him, and he courteously waved away the temptation. "You're hopeless," said the organist. "What are we to do for you? You neither smoke nor drink, and yet want to talk about poverty. This is some eau de vie old martelet the solicitor gave me for playing the wedding march at his daughter's marriage." The wedding march was magnificently rendered by the organist, Mr. John Charnall, you know, as if it was the fourth organ sonata. I misdoubt this ever having paid duty. He's not the man to give away 6 bottles of anything. He paid the excise upon. He poured out a portion of spirit far larger than Westray had expected, and then, becoming intuitively aware of his companion's surprise, said rather sharply, "If you despise good stuff, I must do duty for us both. Up to the top of the church windows is a good maxim." And he poured in yet more, till the spirit rose to the top of the cuts, which ran higher than halfway up the sides of the tumbler. There was silence for a few minutes, while the organist puffed testily at his pipe. But a copious draught from the tumbler melted his chagrin, and he spoke again. "I've had a precious hard life, but Miss Jolliffe's had a harder, and I've got myself to thank for my bad luck, while hers is due to other people. First, her father died. He had a farm at Widcombe, and people thought he was well off, but when they came to reckon up, he only left just enough to go round among his creditors. So Miss Euphemia gave up the house and came into Cullerne. She took this rambling great place because it was cheap at £20 a year, and lived, or half lived, from hand to mouth, giving her niece, the girl who saw all the grains, and keeping the husks for herself. Then a year ago turned up her brother Martin, penniless and broken, with paralysis upon him. He was a harum-scarum ne'er-do-well. Don't stare at me with that Saul-among-the-prophets look. He never drank. He would have been a better man if he had. And the organist made a further call on the squat bottle. He would have given her less bother if he had drunk, but he was always getting into debt and trouble, and then used to come back to his sister as to a refuge, because he knew she loved him. He was clever enough, brilliant they call it now, but unstable as water, with no lasting power. I don't believe he meant to sponge on his sister. I don't think he knew he did sponge. Only he sponged, would go off on his travels. No one knew where, though they knew well what he was seeking. Sometimes he was away 2 months, and sometimes he was away 2 years. And then, when Miss Jolliffe had kept Anastasia, I mean her niece, all the time, and perhaps got a summer lodger, and seemed to be turning the corner. Back would come Martin again to beg money for debts, and eat them out of house and home. I've seen that many a time, and many a time my heart has ached for them. But what could I do to help? I haven't a farthing. Last, he came back a year ago, with death written on his face. I was glad enough to read it there, and think he was come for the last time to worry them. But it was paralysis, and he a strong man, so that it took that fool an effort a long time to kill him. He only died 2 months ago. Here's better luck to him where he's gone. The organist drank as deeply as the occasion warranted. Don't look so glum, man, he said. I'm not always as bad as this, because I haven't always the means. Old Martelet doesn't give me brandy every day. Westray smoothed away the deprecating expression with which he had felt constrained to discountenance such excesses, and set Mr. Charnal's tongue going again with a question. What did you say Jolliffe used to go away for? Oh, it's a long story. It's the Nebuly Coat again. I spoke of it in the church, the silver and sea green that turned his head. He would have it he wasn't a Jolliffe at all, but a Blandimer and rightful heir to Fording. As a boy, he went to Cullerne Grammar School and did well, and got a scholarship at Oxford. He did still better there, and just when he seemed starting strong in the race of life, this Nebuly Coat craze seized him and crept over his mind, like the paralysis that crept over his body later on. I don't quite follow you, Westray said. Why did he think he was a Blandimer? Did he not know who his father was? He was brought up as a son of old Michael Jolliffe, a yeoman who died 15 years ago. But Michael married a woman who called herself a widow, and brought a 3-year-old son ready-made to his wedding. And that son was Martin. Old Michael made the boy his own, was proud of his cleverness, would have him go to college, and left him all he had. There was no talk of Martin being anything but a Jolliffe, till Oxford puffed him up. And then he got this crank, and spent the rest of his life trying to find out who his father was. It was a 40 years wandering in the wilderness. He found this clue and that, and thought at last he had climbed Pisgah and could see the promised land. But he had to be content with the sight, or mirage, I suppose it was, and died before he tasted the milk and honey. What was his connection with the Nebuly Coat? What made him think he was a Blandimer? Oh, I can't go into that now, the organist said. I have told you too much, perhaps, already. You won't let Miss Jolliffe guess I have said anything, will you? She is Michael Jolliffe's own child, his only child. But she loved her half-brother dearly, and doesn't like his cranks being talked about. Of course, the Cullerne wags had many a tale to tell of him, and when he came back, grayer each time and wilder-looking from his wanderings, they called him Old Nebuly, and the boys would make their bow in the streets and say, "Good morning, Lord Blandimer." You'll hear stories enough about him, and it was a bitter thing for his poor sister to bear, to see her brother a butt and laughing-stock, all the time that he was frittering away her savings. But it's all over now, and Martin's gone, where they don't wear Nebuly coats. There was nothing in his fancies, I suppose, Westray asked. You must put that wiser folk than me," said the organist lightly. "Ask the rector, or the doctor, or some really clever man." He had fallen back into his sneering tone, but there was something in his words that recalled a previous doubt, and led Westray to wonder whether Mr. Charnel had not lived so long with the Jollies as to have become himself infected with Martin's delusions. His companion was pouring out more brandy, and the architect wished him good night. Mr. Westray's apartment was on the floor above, and he went at once to his bedroom, for he was very tired with his journey, and with standing so long in the church during the afternoon. He was pleased to find that his portmanteau had been unpacked, and that his clothes were carefully arranged in the drawers. This was a luxury to which he was little accustomed. There was, moreover, a fire to fling cheerful flickerings on spotlessly white curtains and bed linen. Miss Jolliffe and Anastasia had between them carried the portmanteau up the great well staircase of stone, which ran from top to bottom of the house. It was a task of some difficulty, and there were frequent pauses to take breath, and settings down of the portmanteau to rest aching arms. But they got it up at last, and when the straps were undone, Miss Euphemia dismissed her niece. "No, my dear," she said, "let me set the things in order. It is not seemly that a young girl should arrange men's clothes. There was a time when I should not have liked to do so myself, but now I am so old it does not very much matter." She gave a glance at the mirror as she spoke, adjusted a little bit of grizzled hair which had strayed from under her cap, and tried to arrange the bow of ribbon round her neck so that the frayed part should be as far as possible concealed. Anastasia Jolliffe thought, as she left the room, that there were fewer wrinkles and a sweeter look than usual in the old face, and wondered that her aunt had never married. Youth, looking at an old maid, traces spinsterhood to man's neglect. It is so hard to read in 60's plainness the beauty of 60, to think that underneath the placidity of advancing years may lie buried, yet unforgotten, the memory of suits urged ardently and quenched long ago in tears. Miss Euphemia put everything carefully away. The architect's wardrobe was of the most modest proportions, but to her it seemed well furnished and even costly. She noted, however, with the eye of a sportsman marking down a covey, sundry holes, rents, and missing buttons, and resolved to devote her first leisure to their rectification. Such mending, in anticipation and accomplishment, forms, indeed, a well-defined and important pleasure of all properly constituted women above a certain age. "Poor young man," she said to herself, "I am afraid he has had no one to look after his clothes for a long time." And in her pity, she rushed into the extravagance of lighting the bedroom fire. After things were arranged upstairs, she went down to see that all was in order in Mr. Westray's sitting room, and as she moved about there, she heard the organist talking to the architect in the room below. His voice was so deep and raucous that it seemed to jar the soles of her feet. She dusted lightly a certain structure, which, resting in tiers above the chimney-piece, served to surround a looking-glass with meaningless little shelves and niches. Miss Jolliffe had purchased this piece of resistance when Mrs. Casel, the widow of the ironmonger, had sold her household effects preparatory to leaving Cullerne. "It is an overmantle, my dear," she had said to dubious Anastasia when it was brought home. "I did not really mean to buy it, but I had not bought anything the whole morning, and the auctioneer looked so fiercely at me that I felt I must make a bid." Then no one else said anything, so here it is, but I dare say it will serve to smart the room a little, and perhaps attract lodgers. Since then it had been brightened with a coat of blue enamel paint, and a strip of Bruce's silk, which Martin had brought back from one of his wanderings, was festooned at the side, so as to hide a patch where the quicksilver showed signs of peeling off. Miss Jolliffe pulled the festoon a little forward and adjusted in one of the side niches a present for a good girl cup and saucer, which had been bought for herself at Beacon Hill Fair half a century ago. She wiped the glass dome that covered the basket of artificial fruit. She screwed up the banner screen that projected from the mantelpiece. She straightened out the bead mat on which the stereoscope stood, and at last surveyed the room with an expression of complete satisfaction on her kindly face. An hour later Westray was asleep, and Miss Jolliffe was saying her prayers. She added a special thanksgiving for the providential direction to her house of so suitable and gentlemanly a lodger, and a special request that he might be happy whilst he should be under her roof. But her devotions were disturbed by the sound of Mr. Charnel's piano. "He plays most beautifully," she said to her niece as she put out the candle, "but I wish he would not play so late. I am afraid I have not thought so earnestly as I should at my prayers." Anastasia Jolliffe said nothing. She was grieved because the organist was thumping out old waltzes, and she knew by his playing that he had been drinking. The hand of God stood on the highest point in all the borough, and Mr. Westray's apartments were in the 3rd story. From the window of his sitting room, he could look out over the houses on to Cullerne Flat, the great tract of salt meadows that separated the town from the sea. In the foreground was a broad expanse of red-tiled roofs. In the middle distance, St. Sepulchre's Church, with its tower and soaring ridges, stood out so enormous that it seemed as if every house in the place could have been packed within its walls. In the background was the blue sea. In summer, the purple haze hangs over the mouth of the estuary, and through the shimmer of the heat off the marsh can be seen the silver windings of the Cull as it makes its way out to sea, and snow-white flocks of geese, and here and there the gleaming sail of a pleasure boat. But in autumn, as Westray saw it for the first time, the rank grass is of a deeper green, and the face of the salt meadows is seamed with irregular clay-brown channels, which at high tide show out like crow's feet on an ancient countenance, but at the ebb dwindle to little gullies with greasy-looking banks, and a dribble of iridescent water in the bottom. It is in the autumn that the moles heap up meanders of miniature barrows, built of the softest brown loam, and in the turberies the turf cutters pile larger and darker stacks of peat. Once upon a time, there was another feature in the view, for there could have been seen the masts and yards of many stately ships, of timber vessels in the Baltic trade, of tea clippers and Indiamen and emigrant ships, and now and then the raking spars of a privateer owned by Cullerne adventurers. All these had long since sailed for their last port, and of ships nothing more imposing met the eye than the mast of Dr. Ineffer's centerboard, laid up for the winter in a backwater. Yet the scene was striking enough, and those who knew best said that nowhere in the town was there so fine an outlook as from the upper windows of the hand of God. Many had looked out from those windows upon that scene. The skipper's wife, as her eyes followed her husband's bark warping down the river for the voyage from which he never came back. Honeymoon couples who broke the posting journey from the west at Cullerne and sat hand in hand in summer twilight, gazing seaward till the white mists rose over the meadows and Venus hung brightening in the violet sky. Old Captain Frobisher, who raised the Cullerne yeomanry and watched with his spyglass for the French vanguard to appear. And lastly, Martin Jolliffe, as he sat dying day by day in his easy chair and scheming how he would spend the money when he should come into the inheritance of all the Blandingers. Westray had finished breakfast and stood for a time at the open window. The morning was soft and fine, and there was that brilliant clearness in the air that so often follows heavy autumn rain. His full enjoyment of the scene was, however, marred by an obstruction which impeded free access to the window. It was a case of ferns, which seemed to be formed of an aquarium turned upside down and supported by a plain wooden table. Westray took a dislike to the dank-looking plants and to the moisture beaded on the glass inside, and made up his mind that the ferns must be banished. He would ask Miss Jolliffe if she could take them away, and this determination prompted him to consider whether there were any other articles of furniture with which it would be advisable to dispense. He made a mental inventory of his surroundings. There were several pieces of good mahogany furniture, including some open-backed chairs and a glass-fronted bookcase, which were survivals from the yeoman's equipment at Widcombe Farm. They had been put up for auction with the rest of Michael Jolliffe's effects, but Cullerne taste considered them old-fashioned, and no bidders were found for them. Many things, on the other hand, such as bead mats and woolwork mats and fluff mats, a case of wax fruit, a basket of shell flowers, chairs with worsted-work backs, sofa cushions with worsted-work fronts, 2 cheap vases full of pampas grass, and 2 candlesticks with dangling prisms, grated sadly on Westray's taste, which he had long since been convinced was of all tastes the most impeccable. There were a few pictures on the walls, a colored representation of young Martin Jolliffe in Black Forest costume, a faded photograph of a boating crew, and another of a group in front of some ruins, which was taken when the Carisbury Field Club made an expedition to Widcombe Abbey. Besides these, there were conventional copies in oils of a shipwreck and an avalanche, and a painting of still life representing a bowl full of flowers. This last picture weighed on Westray's mind by reason of its size, its faulty drawing, and vulgar, flashy colors. It hung full in front of him while he sat at breakfast, and though its details amused him for the time, he felt it would become an eyesore if he should continue to occupy the room. In it was represented the polished top of a mahogany table, on which stood a blue and white china bowl filled with impossible flowers. The bowl occupied one side of the picture, and the other side was given up to a meaningless expanse of tabletop. The artist had perceived, but apparently too late, the bad balance of the composition, and had endeavored to redress this by a few more flowers thrown loose upon the table. Towards these flowers, a bulbous green caterpillar was wriggling at the very edge of the table and of the picture. The result of Westray's meditations was that the fern case and the flower picture stood entirely condemned. He would approach Miss Jolliffe at the earliest opportunity about their removal. He anticipated little trouble in modifying by degrees many other smaller details, but previous experience in lodgings had taught him that the removal of pictures is sometimes a difficult and delicate problem. He opened his rolls of plans, and selecting those which he required, prepared to start for the church, where he had to arrange with the builder for the erection of scaffolding. He wished to order dinner before he left, and pulled a broad worsted work bell to summon his landlady. For some little time he had been aware of the sound of a fiddle, and as he listened, waiting for the bell to be answered, the intermittence and reiteration of the music convinced him that the organist was giving a violin lesson. His first summons remained unanswered, and when a second attempt met with no better success, he gave several testy pulls in quick succession. This time he heard the music cease, and made no doubt that his indignant ringing had attracted the notice of the musicians, and that the organist had gone to tell Miss Jolliffe that she was wanted. He was ruffled by such want of attention, and when there came at last a knock at his door, was quite prepared to expostulate with his landlady on her remissness. As she entered the room, he began, without turning from his drawings, "Never knock, please, when you answer the bell. But I do wish you—" Here he broke off, for on looking up, he found he was speaking, not to the elder Miss Jolliffe, but to her niece, Anastasia. The girl was graceful, as he had seen the evening before, and again he noticed the peculiar fineness of her waving brown hair. His annoyance had instantaneously vanished, and he experienced to the full the embarrassment natural to a sensitive mind on finding a servant's role played by a lady. For that Anastasia Jolliffe was a lady, he had no doubt at all. Instead of blaming her, he seemed to be himself in fault for having somehow brought about an anomalous position. She stood with downcast eyes, but his chiding tone had brought a slight flush to her cheeks, and this flush began a discomfiture for Westray that was turned into a rout when she spoke. "I am very sorry. I am afraid I have kept you waiting. did not hear your bell at first, because I was busy in another part of the house, and then I thought my aunt had answered it. I did not know she was out. It was a low, sweet voice, with more of weariness in it than of humility. If he chose to blame her, she was ready to take the blame. But it was Westray who now stammered some incoherent apologies. Would she kindly tell Miss Jolliffe that he would be in for dinner at 1 o'clock, and that he was quite indifferent as to what was provided for him? The girl showed some relief at his blundering courtesy, and it was not till she had left the room that Westray recollected that he had heard that Cullerne was celebrated for its red mullet. He had meant to order red mullet for dinner. Now that he was mortifying the flesh by drinking only water, he was proportionately particular to please his appetite in eating. Yet he was not sorry that he had forgot the fish. It would surely have been a bathos to discuss the properties and application of red mullet with a young lady who found herself in so tragically lowly a position. After Westray had set out for the church, Anastasia Jolliffe went back to Mr. Charnel's room, for it was she who had been playing the violin. The organist sat at the piano, drumming chords in an impatient and irritated way. "Well," he said, without looking at her as she came in, "well, what does my lord want with my lady? What has he made you run up to the top of the house for now? I wish I could wring his neck for him. Here we are out of breath, as usual, and our hands shaking. We shan't be able to play even as well as we did before, and that isn't saying much. Why," he cried as he looked at her, "you're as red as a turkey cock. I believe he's been making love to you, Mr. Charnel," she retorted quickly. "If you say those things, I will never come to your room again. I hate you when you speak like that. And fancy, you are not yourself." She took her violin, and putting it under her arm, plucked Arpeggy sharply. "There," he said, "don't take all I say so seriously. It is only because I am out of health and out of temper. Forgive me, child. I know well enough that there will be no love-making with you till the right man comes. And I hope he never will come, Anastasia. I hope he never will." She did not accept or refuse his excuses, but tuned a string that had gone down. "Good heavens," he said, as she walked to the music stand to play. "Can't you hear the A's as flat as a pancake?" She tightened the string again without speaking, and began the movement in which they had been interrupted. But her thoughts were not with the music, and mistake followed mistake. "What are you doing?" said the organist. "You're worse than you were when we began 5 years ago. It's mere waste of time for you to go on, and for me too." Then he saw that she was crying in the bitterness of vexation, and swung round on his music stool without getting up. "Anstice, I didn't mean it, dear. I didn't mean to be such a brute. You are getting on well, and as for wasting my time, why, I haven't got anything to do, nor anyone to teach except you. And you know I would slave all day and all night too, if I could give you any pleasure by it. Don't cry. Why are you crying?" She laid the violin on the table, and sitting down in that rush-bottomed chair in which Westray had sat the night before, put her head between her hands and burst into tears. "Oh," she said sobs in a strange and uncontrolled voice. Oh, I am so miserable. Everything is so miserable. There are father's debts not paid. Not even the undertaker's bill paid for his funeral. And no money for anything. And poor Aunt Euphemia working herself to death. And now she says she will have to sell the little things we have in the house. And then, when there is a chance of a decent lodger, a quiet, gentlemanly man, you go and abuse him. And say these rude things to me, because he rings the bell. How does he know Aunt is out? How does he know she won't let me answer the bell when she's in? Of course, he thinks we have a servant, and then you make me so sad. I couldn't sleep last night because I knew you were drinking. I heard you when we went to bed playing trashy things that you hate, except when you are not yourself. It makes me ill to think that you have been with us all these years and been so kind to me, and now are come to this. Oh, do not do it. Surely we all are wretched enough, without your adding this to our wretchedness. He got up from the stool and took her hand. Don't, Anstis, don't. I broke myself of it before, and I will break myself again. It was a woman drove me to it then, and sent me down the hill. And now, I didn't know there was a living soul who would care whether old Charnal drank himself to death or not. If I could only think there was someone who cared, if I could only think you cared, of course I care. And as she felt his hand tight, she drew her own lightly away. Of course we care, poor Aunt, and or she would care, if she knew. Only she is so good she doesn't guess. I hate to see those horrid glasses taken in after your supper. It used to be so different, and I loved to hear the pastoral, unless a Jew was going, when the house was still. It is sad when man's unhappiness veils from him the smiling face of nature. The promise of the early morning was maintained. The sky was of a translucent blue, broken with islands and continents of clouds, dazzling white like cotton wool. A soft, warm breeze blew from the west. The birds sang merrily in every garden bush, and Cullerne was a town of gardens, where men could sit each under his own vine and fig tree. The bees issued forth from their hives, and hummed with cheery droning chorus in the ivy berries that covered the wall tops with deep purple. The old vanes on the corner pinnacles of St. Sepulchre's tower shone as if they had been regilt. Great flocks of plovers flew wheeling over Cullerne Marsh and flashed with a blinking silver gleam as they changed their course suddenly. Even through the open window of the organist's room fell a shaft of golden sunlight that lit up the peonies of the faded, threadbare carpet. But inside beat two poor human hearts, one unhappy and one hopeless, and saw nothing of the gold veins, or the purple ivy berries, or the plovers, or the sunlight, and heard nothing of the birds or the bees. Yes, I will give it up, said the organist, though not quite so enthusiastically as before. And as he moved closer to Anastasia Jolliffe, she got up and left the room, laughing as she went out. I must get the potatoes peeled, or you will have none for dinner, Mr. Westray, being afflicted neither with poverty nor age, but having a good digestion and entire confidence both in himself and in his prospects, could fully enjoy the beauty of the day. He walked this morning as a child of the light, forsaking the devious backways through which the organist had led him on the previous night, and choosing the main streets on his road to the church. He received this time a different impression of the town. The heavy rain had washed the pavements and roadway, and as he entered the market square, he was struck with the cheerfulness of the prospect, and with the air of quiet prosperity which pervaded the place. On two sides of the square, the houses overhung the pavement and formed an arcade supported on squat pillars of wood. Here were situated some of the best establishments, as their owners delighted to call them. Custance, the grocer, Rose and Story, the drapers, who occupied the fronts of no less than 3 houses, and had besides a department round the corner exclusively devoted to tailoring. Lucy, the bookseller, who printed the Cullerne Examiner and had published several of Canon Parkin's sermons, as well as a tractate by Dr. Nebuly on the means adopted in Cullerne for the suppression of cholera during the recent outbreak. Calvin, the saddler, Miss Adcock of the toy shop, and Pryor, the chemist, who was also postmaster. In the middle of the third side stood the Blandinger Arms, with a long front of buff, low green blinds, and window sashes grained to imitate oak. At the edge of the pavement before the inn were some stone mounting steps, and by them stood a tall white pole, on which swung the green and silver of the Nebuly Coat itself. On either side of the Blandinger Arms clustered a few more modern shops, which, possessing no arcade, had to be content with awnings of brown stuff with red stripes. One of these places of business was occupied by Mr. Jolliffe, the pork butcher. He greeted Westray through the open window. "Good morning. About your work betimes, I see," pointing to the roll of drawings which the architect carried under his arm. "It is a great privilege, this restoration to which you are called." And here he shifted a chop into a more attractive position on the show board. "And I trust blessing will attend your efforts. I often manage to snatch a few minutes from the whirl of business about midday myself, and seek a little quiet meditation in the church. If you are there then, I shall be glad to give you any help in my power. Meanwhile, we must both be busy with our own duties." He began to turn the handle of a sausage machine, and Westray was glad to be quit of his pious words, and still more of his insufferable patronage. The north side of Cullerne Church, which faced the square, was still in shadow, but as Westray stepped inside, he found the sunshine pouring through the south windows, and the whole building bathed in a flood of most mellow light. There are in England many churches larger than that of St. Sepulchre, and fault has been found with its proportions, because the roof is lower than in some other conventual buildings of its size. Yet for all this, it is doubtful whether architecture has ever produced a composition more truly dignified and imposing. The nave was begun by Walter Beck in 1135, and has on either side an arcade of low, round-headed round-headed arches. These arches are divided from one another by cylindrical pillars, which have no incised ornamentation, as at Durham or Waltham or Lindisfarne, nor are masked with perpendicular work, as in the nave of Winchester or in the choir of Gloucester, but rely for effect on severe plainness and great diameter. Above them is seen the dark and cavernous depth of the triforium, and higher yet the clear story, with minute and infrequent openings. Over all broods a stone vault, divided across and diagonally by the chevron moldings of heavy vaulting ribs. Westray sat down near the door, and was so engrossed in the study of the building, and in the strange play of the shafts of sunlight across the massive stonework, that half an hour passed before he rose to walk up the church. A solid stone screen separates the choir from the nave, making, as it were, two churches out of one. But as Westray opened the doors between them, he heard four voices calling to him, and looking up, saw above his head the four tower arches. "The arch never sleeps," cried one. "They have bound on us a burden too heavy to be borne," answered another. "We never sleep," said the third, and the fourth returned to the old refrain. "The arch never sleeps, never sleeps," as he considered them in the daylight. He wondered still more at their breadth and slenderness, and was still more surprised that his chief had made so light of the settlement, and of the ominous crack in the south wall. The choir is 140 years later than the nave, ornate early English, with a multiplication of lancet windows, which rich hood moldings group into twos and threes, and at the east end into 7. Here are innumerable shafts of dark gray Purbeck marble, elaborate capitals, deeply undercut foliage, and broad-winged angels bearing up the vaulting shafts, on which rests the sharply pointed roof. The spiritual needs of color were amply served by this portion of the church alone, and except at confirmations or on Militia Sunday, the congregation never overflowed into the nave. All who came to the minster found their full accommodation, and could indeed worship in much comfort. For in front of the canopied stalls erected by Abbot Vinico in 1530 were ranged long rows of pews, in which green baize and brass nails, cushions and hassocks, and prayer book boxes ministered to the devotion of the occupants. Anybody who aspired to social status in color rented one of these pews, but for as many as could not afford such luxury in their religion, there were provided other seats of deal, which had, indeed, no bays or hassocks, nor any numbers on the doors, but were, for all that, exceedingly appropriate and commodious. The clerk was dusting the stalls as the architect entered the choir, and made for him at once, as the hawk swoops on its quarry. Westray did not attempt to escape his fate, and hoped, indeed, that from the old man's garrulity he might glean some facts of interest about the building, which was to be the scene of his work for many months to come. But the clerk preferred to talk of people rather than of things, and the conversation drifted by easy stages to the family with whom Westray had taken up his abode. The doubt as as to the Jolliffe ancestry in the discussion of which Mr. Charnel had shown such commendable reticence, was not so sacred to the clerk. He rushed in where the organist had feared to tread, nor did Westray feel constrained to check him, but rather led the talk to Martin Jolliffe and his imaginary claims. "Lord bless you," said the clerk, "I was a little boy myself when Martin's mother runned away with the soldier, yet mind well how it was in everybody's mouth. But folks in Cullerne like novelties. It's all old world talk now, and there ain't one perhaps, beside me and Rector, could tell you that tale. Sophia Flannery, her name was when Farmer Jolliffe married her, and where he found her no one knew. He lived up at Widcombe Farm, did Michael Jolliffe, where his father lived afore him, and a gay one he was, and dressed in yellow breeches and a blue waistcoat all his time. Well, one day he gave out he was to be married, and came into Cullerne, and there was Sophia waiting for him at the Blandinger Arms, and they were married in this very church. She had a 3-year-old boy with her then, and put about she was a widow, though there were many who thought she couldn't show her marriage lines if she'd been asked for them. But P-Raps Farmer Jolliffe never asked to see them, or P-Raps, he knew all about it. A fine, upstanding woman she was, with a word and a laugh for everyone, as my father told me many a time, and she had a bit of money beside. Every quarter, up she'd go to London town to collect her rents, so she said, and every time she'd come back with terrible grand new clothes. She dressed that fine, and had such a way with her, the people called her Queen of Widcombe. Wherever she come from, she had a boarding school education, and could play and sing beautiful. Many a time of a summer evening we lads would walk up to Widcombe, and sit on the fence near the farm, to hear Sophie singing through the open window. She'd a pianoforte, too, and would sing powerful long songs about captains and moustachers and broken hearts, till people was nearly fit to cry over it. And when she wasn't singing, she was painting. My old missus had a picture of flowers which she painted, and there was a lot more sold when they had to give up the farm. But Miss Jolliffe wouldn't part with the biggest of them, though there was many would like to buy it. No, she kept that one, and has it by her to this day, a picture so big as a signboard, all covered with flowers, most beautiful. Yes, I've seen that, Westray put in. It's in my room at Miss Jolliffe's. He said nothing about its ugliness, or that he meant to banish it, not wishing to wound the narrator's artistic susceptibilities, or to interrupt a story which began to interest him in spite of himself. Well, to be sure, said the clerk. It used to hang in the best parlor at Widcombe over the sideboard. I see them there when I was a boy, and my mother was helping spring clean up at the farm. Look, Tom, my mother said to me, did he ever see such flowers? And such a pretty caterpillar a-going to eat them. You mind, a green caterpillar down in the corner. Westray nodded, and the clerk went on. Well, Mrs. Jolliffe, says my mother to Sophia, I never want for to see a more beautiful picture than that. And Sophia laughed, and said my mother knowed a good picture when she saw one. Some folks you'd stand her out, she said, that 'tweren't worth much. but she knew she could get 50 or £100 or more for it any day she liked to sell. If she took it to the right people, then she'd soon have the laugh of those that said it were only a daub. And with that, she laughed herself, for she were always laughing and always jolly. Michael were well pleased with his strapping wife, and used to like to see the people stare when he drove her into Cullerne Market in the high cart, and hear her crack jokes with the farmers what they passed on the way. Very proud he was of her, and prouder still when one Saturday he stood all comers' glasses round at the blanding room, and bid him drink to a pretty little lass what his wife had given him. Now he'd got a brace of 'em, he said, for he'd kept that other little boy that Sophia brought when she married him, and treated the child for all the world as if he was his very son. So 'twas for a year or two, till the practice camp was put up on Widcombe Down. I mind that summer well, for 'twere a fearful hot one, and Joey Garland and me taught ourselves to swim in the sheepwash down in Mayo's Meads. And there was the white tents all up the hillside, and the brass band a-playing in the evenings before the officers' dinner tent, and sometimes they would play Sunday afternoons too, and parson were terrible put about, and wrote to the colonel to say as how the music took the folk away from church, and likened it to the worship of the golden calf, when the people sat down to eat and drink and rose up again to play. But Colonel never took no notice of it, and when 'twas a fine evening, there was a mort of people trapezing over the downs, and some poor lasses wished afterwards they'd never heard no music sweeter than the clarnet and bassoon up in the gallery of Widcombe Church. Sophia was there too, a good few times, walking round first on her husband's arm, and afterwards on other people's. And some of the boys said they had seen her sitting with a red coat up among the juniper bushes. 'Twas Michaelmas Eve before they moved the camp, and 'twas a sorry goose was eat that Michaelmas day at Widcombe Farm. For when the soldiers went, Sophia went too, and left Michael and the farm and the children, and never said goodbye to anyone, not even to the baby in the cot. 'Twas said she ran off with a sergeant, but no one rightly knew. And if Farmer Jolliffe made any search and found out, he never told a soul, and she never come back to Widcombe. She never come back to Widcombe, he said under his breath, with something that sounded like a sigh. Perhaps the long-forgotten breakup of Farmer Jolliffe's home had touched him, but perhaps he was only thinking of his own loss, for he went on. Aye, many's the time she would give a poor fellow an ounce of baccy, and many's the pound of tea she sent to a labourer's cottage. If she bought herself fine clothes, she'd give away the old ones. My missus has a fur tippet yet that her mother got from Sophie Jolliffe. She was free with her money, whatever else she mid have been. There wasn't a labourer on the farm but what had a good word for her. There wasn't one was glad to see her back turned. Poor Michael took on dreadful at the first, though he wasn't the man to say much. He wore his yellow breeches and blue waistcoat just the same, but lost heart for business, and didn't go to market so reglar as he should, only he seemed to stick closer by the children, by Martin that never knowed his father, and little Phemy that never knowed her mother. Sophie never come back to visit him by what I could learn, but once I seed her myself 20 years later, when I took the hosses over to sell at Beacon Hill Fair. That was a black day, too, for 'twas the first time Michael had to raise the wind by selling aught of his. He'd got powerful thin then, had poor master, and couldn't fill the blue waistcoat and yellow breeches like he used to. And they weren't nothing so gay by them themselves neither. Tom, he said, that's me. You know, take these here hosses over to Beacon Hill and sell 'em for as much as ye can get. For I want the money. What? Sell the best team, Dad, says Miss Phemy, for she was standing by. You'll never sell the best team with white face and old strike-a-light. And the hosses looked up, for they their names very well when she said 'em. Don't ye take on, lass, he said. I'll buy 'em back again come Lady Day. And so I took 'em over, and knew very well why he wanted the money. For Mr. Martin had come back from Oxford. Why, a nice bit of debt about his neck, and couldn't turn his hand to the farm, but went about saying he was a Blandinger, and 40, and all the lands belonged to he by right. Inquiries he was making, he said, and gadded about here and there, spending a mort of time and money in making inquiries that never came to nothing. 'Twas a black day, that day, and a thick rain falling at Beacon Hill, and all the turf cut up terrible. The poor beasts was wet through too, and couldn't look their best, because they knowed they was going to be sold. And so the afternoon came, and never a bid for one of 'em. Poor old master, says I to the horses, what'll ye say when we get back again? And yet I was glad like to think me, and they weren't going to part. Well, there we was a-standing in the rain, and the farmers and the dealers just give us a glimpse, and passed by without a word, till I see someone come along, and that was Sophia Jolliffe. She didn't look a year older nor when I met her last, and her face was the only cheerful thing we saw that afternoon, as fresh and jolly as ever. She wore a yellow mackintosh with big buttons, and everybody turned to measure her up as she passed. There was a horse dealer walking with her, and when the people stared, he looked at her just so proud as Michael used to look when he drove her in to Cullerne Market. She didn't take any heed of the hosses, but she looked hard at me, and when she was past, turned her head to have another look, and then she come back. Bain't you Tom Janaway, says she, what used to work up to Widcombe Farm? Aye, that I be, says I, but stiff-like, for it galled me to think what she'd done for master, and yet could look so jolly with it all. She took no note that I were glum. But whose hosses is these? She asked. Your husband's, Mum, I made bold to say, thinking to take her down a peg. But Lord, she didn't care a rush for that. But which, oh, my husband's, says she, and laughed fit to bust, and poked the horse dealer in the side. He looked as if he'd like to throttle her, but she didn't mind that neither. What for does Michael want to sell his hosses? And then I lost my pluck, and didn't think to humble her any more, but just told her how things was, and how I'd stood the blessed day, and never got a bid. She never asked no questions, but I see her eyes twinkle when I spoke, of Master Martin and Miss Femi. And then she turned sharp to the horse dealer and said, "John, these is fine horses. We buy these cheap like, and we can sell them again tomorrow." Then he cursed and swore, and said the hosses was old scraws, and he'd be damned afore he'd buy such hounds meat. "John," says she, quite quiet, "'tain't polite to swear afore ladies. These here is good hosses, and I want you to buy 'em." Then he swore again, but she'd got his measure, and there was a mighty firm look in her face. For all she laughed so, and by degrees he quieted down and let her talk. "How much do you want for the 4 of 'em, young man?" she says. And I had a mind to say 80 pounds, thinking maybe she'd rise to that for old time's sake, but didn't like to say so much for fear of spoiling the bargain. "Come," she says, "how much? Art thou dumb? Well, if thou won't fix the price, I'll do it for Eve. Here, John, you bid 100 for this lot." He stared stupid-like, but didn't speak. Then she looked at him hard. "You've got to do it," she says, speaking low, but very firm. And out he comes with, "Here, I'll give 100. But before I had time to say done, she went on. "No, this young man says no. I can see it in his face. He don't think 'tis enough. You try him with 120. 'Twas as if he were overlooked, for he says quite mild, 'Well, I'll give 120. "Aye, that's better," says she. He says that's better. And she takes out a little leather wallet from her bosom, holding it under the flap of her waterproof so that the rain shouldn't get in, and counts out 24 clean banknotes and puts them into my hand. There was many more where they come from, for I could see the book was full of them. And when she saw my eyes on them, she takes out another and gives it me with, "There's one for thee, and good luck to take that, and buy a fairing for thy sweetheart, Tom Janaway. And never say Sophie Flannery forgot an old friend. Thank ye kindly, Mum," says I. "Thank ye kindly, and may you never miss it. I hope your rents do still come in reglar, Mum." She laughed out loud and said there was no fear of that. And then she called a lad, and he led off White Face and Strike-a-Light and Jenny and the cutler, and they was all gone, and the horse dealer and Sophia, afore I had time to say good night. She never come into these parts again. At least, I never seed her, but I heard tell she lived a score of years more after that, and died of a broken blood vessel at Britain races. He moved a little further down the choir and went on with his dusting, but Westray followed and started him again. "What happened when you got back? You haven't told me what Farmer Jolliffe said, nor how you came to leave farming and turn clerk." The old man wiped his forehead. "I wasn't going to tell that," he said, "for it do fair make I sweat still to think o' it. But you can have it if you like. Well, when they was gone, I was nigh dazed with such a stroke o' luck, and said the Lord's Prayer to see I wasn't dreaming, but 'twas no such thing. And so I cut a slit in the lining of my waistcoat and dropped the notes in, all except the one she give me for myself, and that I put in my fob pocket. 'Twas getting dark, and I felt numb with cold and wet, what with standing so long in the rain, and not having bite nor sup all day. 'Tis a bleak place, Beacon Hill, and 'twas so soft underfoot that day, the water got inside my boots, till they fair bubbled if I took a step. The rain was falling steady, and sputtered in the naphtha lamps that they was beginning to light up outside the booths. There was one powerful flare outside a long tent, and from inside there come a smell of fried onions that made my belly cry, "Please, master, please." "Yes, my lad," I said to Un, "I'm darned if I don't humor thee. Thou shan't go back to Widcombe empty." So in I stepped, and found the tent mighty warm and well lit, with men smoking and women laughing, and a great smell of cooking. There were long tables set on trestles down the tent, and long benches beside them, and folks eating and drinking, and a counter across the head of the room, and great tin dishes simmering atop of it, trotters and sausages, and tripe, bacon and beef, and cauliflowers, cabbage and onions, blood puddings and plum duff. It seemed like a chance to change my banknote and see whether 'twere good and not elf money that folks have found turned to leaves in their pocket. So up I walks, and bids him gie me a plate of beef and jack pudding, and holds out my note for it. The maid, for 'twas a maid behind the counter, took it, and then she looks at it, and then at me, for I were very wet and muddy, and then she carries it to the gaffer, and he shows it to his wife, who holds it up to the light, and then they all fall to talking, and showed it to a size man what was there marking down the casks. The people sitting nigh saw what was up, and fell to staring at me till I felt hot enough, and to leave my note where 'twas, and get out and back to Widcombe. But the size man must have said 'twere all right, for the gaffer comes back with 4 gold sovereigns and 19 shillings, and makes a bow and says, "Your servant, sir. Can I give you summat to drink?" I looked round to see what liquor there was, being main glad all the while to find the note were good. And he says, "Rum and milk is very helping, sir. Try the rum and milk hot." So I took a pint of rum and milk, and sat down at the nighest table, and the people as were waiting to see me took up, made room now, and stared as if I'd been a lord. I had another plate o' beef, and another rum and milk, and then smoked a pipe, knowing they wouldn't make no bother of my being late that night at Widcombe. When I brought back 2 dozen banknotes, the meat and drink heartened me, and the pipe and the warmth of the tent seemed to dry my clothes and take away the damp, and I didn't feel the water any longer in my boots. The company was pleasant too, and some very genteel dealers sitting near. "My respects to you, sir," says one, holding up his glass to me, "best respects. These poor folk isn't used to the flimsies, and was a bit surprised at your paper money, but directly I see you, I says to my friends, 'Mates, that gentleman's one of us. That's a moneyed man, if ever I see one.' I knew you for a gentleman the minute you come in, so I was flattered like, and thought if they made so much o' one banknote, what they say to know, I'd got a pocket full of it, but didn't speak nothing, only chuckled a bit to think I could buy up half the tent if I had a mind to. After that, I stood 'em drinks, and they stood me, and we passed a very pleasant evening, the more so because when we got confidential, and I knew they were men of honor, I proved that I was worthy to mix with such by showing them I had a packet of banknotes handy. They drank more respects, and one of them said, as how the liquor we were swallowing weren't fit for such a gentleman as me. So he took a flask out o' his pocket, and filled me a glass of his own tap, what his father Eude bought in the same year as Waterloo. 'Twas powerful strong stuff that, and made me blink to get it down. But I took it with a good face, not liking to show I didn't know old liquor when it come my way. So we sat till the tent was very close, and them hissing naphtha lamps burnt dim with tobacco smoke. 'Twas still raining outside, for you could hear the patter heavy on the roof, and where there was a belly in the canvas, the water began to come through and drip inside. There was some rough talking and wrangling among folk who had been drinking, and I knew I'd had as much as I could carry myself, because my voice sounded like someone's else, and I had to think a good bit before I could get out the words. 'Twas then a bell rang, and the sizeman called out, closing time, and the gaffer behind the counter said, now, my lads, good night to ye. Hope the fleas won't bite ye. God save the Queen, and give us a merry meeting tomorrow. So all got up and pulled their coats over their ears to go out, except half a dozen was too heavy, and was let lie for the night on the grass under the trestles. I couldn't walk very firm myself, but my friends took me one under each arm, and very kind of them it was. But when we got into the open air, I turned sleepy and giddy-like. I told them where I lived to, and they said never fear, they'd see me home, and knew a cut through the fields would take us to Widcombe much shorter. We started off and went a bit into the dark, and then the very next thing I noted was something blowing in my face, and woke up and found a white heifer snuffing at me. 'Twas broad daylight, and me lying under a hedge in among the cuckoo prints. I was wet through and muddy, for 'twas a loamy ditch, and a bit dazed still, and sore ashamed. But when I thought of the bargain I'd made for master, and of the money I'd got in my waistcoat, I took heart and reached in my hand to take out the notes, and see, they weren't wasted with the wet, but there was no notes there, no, not a bit of paper. For all I turned my waistcoat inside out and ripped up the lining. 'Twas only half a mile from Beacon Hill that I was lying, and I soon made my way back to the fairground, but couldn't find my friends of the evening before, and the gaffer in the drinking tent said he couldn't remember as he'd ever seen any such. I spent the livelong day searching here and there, till the folks laughed at me, because I looked so wild with drinking the night before, and with sleeping out, and with having nothing to eat, for every penny was took from me. I told the constable, and he took it all down, but I see him looking at me the while, and at the torn lining hanging out under my waistcoat, and knew he thought 'twas only a light tale, and that I had the drink still in me. 'Twas dark afore I give it up, and turned to go back. 'Tis 7 mile good by the nigh way from Beacon Hill to Widcombe, and I was dog-tired and hungry, and that shamed, I stopped a half hour on the bridge over Proudsmill Head, wishing to throw myself in and ha done with it, but couldn't bring my mind to that, and so went on, and got to Widcombe just as they was going to bed. They stared at me, Farmer Michael, and Master Martin, and Miss Phemy, as if I was a spirit, while I told my tale. But I never said as how 'twas Sophia Jolliffe as had bought the horses. Old Michael, he said nothing, but had a very blank look on his face, and Miss Phemy was crying. But Master Martin broke out, saying 'twas all make-up, and I'd stole the money, and they must send for a constable. "'Tease lies,' he said, "this fellow's a rogue, and too great a fool even to make up a tale that'll hang together. Who's going to believe a woman you'd buy the team, and give £120 in notes for hosses that you'd be dear at £70? Who was the woman? Did he know her? There must be many in the fair you'd know such a woman. They ain't so common as go about with their pockets full of banknotes, and pay double price for hosses what they buy. I knew well enough who bought 'em, but didn't want to give her name for fear of grieving Farmer Jolliffe more, nor he was grieved already, so said nothing, but held my peace. Then the farmer says, "Tom, I believe I've knowed 30 year, and never knowed tell a lie, and I believe now. But if thou knows her name, tell it us, and if thou doesn't know, tell us what she looked like, and maybe some of us will guess her." But still, I didn't say aught till Master Martin goes on, "Out with her name. You must know her name right enough, if there ever was a woman as did buy the hosses. And don't you be so soft, father, as to trust such fools' tales. We'll get a constable for out with her name, I say." Then I was nettled like, at his speaking so rough, when the man that suffered had forgiven me, and said, "Yes, I know her name right enough, if ye will have it. 'Twas the missus." "Missus?" he says. "What missus?" "Your mother," says I. "She was with a man. But he weren't the man she runned away from here with, and she made he buy the team." Master Martin didn't say any more, and Miss Phemy went on crying, but there was a blanker look come on old Master's face, and he said very quiet, "There, that'll do, lad. I believe and forgive thee. It don't matter much to I now if I have lost £100. 'Tis only my luck, and if 'tweren't lost there, 'twould just as like be lost somewhere else. Go in and wash thyself, and get summat to eat, and if I forgive this time, don't ever touch the drink again." "Master," I says, "I thank and if I ever get a bit of money, I'll pay thee back what I can, and there's my sacred word, I'll never touch the drink again." I held him out my hand, and he took it, for all 'twas so dirty. "That's right, lad, and tomorrow we'll put the police on to trace them fellows down." I kept my promise. Mr. Westray, the architect, suggested. "I didn't know your name, you see, because Rector never introduced me yesterday." I kept my promise, Mr. Westray, and been teetotal ever since. But he never put the police on the track, for he was took with a stroke next morning early, and died a fortnight later. They laid him up to Widcombe nigh his father and his grandfather, would have green rails round their graves, and give his yellow breeches and blue waistcoat to Timothy Ford the shepherd, and he wore them Sundays, for for many a year after that, I left farming the same day as old master was put underground, and come into Cullerne, and took odd jobs till the sexton fell sick. And then I helped dig graves, and when he died they made I sexton. And that were 40 years ago, come Whitsun, did Martin Jolliffe keep on the farm after his father's death? Westray asked. After an interval of silence, they had wandered along the length of the stalls as they talked, and were passing through the stone screen which divides the minster into two parts. The floor of the choir at Cullerne is higher by some feet than that of the rest of the church, and when they stood on the steps which led down into the nave, the great length of the transepts opened before them on either side, the end of the north transept, on the outside of which once stood the chapter house and dormitories of the monastery, has only 3 small lancet windows high up in the wall. But at the south end of the crosspiece there is no wall at all, for the whole space is occupied by Abbot Vinicombe's window, with its double transepts and infinite subdivisions of tracery. Thus is produced a curious contrast, for while the light in the rest of the church is subdued to sadness by the smallness of the windows, and while the north transept is the most somber part of all the building, the south transept, or Blandimer aisle, is constantly in clear daylight. Moreover, while the nave is of the Norman style, and the transepts and choir of the early English, this window is of the latest perpendicular, complicated in its scheme, and meretricious in the elaboration of its detail. The difference is so great as to force itself upon the attention even of those entirely unacquainted with architecture, and it has naturally more significance for the professional eye. Westray stood a moment on the steps as he repeated his question. Did Martin keep on the farm? Aye, he kept it on, but he never had his heart in it. Miss Femy did the work, and would have been a better farmer than her father if Martin had let her be, but he spent a penny for every halfpenny she made, till all came to the hammer. Oxford puffed him up, and there was no one to check him, so he must needs be a gentleman, and give himself all kinds of airs, till people called him Gentleman Jolliffe, and later on old Nebuly, when his mind was weaker. 'Twas that turned his brain, said the sexton, pointing to the great window. 'Twas the silver and green what done it. Westray looked up, and in the head of the center light saw the Nebuly Coat shining among the darker, painted glass with a luminosity which was even more striking in daylight than in the dusk of the previous evening. After a week's trial, Westray made up his mind that Miss Jolliffe's lodgings would suit him. It was true that the hand of God was somewhat distant from the church, but then it stood higher than the rest of the town, and the architect's fads were not confined to matters of eating and drinking, but attached exaggerated importance to bracing air and the avoidance of low-lying situations. He was pleased also by the scrupulous cleanliness pervading the place, and by Miss Jolliffe's cooking, which a long experience had brought to some perfection. So far as plain dishes were concerned, he found that no servant was kept, and that Miss Jolliffe never allowed her niece to wait at table, so long as she herself was in the house. This occasioned him some little inconvenience, for his naturally considerate disposition made him careful of overtaxing a landlady no longer young. He rang his bell with reluctance, and when he did so, often went out on to the landing and shouted directions down the well staircase, in the hopes of sparing any unnecessary climbing of the great nights of stone steps. This consideration was not lost upon Miss Jolliffe, and Westray was flattered by an evident anxiety which she displayed to retain him as a lodger. It was, then, with a proper appreciation of the favor which he was conferring that he summoned her one evening near tea-time to communicate to her his intention of remaining at Bellevue Lodge as an outward and visible sign of more permanent tenure. He decided to ask for the removal of some of those articles which did not meet his taste, and especially of the great flower picture that hung over the sideboard. Miss Jolliffe was sitting in what she called her study. It was a little apartment at the back of the house, once the still room of the old inn, to which she retreated when any financial problem had to be grappled. Such problems had presented themselves with unpleasant frequency for many years past, and now her brother's long illness and death brought about something like a crisis in the weary struggle to make 2 and 2 into 5. She had spared him no luxury that illness is supposed to justify, nor was Martin himself a man to be over-scrupulous in such matters. Bedroom fires, beef tea, champagne, the 1,000 and one little matters which scarcely come within the cognizance of the rich, but tax so heavily the devotion of the poor, had all left their mark on the score. That such items should figure in her domestic accounts seemed to Miss Jolliffe so great a violation of the rules which govern prudent housekeeping, that all the urgency of the situation was needed to free her conscience from the guilt of extravagance, from that luxuria or wantonness which leads the van among the 7 deadly sins. Philpotts the butcher had half smiled, half sighed to see sweetbreads entered in Miss Jolliffe's book, and had indeed forgotten to keep record of many a similar purchase, using that kindly, quiet charity which the recipient is none the less aware of, and values the more from its very unostentation. So too did Custance the grocer tremble in executing champagne orders for the thin and way-worn old lady, and gave her full measure pressed down and running over in teas and sugars to make up for the price which he was compelled to charge for such refinements in the way of wine. Yet the total had mounted up in spite of all forbearance, and Miss Jolliffe was at this moment reminded of its gravity by the gold-full necks of 3 bottles of the universally appreciated Duck de Bentivoglio brand, which still projected from a shelf above her head. Of Dr. Anneffer's account she scarcely dared even to think, and there was perhaps less need of her doing so, for he never sent it in, knowing very well that she would pay it as she could, and being quite prepared to remit it entirely if she could never pay it at all. She appreciated his consideration, and overlooked with rare tolerance a peculiarly irritating breach of propriety, of which he was constantly guilty. This was nothing less than addressing medicines to her house, as if it were still an inn, before Miss Jolliffe moved into the hand of God. She had spent much of the little allowed her for repairs, in covering up the name of the inn painted on the front. But after heavy rains, the great black letters stared perversely through their veil, and the organist made small jokes about it being a difficult thing to thwart the hand of God, silly and indecorous. Miss Jolliffe termed such witticisms, and had Bellevue House painted in gold upon the fanlight over the door. But the Cullerne painter wrote Bellevue too small, and had to fill up the space by writing house too large, and the organist sneered again at the disproportion, saying it should have been the other way, for everyone knew it was a house, but none knew it was Bellevue. And then Dr. Nefer addressed his medicine to Mr. Jolliffe, the hand, not even to the hand of God, but simply the hand, and Miss Jolliffe eyed the bottles askance as they lay on the table in the dreary hall, and tore the wrappers off them quickly, holding her breath the while, that no exclamation of impatience might escape her. Thus, the kindly doctor, in the hurry of his workaday life, vexed, without knowing it, the heart of the kindly lady, till she was constrained to retire to her study and read the precepts about turning the other cheek to the smiters. Before she could quite recover her serenity, Miss Jolliffe sat in her study, considering how Martin's accounts were to be met. Her brother, throughout his disorderly and unbusinesslike life, had prided himself on orderly and business habits. It was true that these were only manifested in the neat and methodical arrangement of his bills, but there he certainly excelled. He never paid a bill. It was believed it never occurred to him to pay one, but he folded each account to exactly the same breadth, using the cover of an old glove box as a gauge, wrote very neatly on the outside the date, the name of the creditor, and the amount of the debt, and with an indigo rubber band enrolled it in a company of its fellows. Miss Jolliffe found drawers full of such disheartening packets after his death, for Martin had a talent of distributing his favors, and of planting small debts far and wide, which by and by grew up into a very upas forest. Miss Jolliffe's difficulties were increased 1,000-fold by a letter which had reached her some days before, and which raised a case of conscience. It lay open on the little table before her, 139 New Bond Street. Madam, we are entrusted with a commission to purchase several pictures of still life, and believe that you have a large painting of flowers, for the acquiring of which we should be glad to treat. The picture to which we refer was formerly in the possession of the late Michael Jolliffe, Esquire, and consists of a basket of flowers on a mahogany table, with a caterpillar in the left-hand corner. We are so sure of our client's taste and of the excellence of the painting that we are prepared to offer for it a sum of £50, and to dispense with any previous inspection. We shall be glad to receive a reply at your early convenience, and in the meantime we remain, Madam, obedient servants, Baunton and Lutterworth, Miss Jolliffe read this letter for the 100th time, and dwelt with unabated complacency on the formerly in the possession of the late Michael Jolliffe, Esquire. There was about the phrase something of ancestral dignity and importance that gratified her, and dulled the sordid bitterness of her surroundings. The late Michael Jolliffe, Esquire. It read like a banker's will, and she was once more Euphemia Jolliffe, a romantic girl, sitting in Widcombe Church of a summer Sunday morning, proud of a new sprigged muslin, and proud of many tablets to older Jolliffes on the walls about her, for yeomen in Southvenshire have pedigrees as well as dukes. At first sight it seemed as if Providence had offered her in this letter a special solution of her difficulties, but afterwards scruples had arisen that barred the way of escape. A large painting of flowers. Her father had been proud of it, proud of his worthless wife's work, and when she herself was a little child, had often held her up in his arms to see the shining tabletop and touch the caterpillar. The wound his wife had given him must still have been raw, for that was only a year after Sophia had left him and the children. Yet he was proud of her cleverness, and perhaps not without hope of her coming back, and when he died he left to poor Euphemia. Then halfway through the dark gorge of middle age, an old writing desk full of little tokens of her mother, the pair of gloves she wore at her wedding, a flashy brooch, a pair of flashy earrings, and many other unconsidered trifles that he had cherished. He left her, too, Sophia's long wood paint box, with its little bottles of colored powders for mixing oil paints, and this same basket of flowers on a mahogany table, but a caterpillar in the left-hand corner. There had always been a tradition as to the value of this picture. Her father had spoken little of his wife to the children, and it was only piecemeal, as she grew into womanhood, that Miss Euphemia learnt from hints and half-told truths the story of her mother's shame. But Michael Jolliffe was known to have considered this painting his wife's masterpiece, and old Mrs. Janaway reported that Sophia had told her many a time it would fetch £100. Miss Euphemia herself never had any doubt as to its worth, and so the offer in this letter occasioned her no surprise. She thought, in fact, that the sum named was considerably less than its market value, but sell it she could not. It was a sacred trust, and the last link, except the silver spoons marked J, that bound the squalid present to the comfortable past. It was an heirloom, and she could never bring herself to part with it. Then the bell rang, and she slipped the letter into her pocket, smoothed the front of her dress, and climbed the stone stairs to see what Mr. Westray wanted. The architect told her that he hoped to remain as her lodger during his stay in Cullerne, and he was pleased at his own magnanimity when he saw what pleasure the announcement gave Miss Jolliffe. She felt it as a great relief, and consented readily enough to take away the ferns, and the mats, and the shell flowers, and the wax fruit, and to make sundry small alterations of the furniture which he desired. It seemed to her, indeed, considering he was an architect. Mr. Westray's taste was strangely at fault, but she extended to him all possible forbearance in view of his kindly manner and of his intention to remain with her. Then the architect approached the removal of the flower painting. He hinted delicately that it was perhaps rather too large for the room, and that he should be glad of the space to hang a plan of Cullerne Church, to which he would have constantly to refer. The rays of the setting sun fell full on the picture at the time, and lighting up its vulgar showiness, strengthened him in his resolution to be free of it at any cost. But the courage of his attack flagged a little as he saw the look of dismay which overspread Miss Jolliffe's face. "I think, you know, it is a little too bright and distracting for this room, which will really be my workshop." Miss Joliffe was now convinced that her lodger was devoid of all appreciation, and she could not altogether conceal her surprise and sadness in replying, "I am sure I want to oblige you in every way, sir, and to make you comfortable, for I always hoped to have gentlefolk for my lodgers, and could never bring myself to letting the rooms down by taking anyone who was not a gentleman. But I hope you will not ask me to move the picture. It has hung here ever since I took the house, and my brother, the late Martin Joliffe," she was unconsciously influenced by the letter which she had in her pocket, and almost said the late Martin Joliffe, Esquire, thought very highly of it, and used to sit here for hours in his last illness studying it. "I hope you will not ask me to move the picture. You may not be aware, perhaps, that, besides being painted by my mother, it is in itself a very valuable work of art." There was a suggestion, however faint, in her words, of condescension for her lodger's bad taste, and a desire to enlighten his ignorance, which nettled Westray, and he contrived in his turn to throw a tone of superciliousness into his reply. "Oh, of course, if you wish it to remain from sentimental reasons, I have nothing more to say, and I must not criticize your mother's work, but," and he broke off, seeing that the old lady took the matter so much to heart, and being sorry that he had been ruffled at a trifle. Miss Joliffe gulped down her chagrin. It was the first time she had heard the picture openly disparaged, though she had thought that on more than one occasion it had not been appreciated so much as it deserved. But she carried a guarantee of its value in her pocket, and could afford to be magnanimous. "It has always been considered very valuable," she went on, "though I dare say I do not myself understand all its beauties, because I have not been sufficiently trained in art, but I am quite sure that it could be sold for a great deal of money, if I could only bring myself to part with it." Westray was irritated by the hint that he knew little of art, and his sympathy for his landlady in her family attachment to the picture was much discounted by what he knew must be willful exaggeration. As to its selling value, Miss Joliffe read his thoughts and took a piece of paper from her pocket. "I have here," she said, "an offer of £50 for the picture from some gentleman in London. Please read it, that you may see it is not I who am mistaken." She held him out the dealer's letter, and Westray took it to humor her. He read it carefully and wondered more and more as he went on. What could be the explanation? Could the author refer to some other picture? For he knew Baunton and Lutterworth as being most reputable among London picture dealers, and the idea of the letter being a hoax was precluded by the headed paper and general style of the communication. He glanced at the picture. The sunlight was still on it, and it stood out more hideous than ever. But his tone was altered as he spoke again to Miss Jolliffe. "Do you think," he said, "that this is the picture mentioned? Have you no other pictures?" "No, nothing of this sort." "It is certainly this one you see. They speak of the caterpillar in the corner." And she pointed to the bulbous green animal that wriggled on the tabletop. "So they do," he said, "but how did they know anything about it?" Quite forgetting the question of its removal in the new problem that was presented. "Oh, I fancy that most really good paintings are well known to dealers. This is not the first inquiry we have had. For the very day of my dear brother's death, a gentleman called here about it. None of us were at home except my brother, so I did not see him, but I believe he wanted to buy it. Only my dear brother would never have consented to its being sold. It seems to me a handsome offer," Westray said. "I should think very seriously before I refused it." "Yes, it is very serious to me in my position," answered Miss Jolliffe, "for I am not rich, but I could not sell this picture. You see, I have known it ever since I was a little girl, and my father set such store by it. I hope, Mr. Westray, you will not want it moved. I think, if you let it stop a little, you will get to like it very much yourself." Westray did not press the matter further. He saw it was a sore point with his landlady, and reflected that he might hang a plan in front of the painting, if need be, as a temporary measure. So a concordat was established, and Miss Jolliffe put Baunton and Lutterworth's letter back into her pocket, and returned to her accounts with equanimity at least partially restored after she had left the room. Westray examined the picture once more, and more than ever was he convinced of its worthlessness. It had all the crude coloring and hard outlines of the worst amateur work, and gave the impression of being painted with no other object than to cover a given space. This view was, moreover, supported by the fact that the gilt frame was exceptionally elaborate and well made, and he came to the conclusion that Sophia must somehow have come into possession of the frame, and had painted the flower piece to fill it. The sun was a red ball on the horizon as he flung up the window and looked out over the roofs towards the sea. The evening was very still, and the town lay steeped in deep repose. The smoke hung blue above it in long, level strata, and there was perceptible in the air a faint smell of burning weeds. The belfry story of the center tower glowed with a pink flush in the sunset, and a cloud of jackdaws wheeled round the golden vanes, chattering and fluttering before they went to bed. "It is a striking scene, is it not?" said a voice at his elbow. "There is a curious aromatic scent in this autumn air that makes one catch one's breath." It was the organist who had slipped in unawares. "I feel down on my luck," he said. "Take your supper in my room tonight, and let us have a talk." Westray had not seen much of him for the last few days, and agreed gladly enough that they should spend the evening together. Only the venue was changed, and supper taken in the architect's room. They talked over many things that night, and Westray let his companion ramble on to his heart's content about Cullerne men and manners, for he was of a receptive mind, and anxious to learn what he could about those among whom he had taken up his abode. He told Mr. Charnal of his conversation with Miss Jolliffe, and of the unsuccessful attempt to get the picture removed. The organist knew all about Baunton and Lutterworth's letter. "The poor thing has made the question a matter of conscience for the last fortnight," he said, "and worried herself into many a sleepless night over that picture. Shall I sell it or shall I not?" "Yes," says Poverty, "sell it, and show a brave front to your creditors." "Yes," say Martin's debts, clamoring about her with open mouths, like a nest of young starlings. "Sell it, and satisfy us." "No," says Pride, "don't sell it. It is a patent of respectability to have an old painting in the house." "No," says Family Affection, and the queer little piping voice of her own childhood, "Don't sell it. Don't you remember how fond poor Daddy was of it, and how dear Martin treasured it? Dear Martin, P.S.H. Martin never did her anything, but evil turns all his 60 years. But women canonize their own folk when they die. Haven't you seen what they call a religious woman damn the whole world for evildoers, and then her husband or her brother dies, and may have lived as ill a life as any other upon earth, but she don't damn him. Love bids her penal code halt. She makes a way of escape for her own, and speaks of dear Dick and dear Tom for all the world as if they had been double Baxter saints. No, blood is thicker than water. Damnation doesn't hold good for her own. Love is stronger than hellfire, and works a miracle for Dick and Tom. Only she has to make up the balance by giving other folks an extra dose of brimstone. Lastly, worldly wisdom, or what Miss Jolliffe thinks wisdom says. No, don't sell it. You should get more than £50 for such a gem. So she is tossed about, and if she'd lived when there were monks in Cullerne Church, she would have asked her Father Confessor, and he would have taken down his Summa Angelica and looked it out under V. Vendetter, utrum vendetter and non, and set her mind at rest. You didn't know I could chaffer Latin with the best of them, did you? Ah, but I can, even with the rector, for all the nebulous and nebula. Only I don't trot it out too often. I'll show you a copy of the Summa when you come down to my room. But there aren't any confessors now, and dear Protestant Parkin couldn't read the Summa if he had it. So there is no one to settle the case for her. The little man had worked himself into a state of exaltation, and his eyes twinkled as he spoke of his scholastic attainments. Latin, he said, damn it. I can talk Latin against anyone, yes, with Beza himself, and could tell you tales in it which would make you stop your ears. Ah, well, more fool I, contentus esto, Paul me, lasciva, Paul pagina. He muttered to himself, and drummed nervously with his fingers on the table. Westray was apprehensive of these fits of excitement and led the conversation back to the old theme. It baffles me to understand how anyone with eyes at all could think a daub like this was valuable. That is strange enough. But how come these London people to have made an offer for it? I know the firm quite well. They are first-rate dealers. There are some people, said the organist, who can't tell Pop Goes the Weasel from the Hallelujah chorus, and others are as bad with pictures. I'm very much that way myself. No doubt all you say is right. And this picture an eyesore to any respectable person. But I've been used to it so long I've got to like it, and should be sorry to see her sell it. And as for these London buyers, I suppose some other ignoramus has taken a fancy to it and wants to buy. You see, there have been chance visitors staying in this room a night or two between whiles, perhaps even Americans, for all I said about them, and you can never reckon what they'll do. The very day Martin Jolliffe died, there was a story of someone coming to buy the picture of him. I was at church in the afternoon, and Miss Jolliffe at the Dorcas meeting, and Anastasia gone out to the chemist. When I got back, I came up to see Martin in this same room, and found him full of a tale that he had heard the bell ring, and after that someone walking in the house, and last his door opened, and in walked a stranger. Martin was sitting in the chair I'm using now, and was too weak then to move out of it, so he was forced to sit until this man came in. The stranger talked kindly to him, so he said, and wanted to buy the picture of the flowers, bidding as high as £20 for it, but Martin wouldn't hear him, and said he wouldn't let him have it for 10 times that, and then the man went away. That was the story, and I thought at the time 'twas all a cock and bull tale, and that Martin's mind was wandering, for he was very weak, and seemed flushed too, like one just wakened from a dream. But he had a cunning look in his eye when he told me, and said if he lived another week, he would be Lord Blandimer himself, and wouldn't want then to sell any pictures. He spoke of it again when his sister came back, but couldn't say what the man was like, except that his hair reminded him of Anastasia's. But Martin's time was come. He died that very night, and Miss Jolliffe was terribly cast down, because she feared she had given him an overdose of sleeping draught. For I never told her he had taken too much, and she didn't see where he had got it from unless she gave it him by mistake, and never wrote the death certificate, and so there was no inquest. But that put the stranger out of our thoughts until it was too late to find him, if indeed he ever was anything more than the phantom of a sick man's brain. No one beside had seen him, and all we had to ask for was a man with wavy hair, because he reminded Martin of Anastasia. But if 'twas true, then there was someone else who had a fancy for the painting, and poor old Michael must have thought a lot of it to frame it in such handsome style. I don't know, Westray said. It looks to me as if the picture was painted to fill the frame. Perhaps so, answered the organist dryly. What made Martin Jolliffe think he was so near success? Oh, that I can't tell you. He was always thinking he had squared the circle, or found the missing bit to fit into the puzzle. But he kept his schemes very dark. He left boxes full of papers behind him when he died, and Miss Jolliffe handed them to me to look over. Instead of burning them, I shall go through them some day. But no doubt the whole thing is moonshine, and if he ever had a clue, it died with him. There was a little pause. The chimes of St. Sepulchre's played, Mount Ephraim, and the great bell tolled out midnight over Cullerne Flat. It's time to be turning in. You haven't a drop of whiskey, I suppose, he said, with a glance at the kettle, which stood on a trivet in front of the fire. I have talked myself thirsty. There was a pathos in his appeal that would have melted many a stony heart. But Westray's principles were unassailable, and he remained obdurate. No, I am afraid I have not, he said. You see, I never take spirits myself. Will you not join me in a cup of cocoa? The kettle boils. Mr. Charnel's face fell. You ought to have been an old woman, he said. Only old women drink cocoa. Well, I don't mind if I do. Any port in a storm. The organist went to bed that night in a state of exemplary sobriety. When he got down to his own room, he could find no spirit in the cupboard, and remembered that he had finished the last bottle of old Martin's eau de vie at his teeth, and that he had no money to buy another. A month later, the restoration work at St. Sepulchre's was fairly begun, and in the south transept, a wooden platform had been raised on scaffold poles to such a height as allowed the masons to work at the vault from the inside. This roof was no doubt the portion of the fabric that called most urgently for repair. But Westray could not disguise from himself that delay might prove dangerous in other directions, and he drew Sir George Farquhar's attention to more than one weak spot which had escaped the great architect's cursory inspection. But behind all Westray's anxieties lurked that dark misgiving as to the tower arches, and in his fancy, the enormous weight of the central tower brooded like the incubus over the whole building. Sir George Farquhar paid sufficient attention to his deputy's representations to visit Cullerne with a special view to examining the tower. He spent an autumn day in making measurements and calculations. He listened to the story of the interrupted peal and probed the cracks in the walls, but saw no reason to reconsider his former verdict or to impugn the stability of the tower. He gently rallied Westray on his nervousness, and whilst he agreed that in other places repair was certainly needed, he pointed out that lack of funds must unfortunately limit, for the present, both the scope of operations and the rate of progress. Cullerne Abbey was dissolved with the larger religious houses in 1539, when Nicholas Vinico, the last abbot, being recalcitrant and refusing to surrender his house, was hanged as a traitor in front of the great West Gatehouse. The general revenues were appropriated by the King's Court of Augmentations, and the abbey lands in the immediate vicinity were given to Shearman, the king's physician. Spellman, in his book on sacrilege, cites Cullerne as an instance where church lands brought ruin to their new owner's family, for Shearman had a spendthrift son who squandered his patrimony, and then, caballing with Spanish intriguants, came to the block in Queen Elizabeth's days. For evil hands have abbey lands, such evil fate in store, such is the heritage that waits church robbers evermore. Thus, in the next generation, the name of Shearman was clean put away. But Sir John Fiennes, purchasing the property, founded the grammar school and almshouses as a sin offering for the misdoings of his predecessors. This measure of atonement succeeded admirably, for Horatio Fiennes was ennobled by James I, and his family, with the title of Blandimer, endures to this present. On the day before the formal dissolution of their house, the monks sung the last service in the abbey church. It was held late in the evening, partly because this time seemed to befit such a farewell, and partly that less public attention might be attracted, for there was a doubt whether the king's servants would permit any further ceremonies. 6 tall candles burnt upon the altar, and the usual sconces lit the service books that lay before the brothers in the choir stalls. It was a sad service, as every good and amiable thing is sad when done for the last time. There were agonizing hearts among the brothers, especially among the older monks, who knew not whither to go on the morrow, and the voice of the sub-prior was broken with grief, and failed him as he read the lesson. The nave was in darkness, except for the warming braziers, which here and there cast a ruddy glow on the vast Norman pillars. In the obscurity were gathered little groups of townsmen. The nave had always been open for their devotions in happier days, and at the altars of its various chapels they were accustomed to seek the means of grace. That night they met for the last time, some few as curious spectators, but most in bitterness of heart and profound sorrow, that the great church with its splendid services was lost to them forever. They clustered between the pillars of the arcades, and the doors that separated the nave from the choir being open, they could look through the stone screen and see the surges twinking far away on the high altar among all the sad hearts in the abbey church. There was none sadder than that of Richard Vinicombe, merchant and woolstapler. He was the abbot's elder brother, and to all the bitterness naturally incident to the occasion was added in his case the grief that his brother was a prisoner in London, and would certainly be tried for his life. He stood in the deep shadow of the pier that supported the northwest corner of the tower, weighed down with sorrow for the abbot and for the fall of the abbey, and uncertain whether his brother's condemnation would not involve his own ruin. It was December 6th, St. Nicholas Day, the day of the abbot's patron saint. He was near enough to the choir to hear the collect being read on the other side of the screen. Deus qui beatum Nicolaum pontificem innumerus decorasti miraculis tribu quisumus ut ejus meritus et precipis a Jeheni incendiis liberemur per dominum nostrum Jesum Christum. Amen, amen, he said in the shadow of his pillar. Blessed Nicholas, save me, blessed Nicholas, save us all, blessed Nicholas, save my brother. And if he must lose this temporal life, pray to our Lord Christ that he will shortly accomplish the number of his elect and reunite us in his eternal paradise. He clenched his hands in his distress, and as a flicker from the brazier fell upon him, those standing near saw the tears run down his cheeks. Nicholas qui omnem terram doctrina replavisti, intercede pro peccatis nostris, said the officiant, and the monks gave the antiphon. Ist est, qui contempsit, vitam mundi, et pervenit, ad celestia regna. One by one, a server put out the altar lights, and as the last was extinguished, the monks rose in their places and walked out in procession, while the organ played a dirge as sad as the wind in a ruined window. The abbot was hanged before his abbey gate, but Richard Vinicombe's goods escaped confiscation, and when the great church was sold as it stood for building material, he bought it for £300 and gave it to the parish. One part of his prayer was granted, for within a year death reunited him to his brother, and in his pious, for he bequeathed his soul to Almighty God, his Maker and Redeemer, to have the fruition of the deity with our Blessed Lady and all saints, and the Abbey Church of Saint Sepulchre, with the implements thereof, to the parish of Cullerne, so that the said parishioners shall not sell, alter, or alienate the said church, or implements, or any part or parcel thereof forever. Thus it was that the church which Westray had to restore was preserved. At a critical period of its history, Richard Vinicombe's generosity extended beyond the mere purchase of the building, for he left, in addition, a sum to support the dignity of a daily service, with a complement of 3 chaplains, an organist, 10 singing men, and 16 choristers. But the negligence of trustees and the zeal of more religious-minded men than poor superstitious Richard had sadly diminished these funds. Successive rectors of Cullerne became convinced that the spiritual interests of the town would be better served by placing a larger income at their own disposal for good works, and by devoting less to the mere lip service of much daily singing. Thus, the stipend of the rector was gradually augmented, and Canon Parkin found an opportunity soon after his installation to increase the income of the living to around 2,000 by curtailing extravagance in the payment of an organist, and by reducing the emoluments of that office from 200 to £80 a year. It was true that this scheme of economy included the abolition of the weekday morning service, but at 3 o'clock in the afternoon evensong was still rehearsed in Cullerne Church. It was the thin and vanishing shadow of a cathedral service, and Canon Parkin hoped that it might gradually dwindle away until it was dispersed to naught. Such formalism must certainly throttle any real devotion, and it was regrettable that many of the prayers in which his own fine voice and personal magnetism must have had a moving effect upon his hearers should be constantly obscured by vain intonations. It was only by doing violence to his own high principles that he constrained himself to accept the emoluments which poor Richard Vinicombe had provided for a singing foundation, and he was scrupulous in showing his disapproval such vanities. By punctilious absence from the weekday service, this ceremony was therefore entrusted to white-haired Mr. Newt, whose zeal in his master's cause had left him so little opportunity for pushing his own interests that at 60 he was stranded as an underpaid curate in the backwater of Cullerne at 4 o'clock, therefore, on a weekday afternoon. Anyone who happened to be in St. Sepulchre's church might see a little surpliced procession issue from the vestries in the south transept and wind its way towards the choir. It was headed by Clerk Janaway, who carried a silver-headed mace. Then followed 8 choristers, for the number fixed by Richard Vinico had been diminished by half. Then 5 singing men, of whom the youngest was 50, and the rear was brought up by Mr. Newt, the procession having once entered the choir. The clerk shut the doors of the screen behind it, that the minds of the officiants might be properly removed from contemplation of the outer world, and that devotion might not be interrupted by any intrusion of profane persons from the nave. These outside profane existed rather in theory than fact, for, except in the height of summer, visitors were rarely seen in the nave or any other part of the building. Cullerne lay remote from large centres, and archaeological interest was at this time in so languishing a condition that few, except professed antiquaries, were aware of the grandeur of the Abbey Church. If strangers troubled little about Cullerne, the interest of the inhabitants in the weekday service was still more lukewarm, and the pews in front of the canopied stalls remained constantly empty. Thus Mr. Newt read, and Mr. Charnal, the organist, played, and the choirmen and choristers sang day by day, entirely for Clerk Janaway's benefit, because there was no one else to listen to them. Yet, if a stranger given to music ever entered the church at such times, he was struck with the service, for, like the Homeric housewife, who did the best with what she had by her, Mr. Charnal made the most of his defective organ and inadequate choir. He was a man of much taste and resource, and as the echoes of the singing rolled round the vaulted roofs, a generous critic thought little of cracked voices and leaky bellows and rattling trackers, but took away with him an harmonious memory of sunlight and colored glass and 18th century music, and perhaps of some clear treble voice, for Mr. Charnal was famed for training boys and discovering the gift of song. St. Luke's Little Summer, in the October that followed the commencement of the Restoration, amply justified its name. In the middle of the month, there were several days of such unusual beauty as to recall the real summer, and the air was so still, and the sunshine so warm, that anyone looking at the soft haze on Cullerne Flat might well have thought that August had returned. Cullerne Minster was, as a rule, refreshingly cool in the warmth of summer, but something of the heat and oppressiveness of the outside air seemed to have filtered into the church on these unseasonably warm autumn days. On a certain Saturday, a more than usual drowsiness marked the afternoon service. The choir plumped down into their places when the psalms were finished, As Mr. Newt began the first lesson, there were, indeed, honorable exceptions to the general somnolence. On the cantor's side, the worn-out alto held an animated conversation with the cracked tenor. They were comparing some specially fine onions under the desk, for both were gardeners, and the autumn leek show was near at hand. On the decaying side Patrick Ovens, a red-haired little treble, was kept awake by the necessity for altering Magnificat into magnified cat in his copy of Aldrich in G. The lesson was a long one. Mr. Newt, mildest and most beneficent of men, believed that he was at his best in denunciatory passages of Scripture. The prayer book, it was true, had appointed a portion of the Book of Wisdom for the afternoon lesson, but Mr. Newt made light of authorities and read instead a chapter from Isaiah. If he had been questioned as to this proceeding, he would have excused himself by saying that he disapproved of the Apocrypha, even for instruction of manners, and there was no one at Cullerne at all likely to question this right of private judgment. But his real, though perhaps unconscious, motive was to find a suitable passage for declamation. He thundered forth judgments in a manner which combined, he believed, the terrors of supreme justice with an infinite commiseration for the blindness of errant, but long-forgotten peoples. He had, in fact, that Bible voice which seeks to communicate additional solemnity to the Scriptures by reciting them in a tone never employed in ordinary life, as the fledgling curate adds gravity to the litany by whispering the hour of death and day of judgment. Mr. Newt, being short-sighted, did not see how lightly the punishments of these ancient races passed over the heads of his dozing audience, and was bringing the long lesson to a properly dramatic close when the unexpected happened. The screen door opened, and a stranger entered. As the blowing of a horn by the paladin broke the repose of a century and called back to life the spellbound princess and her court, so these slumbering churchmen were startled from their dreams by the intruder. The choir boys fell to giggling. The choirmen stared. Clerk Janaway grasped his mace, as if he would brain so rash an adventurer, and the general movement made Mr. Charnel glance nervously at his stops, for he thought that he had overslept himself, and that the choir had stood up for the Magnificat. The stranger seemed unconscious of the attention which his appearance provoked. He was no doubt some casual sightseer, and had possibly been unaware that any service was in progress until he opened the screen door. But once there, he made up his mind to join in the devotions, and was walking to the steps which led up to the stalls when Clerk Janaway popped out of his place and accosted him, quoting the official regulations in something louder than a stage whisper. He cannot enter the choir during the hours of divine service. He cannot come in. The stranger was amused at the old man's officiousness. I am in, he whispered back, and being in, will take a seat, if you please, until the service is over. The clerk looked at him doubtfully for a moment, but if there was amusement to be read in the other's countenance, there was also a decision that did not encourage opposition, so So he thought better of the matter and opened the door of one of the pews that run below the stalls in Cullerne Church. But the stranger did not appear to notice that a place was being shown him, and walked past the pew and up the little steps that led to the stalls on the cantor's side. Directly behind the singing men were 5 stalls, which had canopies richer and more elaborate than those of the others, with heraldic escutcheons painted on the backs. From these seats, the vulgar herd was excluded by a faded crimson cord, but the stranger lifted the cord from its hook and sat down in the first reserved seat, as if the place belonged to him. Clerk Janaway was outraged and bustled up the steps after him like an angry turkey cock. "Come, come," he said, touching the intruder on the shoulder. "You cannot sit here. These are the fording seats, and kept for Lord Blandinger's family. I will make room if Lord Blandinger brings his family," the stranger said. And seeing that the old man was returning to the attack, added, "Hush, that is enough." The clerk looked at him again, and then turned back to his own place, rooted. "And in that day they shall roar against thee like the roaring of the sea. And if one look unto the land, behold darkness and sorrow, and the light is darkened in the heavens thereof," said Mr. Newt, and shut the book with a glance of general fulmination through his great round spectacles. The choir, who had been interested spectators of this conflict of lawlessness, as personified in the intruder, and authority as in the clerk, rose to their feet as the organ began the Magnificat. The singing men exchanged glances of amusement, for they were not altogether averse to seeing the clerk foisted. He was an autocrat in his own church, and ruffled them now and again with what they called his bumptiousness. Perhaps he did assume a little as he led the procession, for he forgot at times that he was a peaceable servant of the sanctuary, and fancied, as he marched mace in hand to the music of the organ, that he was a daring officer leading a forlorn hope. That very afternoon he had had a heated discussion in the vestry with Mr. Milligan, the bass, on a question of gardening, and the singer, who still smarted under the clerk's overbearing tongue, was glad to emphasize his adversary's defeat by paying attention to the intruder. The tenor on the cantor's side was taking holiday that day, and Mr. Milligan availed himself of the opportunity to offer the absentee's copy of the service to the intruder, who was sitting immediately behind him. He turned round and placed the book, open at the Magnificat, before the stranger with much deference, casting, as he faced round again, a look of misprision at Janaway, of which the latter was quick to appreciate the meaning. This byplay was lost upon the stranger, who nodded his acknowledgment of the civility, and turned to the study of the score which had been offered him. Mr. Charnel's resources in the way of men's voices were so limited that he was by no means unused to finding himself short of a voice part on the one side or the other. He had done his best to remedy the deficiency in the psalms by supplying the missing part with his left hand. But as he began the Magnificat, he was amazed to hear a mellow and fairly strong tenor taking part in the service with feeling and precision. It was the stranger who stood in the gap. And when the first surprise was past, the choir welcomed him as being versed in their own arts, and Clerk Janaway forgot the presumption of his entrance, and even the rebellious conduct of Mr. Milligan. The men and boys sang with new life. They wished, in fact, that so knowledgeable a person should be favorably impressed, and the service was rendered in a more creditable way than Cullerne Church had known for many a long day. Only the stranger was perfectly unmoved. He sang as if he had been a lay vicar all his life, and when the Magnificat was ended, and Mr. Charnal could look through the curtains of the organ loft, the organist saw him, with a Bible devoutly, following Mr. Newt in the second lesson. He was a man of 40, rather above the middle height, with dark eyebrows and dark hair that was beginning to turn gray. His hair, indeed, at once attracted the observer's attention by its thick profusion and natural wavy curl. He was clean-shaven. His features were sharply cut without being thin, and there was something contemptuous about the firm mouth. His nose was straight, and a powerful face gave the impression of a man who was accustomed to be obeyed. To anyone looking at him from the other side of the choir, he presented a remarkable picture, for which the black oak of Abbot Vinico's stalls supplied a frame. Above his head, the canopy went soaring up into crockets and finials, and on the woodwork at the back was painted a shield, which nearer inspection would have shown to be the Blandinger cognizance, with its nebuly bars of green and silver. It was, perhaps, so commanding an appearance that made red-haired Patrick Ovens take out an Australian postage stamp, which he had acquired that very day, and point out to the boy next to him the effigy of Queen Victoria sitting, crowned, in a Gothic chair. The stranger seemed to enter thoroughly into the spirit of the performance. He bore his part in the service bravely, and being furnished with another book, lent effective aid with the anthem. He stood up decorously as the choir filed out after the grace, and then sat down again in his seat to listen to the voluntary. Mr. Charnal determined to play something of quality as a tribute to the unknown tenor, and gave as good a rendering of the St. Anne's fugue as the state of the organ would permit. It was true that the trackers rattled terribly, and that a cipher marred the effect of the second subject. But when he got to the bottom of the little winding stairs that led down from the loft, he found the stranger waiting with a compliment. "Thank you very much," he said. "It is very kind of you to give us so fine a fugue. It is many years since I was last in this church, and I am fortunate to have chosen so sunny an afternoon, and to have been in time for your service." "Not at all, not at all," said the organist. "It is we who are fortunate in having you to help us. You read well, and have a useful voice, though I caught you tripping a little in the lead of the Nunc Dimittis Gloria." And he sung it over by way of reminder. "You understand church music, and have sung many a service before, I am sure, though you don't look much given that way," he added, scanning him up and down. The stranger was amused rather than offended at these blunt criticisms, and the catechizing went on. "Are you stopping in color?" "No," the other replied courteously. "I am only here for the day, but I hope I may find other occasions to visit the place and to hear your service. You'll have your full complement of voices next time I come, no doubt, and I shall be able to listen more at my ease than today." "Oh no, you won't. It's 10 to 1 you will find us still worse off. We are a poverty-stricken lot, and no one to come over into Macedonia to help us. These cursed priests eat up our substance like cankerworms, and grow sleek on the money that was left to keep the music going. I don't mean the old woman that read this afternoon. He's got his nose on the grindstone like the rest of us, poor newt. He has to put brown paper in his boots because he can't afford to have them resoled. No, it's the Barabbas in the rectory house that buys his stocks and shares and starves the service." This tirade fell lightly on the stranger's ears. He looked as if his thoughts were 1,000 miles away, and the organist broke off. "Do you play the organ? Do you understand an organ?" he asked quickly. "Alas, I do not play," the stranger said, bringing his mind back with a jerk for the answer, "and understand little about the instrument." "Well, next time you are here, come up into the loft, and I will show you what a chest of rattletraps I have to work with. We are lucky to get through a service without a breakdown. The pedal board is too short and past its work, and now the bellows are worn out. Surely you can get that altered," the stranger said. "The bellows shouldn't cost so much to mend. They are patched, already past mending. Those who would like to pay for new ones haven't got the money, and those who have the money won't pay. Why, that very stall you sat in belongs to a man who could give us new bellows, and a new organ, and a new church, if we wanted it. Blandinger, that's his name, Lord Blandinger. If you had looked, you could have seen his great coat of arms on the back of the seat. And he won't spend a halfpenny to keep the roofs from falling on our heads." "Ah," said the stranger, "it seems a very sad case." They had reached the north door, and as they stepped out, he repeated meditatively, "It seems a very sad case. You must tell me more about it next time we meet." The organist took the hint and wished his companion good afternoon. Turning down towards the wharves for a constitutional on the riverside, the stranger raised his hat with something of foreign courtesy and walked back into the town. Miss Euphemia Jolliffe devoted Saturday afternoons to St. Sepulchre's Dorcas Society. The meetings were held in a classroom of the Girls' National School, and there a band of devoted females gathered week by week to make garments for the poor. If there was in Cullerne some threadbare gentility, and a great deal of middle-class struggling, there was happily little actual poverty, as it is understood in great towns. Thus the poor, to whom the clothes made by the Dorcas Society were ultimately distributed, could sometimes afford to look the gift horse in the mouth, and to lament that good material had been marred in the making. They wept, the organist said, when they showed the coats and garments that Dorcas made, because they were so badly cut. But this was a libel, for there were many excellent needlewomen in the society, and among the very best was Miss Euphemia Jolliffe. She was a staunch supporter of the church, and had her circumstances permitted, would have been a scripture reader, or at least a district visitor. But the world was so much with her, in the shape of domestic necessities at Bellevue Lodge, as to render parish work impossible. And so the Dorcas meeting was the only systematic philanthropy in which she could venture to indulge. But in the discharge of this duty, she was regularity personified. Neither wind nor rain, snow nor heat, sickness nor amusement stopped her, and she was to be found each and every Saturday afternoon from 3 to 5 in the National School. If the Dorcas Society was a duty for the little old lady, it was also a pleasure, one of her few pleasures, and perhaps the greatest. She liked the meetings because on such occasions she felt herself to be the equal of her more prosperous neighbors. It is the same feeling that makes the half-witted attend funerals and church services. At such times, they feel themselves to be for once on an equal footing with their fellowmen. All are reduced to the same level. There are no speeches to be made, no accounts to be added up, no counsels to be given, no decisions to be taken. All are as fools in the sight of God. At the Dorcas meeting, Miss Jolliffe wore her best things, with the exception only of headgear, for the wearing of her best bonnet was a crowning grace reserved exclusively for the Sabbath. Her wardrobe was too straitened to allow her best to follow the shifting seasons closely. If it was bought as best for winter, it might have to play the same role also in summer, and thus it fell sometimes to her lot to wear alpaca in December, or, as on this day, to be adorned with a fur necklet when the weather asked for muslin. Yet in her best, she always felt fit to be seen, and when it came to cutting out or sewing, there were none that excelled her. Most of the members greeted her with a kind word, for even in a place where envy, hatred, and malice walked the streets arm in arm from sunrise to sunset, Miss Euphemia had few enemies, lying and slandering, and speaking evil of their fellows, formed a staple occupation of the ladies of color, as of many another small town. And to Miss Jolliffe, who was foolish and old-fashioned enough to think evil of no one, it had seemed at first the only drawback of these delightful meetings that a great deal of such highly spiced talk was to be heard at them. But even this fly was afterwards removed from the amber, for Mrs. Balty, the brewer's lady, who wore London dresses and was much the most fashionable person in Cullerne, proposed that some edifying book should be read aloud on Dorcas afternoons to the assembled workers. It was true that Mrs. Flint said she only did so because she thought she had a fine voice, but however that might be, she proposed it, and no one cared to run counter to her. So Mrs. Balty read properly religious stories of so touching a nature that an afternoon seldom passed without her being herself dissolved in tears, and evoking sympathetic sniffs and sobs from such as wished to stand in her good books. If Miss Jolliffe was not herself so easily moved by imaginary sorrow, she set it down to some lack of loving kindness in her own disposition. mentally congratulated the others on their superior sensitiveness. Miss Jolliffe was at the Dorcas meeting. Mr. Charnel was walking by the riverside. Mr. Westray was with the masons on the roof of the transept. Only Anastasia Jolliffe was at Bellevue Lodge when the front door bell rang when her aunt was at home. Anastasia was not allowed to wait on the gentleman, nor to answer the bell. But her aunt being absent, and there being no one else in the house, she duly opened one leaf of the great front door and found a gentleman standing on the semicircular flight of steps outside. That he was a gentleman she knew at a glance, for she had a flair for such useless distinctions, though the genus was not sufficiently common at Cullerne to allow her much practice in its identification near home. It was, in fact, the stranger of the tenor voice, and such is the quickness of woman's wit that she learnt in a moment as much concerning his outward appearance as the organist and the choirman and the clerk had learnt in an hour, and more besides, for she saw that he was well dressed. There was about him a complete absence of personal adornment. He wore no rings and no scarf pin. Even his watch chain was only of leather. His clothes were of so dark a gray as to be almost black. But Miss Anastasia Jolliffe knew that the cloth was good, and the cut of the best. She had thrust a pencil into the pages of Northanger Abbey to keep the place while she answered the bell. And as the stranger stood before her, it seemed to her he might be a Henry Tilney, and she was prepared, like a Catherine Morland, for some momentous announcement when he opened his lips. Yet there came nothing very weighty from them. He did not even inquire for lodgings, as she half hoped that he would. Does the architect in charge of the works at the church lodge here? Is Mr. Westray at home? Was all he said. He does live here, she answered, but is out just now, and we do not expect him back till 6. I think you will probably find him at the church if you desire to see him. I have just come from the minster, but could see nothing of him there. It served the stranger right that he should have missed the architect and been put to the trouble of walking as far as Bellevue Lodge, for his inquiries must have been very perfunctory. If he had taken the trouble to ask either organist or clerk, he would have learned at once where Mr. Westray was. I wonder if you would allow me to write a note. If you could give me a sheet of paper, I should be glad to leave a message for him. Anastasia gave him a glance from head to foot, rapid as an instantaneous exposure. Tramps were a permanent bugbear to the ladies of Cullerne, and a proper dread of such miscreants had been instilled into Anastasia Jolliffe by her aunt. It was, moreover, a standing rule of the house that no strange men were to be admitted on any pretense, unless there was some man lodger at home to grapple with them if occasion arose. But the glance was sufficient to confirm her first verdict. He was a gentleman. There surely could not be such things as gentlemen tramps. So she answered, "Oh, certainly," and showed him into Mr. Charnel's room, because that was on the ground floor. The visitor gave a quick look round the room. If he had ever been in the house before, Anastasia would have thought he was trying to identify something that he remembered. was little to be seen except an open piano and the usual litter of music books and manuscript paper. "Thank you," he said. "Can I write here?" "Is this Mr. Westray's room?" "No, another gentleman lodges here, but you can use this room to write in. He is out, and would not mind in any case. He is a friend of Mr. Westray. I had rather write in Mr. Westray's room, if I may. You see, I have nothing to do with this other gentleman, and it might be awkward if he came in and found me in his apartment." It seemed to Anastasia that the information that the room in which they stood was not Mr. Westray's had in some way or other removed an anxiety from the stranger's mind. There was a faint and indefinable indication of relief in his manner, however much he professed to be embarrassed at the discovery. It might have been, she thought, that he was a great friend of Mr. Westray, and had been sorry to think that his room should be littered and untidy, as Mr. Charnel's certainly was, and so was glad when he found out his mistake. "Mr. Westray's room is at the top of the house," she said deprecatingly. "It is no trouble to me, I assure you, to go up," he answered. Anastasia hesitated again for an instant. If there were no gentlemen tramps, perhaps there were gentlemen burglars, and she hastily made a mental inventory of Mr. Westray's belongings, but could think of nothing among them likely to act as an incentive to crime. Still, she would not venture to show a strange man to the top of the house, when there was no one at home but herself. The stranger ought not to have asked her. He could not be a gentleman after all, or he would have seen how irregular was such a request, unless he had indeed some particular motive for wishing to see Mr. Westray's room. The stranger perceived her hesitation and read her thoughts easily enough. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I ought, of course, to have explained who it is who has the honor of speaking to you. I am Lord Blandimer, and wish to write a few words to Mr. Westray on questions connected with the restoration of the church. Here is my card." There was probably no lady in the town that would have received this information with as great composure as did Anastasia Jolliffe. Since the death of his grandfather, the new Lord Blandimer had been a constant theme of local gossip and surmise. He was a territorial magnate. He owned the whole of the town and the whole of the surrounding country. His stately house of Fording could be seen on a clear day from the Minster Tower. He was reputed to be a man of great talents and distinguished appearance. He was not more than 40, and he was unmarried, yet no one had seen him since he came to man's estate. It was said he had not been in Cullerne for 20 years. There was a tale of some mysterious quarrel with his grandfather, which had banished the young man from his home, and there had been no one to take his part, for both his father and mother were drowned when he was a baby. For a quarter of a century, he had been a wanderer abroad, in France and Germany, in Russia and Greece, in Italy and Spain. He was believed to have visited the East, to have fought in Egypt, to have run blockades in South America, to have found priceless diamonds in South Africa. He had suffered the awful penances of the fakirs. He had fasted with the monks of Mount Athos. He had endured the silence of La Trappe. Men said that the Sheikh Islam had himself bound the green turban round Lord Blandimer's head. He could shoot, he could hunt, he could fish, he could fight, he could sing, he could play all instruments, he could speak all languages as fluently as his own. He was the very wisest and the very handsomest, and some hinted the very wickedest man that ever lived. Yet no one had ever seen him. Here was indeed a conjunction of romance for Anastasia. To find so mysterious and distinguished a stranger face to face with her alone under the same roof. Yet she showed none of those hesitations, tremblings, or faintings that the situation certainly demanded. Martin Jolliffe, her father, had been a handsome man all his life, and had known it. In youth, he prided himself on his good looks, and in old age, he was careful of his personal appearance, even when his circumstances were at their worst. He had managed to obtain well-cut clothes. They were not always of the newest, but they sat well on his tall and upright figure. Gentleman Jolliffe, people called him, and laughed, though perhaps something less ill-naturedly than was often the case in Cullerne, and wondered whence a farmer's son had gotten such manners. To Martin himself, an aristocratic bearing was less an affectation than a duty. His position demanded it, for he was in his own eyes a Blandimer kept out of his rights. It was his good appearance, even at 45, which induced Miss Hunter of the Grove to run away with him. Though Colonel Hunter had promised to disown her if she ever married so far beneath her, she did not, it is true, live long to endure her father's displeasure, but died in giving birth to her first child. Even this sad result had failed to melt the colonel's heart. Contrary to all precedents of fiction, he would have nothing to do with his little granddaughter, and sought refuge from so untenable a position in removing from Cullerne. Nor was Martin himself a man to feel a parent's obligations too acutely, so the child was left to be brought up by Miss Jolliffe, and to become an addition to her cares, but much more to her joys. Martin Jolliffe considered that he had amply fulfilled his responsibilities in christening his daughter Anastasia, a name which Deborah shows to have been borne for generations by ladies of the Blandimer family, and having given so striking a proof of affection, he started off on one of those periodic wanderings which were connected with his genealogical researches, and was not seen again in Cullerne for a lustre. For many years afterwards, Martin showed but little interest in the child. He came back to Cullerne at intervals, but was always absorbed in his efforts to establish a right to the Nebuly Coat, and content to leave the education and support of Anastasia entirely to his sister. It was not till his daughter was 15 that he exercised any paternal authority. But on his return from a long absence about that period, he pointed out to Miss Jolliffe, Senior, that she had shamefully neglected her niece's education, and that so lamentable a state of affairs must be remedied at once. Miss Jolliffe most sorrowfully admitted her shortcomings and asked Martin's forgiveness for her remissness. Nor did it ever occur to her to plead in excuse that the duties of a lodging house and the necessity of providing sustenance for herself and Anastasia made serious inroads on the time that ought, no doubt, to have been devoted to education, or that the lack of means prevented her from engaging teachers to supplement her own too limited instruction. She had, in fact, been able to impart to Anastasia little except reading, writing, and arithmetic, some geography, a slight knowledge of Miss Magnall's questions, a wonderful proficiency with the needle, an unquenchable love of poetry and fiction, a charity for her neighbors, which was rare enough in color, and a fear of God, which was sadly inconsistent with the best Blandinger traditions. The girl was not being brought up as became a Blandinger, Martin had said. How was she to fill her position when she became the Honorable Anastasia? She must learn French, not such rudiments as Miss Jolliffe had taught her. And he travestied his sisters, du, della, der l'apostrophe, day, with a laugh that flushed her withered cheeks with crimson, and made Anastasia cry as she held her aunt's hand under the table. Not that kind of French, but something that would really pass muster in society. And music, she must study that. And Miss Jolliffe blushed again as she thought very humbly of some elementary duets in which she had played a bass for Anastasia till household work and gout conspired to rob her naughty fingers of all pliancy. It had been a great pleasure to her, the playing of these duets with her niece. But they must, of course, be very poor things, and quite out of date now, for she had played them when she was a child herself, and on the very same piano in the parlor at Widcombe, so she listened with attention, while Martin revealed his scheme of reform. And this was nothing less than the sending of Anastasia to Mrs. Howard's boarding school at the county town of Carisbury. The project took away his sister's breath, for Mrs. Howard's was a finishing school of repute, to which only Mrs. Balty among Cullerne ladies could afford to send her daughters. But Martin's high-minded generosity knew no limits. It was no use making 2 bites at a cherry. What had to be done had better be done quickly. And he clinched the argument by taking a canvas bag from his pocket and pouring out a little heap of sovereigns onto the table. Miss Jolliffe's wonder as to how her brother had become possessed of such wealth was lost in admiration of his magnanimity. And if for an instant she thought wistfully of the relief that a small portion of these riches would bring to the poverty-stricken ménage at Bellevue Lodge, she silenced such murmurings in a burst of gratitude for the means of improvement that Providence had vouchsafed to Anastasia. Martin counted out the sovereigns on the table. It was better to pay in advance, and so make an impression in Anastasia's favor. And to this, Miss Jolliffe agreed with much relief, for she had feared that before the end of the term, Martin would be off on his travels again, and that she herself would be left to pay. So Anastasia went to Carisbury, and Miss Jolliffe broke her own rules, and herself incurred a number of small debts, because she could not bear to think of her niece going to school with with so meager an equipment as she then possessed, and yet had no ready money to buy better. Anastasia remained for 2.5 years at Carisbury. She made such progress with her music that after much wearisome and lifeless practicing, she could stumble through Thalberg's variations on the air of Home, Sweet Home, but in French she never acquired the true Parisian accent, and would revert at times to the do, della, l'apostrophe, de of her earlier teaching, though there is no record that these shortcomings were ever a serious drawback to her in afterlife. Besides such opportunities of improvement, she enjoyed the privilege of association with 30 girls of the upper middle classes, and ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the fruits of which had hitherto escaped her notice. At the end of her second term, however, she was forced to forgo these advantages, for Martin had left Cullerne without making any permanent provision for his daughter's schooling, and there was in Mrs. Howard's prospectus a law, inexorable as that of gravity, that no pupil shall be permitted to return to the academy whose account for the previous term remains unsettled. Thus Anastasia's schooling came to an end. There was some excuse put forward that the air of Carisbury did not agree with her, and she never knew the real reason till nearly 2 years later, by which time Miss Jolliffe's industry and self-denial had discharged the greater part of Martin's obligation to Mrs. Howard. The girl was glad to remain at Cullerne, for she was deeply attached to Miss Joliffe, but she came back much older in experience. Her horizon had widened, and she was beginning to take a more perspective view of life. These enlarged ideas bore fruit, both pleasant and unpleasant, for she was led to form a juster estimate of her father's character, and when he next returned, she found it difficult to tolerate his selfishness and abuse of his sister's devotion. That this should be so was a cause of great grief to Miss Joliffe, though she herself felt for her niece a love which had in it something of adoration. She was at the same time conscientious enough to remember that a child's first duty should be towards its parents. Thus she forced herself to lament that Anastasia should be more closely attached to her than to Martin, and if there were times when she could not feel properly dissatisfied that she possessed the first place in her niece's affections, she tried to atone for this frailty by sacrificing opportunities of being with the girl herself, and using every opportunity of bringing her into her father's company. It was a fruitless endeavor, as every endeavor to cultivate affection, where no real basis for it exists, must eternally remain fruitless. Martin was wearied by his daughter's society, for he preferred to be alone, and set no store by her except as a cooking, house-cleaning, and clothes-mending machine, and Anastasia resented this attitude, and could find, moreover, no interest in the torn peerage, which was her father's Bible, or in the genealogical research and jargon about the Nebuly Coat, which formed the staple of his conversation. Later on, when he came back for the last time, her sense of duty enabled her to tend and nurse him with exemplary patience, and to fulfill all those offices of affection which even the most tender filial devotion could have suggested, she tried to believe that his death brought her sorrow and not relief, and succeeded so well that her aunt had no doubts at all upon the subject. Martin Jolliffe's illness and death had added to Anastasia's experience of life by bringing her into contact with doctors and clergymen, and it was no doubt this training and the association with the superior classes afforded by Mrs. Howard's academy that enabled her to stand the shock of Lord Blandinger's announcement without giving any more perceptible token of embarrassment than a very slight blush. "Oh, of course there is no objection," she said, "to your writing in Mr. Westray's room. I will show you the way to it." She accompanied him to the room, and having provided writing materials, left him comfortably ensconced in Mr. Westray's chair. As she pulled the door to behind her in going out, something prompted her to look round. Perhaps it was merely a girl's light fancy. Perhaps it was that indefinite fascination which the consciousness that we are being looked at sometimes exercises over us. But as she looked back, her eyes met those of Lord Blandinger, and she shut the door sharply, being annoyed at her own foolishness. She went back to the kitchen, for the kitchen of the hand of God was so large that Miss Joliffe and Anastasia used part of it for their sitting room, took the pencil out of Northanger Abbey, and tried to transport herself to Bath. 5 minutes ago, she had been in the grand pump room herself, and knew exactly where Mrs. Allen and Isabella Thorpe and Edward Morland were sitting, where Catherine was standing, and what John Thorpe was saying to her when Tilney walked up. But alas, Anastasia found no readmission. The lights were put out. The pump room was in darkness. A sad change to have happened in 5 minutes, but no doubt the charmed circle had dispersed in a huff on finding that they no longer occupied the first place in Miss Anastasia Jolliffe's interest, and indeed she missed them the less because she had discovered that she herself possessed a wonderful talent for romance, and had already begun the first chapter of a thrilling story. Nearly half an hour passed before her aunt returned, and in the interval, Miss Austen's knights and dames had retired still farther into the background, and Miss Anastasia's hero had entirely monopolized the stage. It was 20 minutes past 5, and Miss Joliffe, Senior, returned from the Dorcas meeting. Precisely 20 minutes past 5, as she remarked many times subsequently, with that factitious importance which the ordinary mind attaches to the exact moment of any epoch-making event. "Is the water boiling, my dear?" she asked, sitting down at the kitchen table. "I should like to have tea today before the gentlemen come in, if you do not mind. The weather is quite oppressive, and the schoolroom was very close because we only had one window open. Poor Mrs. Balty is so subject to take cold from draughts, and I very nearly fell asleep while she was reading." "I will get tea at once," Anastasia said, and then added, in a tone of fine unconcern, "There is a gentleman waiting upstairs to see Mr. Westray." "My dear Miss Joliffe," exclaimed deprecatingly, "how could you let anyone in when I was not at home?" It is exceedingly dangerous, with so many doubtful characters about. There is Mr. Westray's presentation inkstand, and the flower picture for which I have been offered so much money. Valuable paintings are often cut out of their frames. One never has an idea what thieves may do. There was the faintest trace of a smile about Anastasia's lips. I do not think we need trouble about that, dear Aunt Femi, because I am sure he is a gentleman. Here is his card. Look, she handed Miss Jolliffe the insignificant little piece of white cardboard that held so momentous a secret, and watched her aunt put on her spectacles to read it. Miss Jolliffe focused the card. There were only 2 words printed on it. Only Lord Blandimer, in the most unpretending and simple characters. But their effect was magical. Doubt and suspicion melted suddenly away, and a look of radiant surprise overspread her countenance, such as would have become a Constantine at the vision of the labyrinth. She was a thoroughly unworldly woman, thinking little of the things of this life in general, and keeping her affections on that which is to come, with the constancy and realization that is so often denied to those possessed of larger temporal means. Her views as to right and wrong were defined and inflexible. She would have gone to the stake most cheerfully rather than violate them, and unconsciously lamented perhaps that civilization has robbed the faithful of the luxury of burning. Yet with all this were inextricably bound up certain little weaknesses, among which figured a fondness for great names, and a somewhat exaggerated consideration for the lofty ones of this earth. Had she been privileged to be within the same 4 walls as a peer at a bazaar or missionary meeting, she would have reveled in a great opportunity. But to find Lord Blandimer under her own roof was a grace so wondrous and surprising as almost to overwhelm her. Lord Blandimer, she faltered, as soon as she had collected herself a little. I hope Mr. Westray's room was tidy. I dusted it thoroughly this morning, but I wish he had given some notice of his intention to call. I should be so vexed if he found anything dusty. What is he doing, Anastasia? Did he say he would wait till Mr. Westray came back? He said he would write a note for Mr. Westray. I found him writing things. I hope you gave his lordship Mr. Westray's presentation inkstand. No, I did not think of that. But there was the little black inkstand, and plenty of ink in it. Dear me, Miss Jolliffe said, ruminating on so extraordinary a position. To think that Lord Blandimer, whom no one has ever seen, should have come to Cullerne at last, and is now in this very house. I will just change this bonnet for my Sunday one, she added, looking at herself in the glass, and then tell his lordship how very welcome he is, and ask him if I can get anything for him. He will see at once from my bonnet that I have only just returned. Otherwise, it would appear to him very remiss of me not to have paid him my respects before. Yes, I think it is undoubtedly more fitting to appear in a bonnet. Anastasia was a little perturbed at the idea of her aunt's interview with Lord Blandimer. She pictured to herself Miss Jolliffe's excess of zeal, the compliments which she would think it necessary to shower upon him the marked attention and homage which he might interpret as servility, though it was only intended as a proper deference to exalted rank. Anastasia was quite unaccountably anxious that the family should appear to the distinguished visitor in as favorable a light as possible, and thought for a moment of trying to persuade Miss Jolliffe that there was no need for her to see Lord Blandimer at all, unless he summoned her. But she was of a philosophically temperament, and in a moment had rebuked her own folly. What could any impression of Lord Blandimer's matter to her? She would probably never see him again, unless she opened the door when he went out. Why should he think anything at all about a commonplace lodging house and its inmates? And if such trivial matters did ever enter his thoughts, a man so clever as he would make allowance for those of a different station to himself, and would see what a good woman her aunt was in spite of any little mannerisms, so she made no remonstrance, but sat heroically quiet in her chair, and reopened Northanger Abbey with a determination to entirely forget Lord Blandimer and the foolish excitement which his visit had created. Miss Jolliffe must have had a protracted conversation with Lord Blandimer. To Anastasia, waiting in the kitchen, it seemed as if her aunt would never come down. She devoted herself to Northanger Abbey with fierce resolution, but though her eyes followed the lines of type, she had no idea what she was reading, and found herself at last turning the pages so frequently, and with so much rustling as to disturb her own reverie. Then she shut the book with a bang, got up from her chair, and paced the kitchen till her aunt came back. Miss Jolliffe was full of the visitor's affability. "It is always the way with these really great people, my dear," she said with effusion. "I have always noticed that the nobility are condescending. They adapt themselves so entirely to their surroundings." Miss Jolliffe fell into a common hyperbole in qualifying an isolated action as a habit. She had never before been brought face to face with a peer. Yet she represented her first impression of Lord Blandimer's manner, as if it were a mature judgment based upon long experience of those of his rank and position. I insisted on his using the presentation inkstand, and took away that shabby little black thing, and I could see at once that the silver one was far more like what he had been accustomed to use. He seemed to know something about us, and even asked if the young lady who had shown him in was my niece. "That was you who meant you, Anastasia?" he asked if it was you. "I think you must have met dear Martin somewhere." But I really was so agitated by such a very unexpected visit that I scarcely took in all he said. Yet he was so careful all the time to put me at my ease that at last I ventured to ask him if he would take some light refreshment. "My lord," I said, "may I be so bold as to offer your lordship a cup of tea? It would be a great honor if you would partake of our humble hospitality." And what do you think he answered, my dear? Miss Jolliffe, and he had such a winning look. "There is nothing I should like better. I am very tired with walking about in the church, and have still some little time to wait, for I am going to London by the evening train." Poor young man, for Lord Blandimer was still young in colour, which had only known his octogenarian predecessor. He is no doubt called to London on some public business, the House of Lords, or the Court, or something like that. I wish he would take as much care of himself as he seems to take for others. He looks so very tired, and a sad face too, Anastasia, and yet is most considerate. I should like a cup of tea very much. Those were his exact. You must not trouble to come all the way upstairs again to bring it to me. Let me come down and take it with you. Forgive me, my lord, was my answer. But I could not permit that. Our establishment is much too homely, and I shall feel it a privilege to wait on you. If you will kindly excuse my walking clothes, as I have just come back from an afternoon meeting. My niece often wishes to relieve me, but I tell her my old legs are more active than her young ones. Even still, Anastasia's cheeks were red, but she said nothing, and her aunt went on. So I will take him some tea at once. You can make it, my dear, if you like, but put a great deal more in than we use ourselves. The upper classes have no call to practice economy in such matters, and he is no doubt used to take his tea very strong. I think Mr. Charnel's teapot is the best, and I will get out the silver sugar tongs and one of the spoons with the J on them. As Miss Jolliffe was taking up the tea, she met Westray in the hall. He had just come back from the church, and was not a little concerned at his landlady's greeting. She put down her tray, and with a fateful gesture and an "Oh, Mr. Westray, what do you think?" beckoned him aside into Mr. Charnel's room. His first impression was that some grave accident had happened, that the organist was dead, or that Anastasia Jolliffe had sprained an ankle, and he was relieved to hear the true state of affairs. He waited a few minutes while Miss Jolliffe took the visitor his tea, and then went upstairs himself. Lord Blandimer rose. "I must apologize," he said, "for making myself at home in your room, but I hope your landlady may have explained who I am, and how I come to take so great a liberty. I am naturally interested in color and all that concerns it, and hope ere long to get better acquainted with the place and the people," he added as an afterthought. "At present, I know disgracefully little about it, but that is due to my having been abroad for many years. I only came back a few months ago. But I need not bother you with all this. What I really wanted was to ask you if you would give me some idea of the scheme of restoration which it is proposed to undertake at the Minster. Until last week, I had not heard that anything of the kind was in contemplation." His tone was measured, and a clear, deep voice gave weight and sincerity to his words. His clean-shaven face and olive complexion, his regular features and dark eyebrows, suggested a Spaniard to Westray as he spoke, and the impression was strengthened by the decorous and grave courtesy of his manner. "I shall be delighted to explain anything I can," said the architect, and took down a bundle of plans and papers from a shelf. "I fear I shall not be able to do much this evening," Lord Blandimer said, "for I have to catch the train to London in a short time. But if you will allow me, I will take an early opportunity of coming over again. We might then, perhaps, go to the church together. The building has a great fascination for me, not only on account of its own magnificence, but also from old associations. When I was a boy, and sometimes a very unhappy boy, I used often to come over from fording and spend hours rambling about the minster, its winding staircases, its dark wall passages, its mysterious screens and stalls, brought me romantic dreams, from which I think I have never entirely wakened. I am told the building stands in need of extensive restoration, though to the outsider it looks much the same as ever. It always had a dilapidated air. Westray gave a short outline of what it was considered should ultimately be done, and of what it was proposed to attack for the present. You see, we have our work cut out for us, he said. The transept roof is undoubtedly the most urgent matter, but there are lots of other things that cannot be left to themselves for long. I have grave doubts about the stability of the tower, though my chief doesn't share them to anything like the same extent. And perhaps that is just as well, for we are hampered on every side by lack of funds. They are going to have a bazaar next week to try to give the thing a lift. But 100 bazaars would not produce half that is wanted. I gathered that there were difficulties of this kind, the visitor said reflectively. As I came out of the church after service today, I met the organist. He had no idea who I was, but gave his views very strongly as to Lord Blandinger's responsibilities for things in general, and for the organ in particular. We are, I suppose, under some sort of moral obligation for the north transept, from having annexed it as a burying place. It used to be called, I fancy, the Blandinger Isle. Yes, it is called so still, Westray answered. He was glad to see the turn the conversation had taken, and hoped that a deus ex machina had appeared. Lord Blandinger's next question was still more encouraging. At what do you estimate the cost of the transept repairs? Westray ran through his papers till he found a printed leaflet with a view of Cullerne Minster on the outside. Here are Sir George Farquhar's figures, he said. This was a circular that was sent everywhere to invite subscriptions, but it scarcely paid the cost of printing. No one will give a penny to these things nowadays. Here it is. You see, £7,800 for the north transept. There was a little pause. Westray did not look up, being awkwardly conscious that the sum was larger than Lord Blandinger had anticipated, and fearing that such an abrupt disclosure might have damped the generosity of an intended contributor, Lord Blandinger changed the subject. Who is the organist? I rather liked his manner. For all he took me so sharply, if impersonally, to task. He seems a clever musician, but his instrument is in a shocking state. He is a very clever organist, Westray answered. It was evident that Lord Blandinger was in a subscribing frame of mind, and if his generosity did not extend to undertaking the cost of the transept, he might at least give something towards the organ. The architect tried to do his friend Mr. Charnal a service. He is a very clever organist, he repeated. His name is Charnal. and he lodges in this house. Shall I call him? Would you like to ask him about the organ? Oh no, not now. I have so little time. Another day we can have a chat. Surely a very little money, comparatively little money, I mean, would put the organ in proper repair. Did they never approach my grandfather, the late Lord Blandimer, on the question of funds for these restorations? Westray's hopes of a contribution were again dashed, and he felt a little contemptuous at such evasions. They came with an ill grace after Lord Blandimer's needlessly affectionate panegyric of the church. Yes, he said, Canon Parkin, the rector here, wrote to the late Lord Blandimer begging for a subscription to the restoration fund for the church, but never got any answer. Westray flung something like a sneer into his tone, and was already sorry for his ungracious words before he had finished speaking, but the other seemed to take no offense, or some would have been offended. Ah, he said, my grandfather was no doubt a very sad old man indeed. I must go now, or I shall miss my train. You shall introduce me to Mr. Charnal the next time I come to Cullerne. I have your promise, remember, to take me over the church. Is it not so? Yes, oh yes, certainly, Westray said, though with less cordiality perhaps than he had used on the previous occasion. He was disappointed that Lord Blandimer had promised no subscription, and accompanied him to the foot of the stairs with much the same feelings as a shop assistant entertains for the lady who, having turned over goods for half an hour, retreats with the promise that she will consider the matter and call again. Miss Jolliffe had been waiting on the kitchen stairs, and so was able to meet Lord Blandimer in the hall quite accidentally. She showed him out of the front door with renewed professions of respect, for she knew nothing of his niggardly evasions of a subscription, and in her eyes a lord was still a lord. He added the comblet to all his graces and courtesies by shaking her hand as he left the house, and expressing a hope that she would be so kind as to give him another cup of tea. The very next time he was in Cullerne, the light was failing as Lord Blandimer descended the flight of steps outside the door of Bellevue Lodge. The evening must have closed in earlier than usual, for very soon after the visitor had gone upstairs, Anastasia found it too dark to read in the kitchen, so she took her book and sat in the window seat of Mr. Charnal's room. It was a favorite resort of hers, both when Mr. Charnal was out, and also when he was at home, for he had known her from childhood, and liked to watch the graceful girlish form as she read quietly while he worked at his music. The deep window seat was paneled in painted deal, and along the side of it hung a faded cushion which could be turned over on to the sill when the sash was thrown up, so as to form a rest for the arms of anyone who desired to look out on a summer evening. The window was still open, though it was dusk, but Anastasia's head, which just appeared above the sill, was screened from observation by a low blind. This blind was formed of a number of little green wooden slats, faded and blistered by the suns of many summers, and so arranged that, by the turning of a brass, urn-shaped knob, they could be be made to open and afford a prospect of the outer world to anyone sitting inside. It had been for some time too dark for Anastasia to read, but she still sat in the window seat. And as she heard Lord Blandimer come down the stairs, she turned the brass urn so as to command a view of the street. She felt herself blushing in the dusk at the reiterated and voluminous compliments which her aunt was paying in the hall. She blushed because Westray's tone was too offhanded and easy towards so important a personage to please her critical mood, and then she blushed again at her own folly in blushing. The front door shut at last, and the gaslight fell on Lord Blandimer's active figure and straight, square shoulders as he went down the steps 3,000 years before. Another maiden had looked between the doorpost and the door at the straight, broad back of another great stranger as he left her father's palace, but Anastasia was more fortunate than Nausicaa, for there is no record that Ulysses cast any backward glance as he walked down to the Phaeacian ship, and Lord Blandimer did turn and look back. He turned and looked back. He seemed to Anastasia to look between the little blistered slats into her very eyes. Of course, he could not have guessed that a very foolish girl, the niece of a very foolish landlady in a very commonplace lodging house, in a very commonplace country town, was watching him behind a shutter. But he turned and looked, and Anastasia stayed for half an hour after he had gone, thinking of the hard and clean-cut face that she had seen for an instant in the flickering gaslight. It was a hard face, and as she sat in the dark with closed eyes and saw that face again and again in her mind, she knew that it was hard. It was hard. It was almost cruel. No, it was not cruel, but only recklessly resolved, with a resolution that would not swerve from cruelty, if cruelty were needed to accomplish its purpose. Thus she reasoned in the approved manner of fiction. She knew that such reasonings were demanded of heroines. A heroine must be sadly unworthy of her lofty role if she could not with a glance unmask even the most enigmatic countenance and trace the passions writ in it clearly as a page of reading without tears. And was she, Anastasia, to fall short in such a simple craft? No, she had measured the man's face in a moment. It was resolved, even to cruelty. It was hard, but ah, how handsome. And she remembered how the gray eyes had met hers and blinded them with power when she first saw him on the doorstep. Wondrous musings, wondrous thought-reading by a countrified young lady in her teens. But is it not out of the mouths of babes and sucklings that strength has been eternally ordained? She was awakened from her reverie by the door being flung open, and she leapt from her perch as Mr. Charnal entered the room. "Heyday, heyday," he said. "What have we here? Fire out, and window open, Missy dreaming of Sir Arthur Bedevere, and catching a cold, a very poetic cold in the head." His words jarred on her mood like the sharpening of a slate pencil. She said nothing, but brushed by him, shut the door behind her, and left him muttering in the dark. The excitement of Lord Blandimer's visit had overtaxed Miss Jolliffe, she took the gentlemen their supper, and Mr. Westray was supping in Mr. Charnel's room that evening, and assured Anastasia that she was not in the least tired. But ere long, she was forced to give up this pretense, and to take refuge in a certain high-backed chair with ears, which stood in a corner of the kitchen, and was only brought into use in illness or other emergency. The bell rang for supper to be taken away, but Miss Jolliffe was fast asleep and did not hear it. Anastasia was not allowed to wait under ordinary circumstances, but her aunt must not be disturbed when she was so tired, and she took the tray herself and went upstairs. "He is a striking-looking man enough," Westray was saying as she entered the room, "but I must say he did not impress me favorably in other respects. He spoke too enthusiastically about the church. It would have sat on him with a very good grace if he had afterwards come down with £500. But ecstasies are out of place when a man won't give a halfpenny to turn them into reality. He is a chip of the old block," said the organist. "Leap years, February, 29 days, and on the 30th Blandinger pays. That's a saw about here. Well, I rubbed it into him this afternoon, and all the harder because I hadn't the least idea who he was." There was a fierce color in Anastasia's cheeks as she packed the dirty plates and supper debris into the tray, and a fiercer feeling in her heart. She tried hard to conceal her confusion, and grew more confused in the effort. The organist watched her closely, without ever turning his eyes in her direction. He was a cunning little man, and before the table was cleared, had guessed who was the hero of those dreams, from which he had roused her an hour earlier. Westray waved away with his hand a puff of smoke, which drifted into his face from Mr. Charnel's pipe. He asked me whether anyone had ever approached the old lord about the restoration, and I said the rector had written, and never got an answer. "It wasn't to the old lord he wrote," Mr. Charnel cut in. "It was to this very man. Didn't you know it was to this very man? No one ever thought it worth ink and paper to write to old Blandinger. I was the only one fool enough to do that. I had an appeal for the organ printed once upon a time, and sent him a copy, and asked him to head the list. After a bit, he sent me a check for 10 shillings and 6pence, and then I wrote and thanked him, and said it would do very nicely to put a new leg on the organ stool if one should ever break. But he had the last word, for when I went to the bank to cash the check, I found it stopped." Westray laughed with a thin and tinkling merriment that irritated Anastasia more than an honest guffaw. When he stuck at £7,800 for the church, I tried to give you a helping hand with the organ. I told him you lived in the house. Would he not like to see you? "Oh no, not now," he said. "Some other day. He is a chip of the old block," the organist said again, bitterly. "Gather figs of thistles, if you will, but don't expect money from Blandingers." Anastasia's thumb went into the curry as she lifted the dish, but she did not notice it. She was only eager to get away, to place herself outside the reach of these slanderous tongues, to hide herself where she could unburden her heart of its bitterness. Mr. Charnel fired one more shaft at her as she left the room. He takes after his grandfather in other ways besides close-fistedness. The old man had a bad enough name with women, and this man has a worse. They are a poor lot, lock, stock, and barrel. Lord Blandimer had certainly been unhappy in the impression which he created at Bellevue Lodge. A young lady had diagnosed his countenance as hard and cruel. An architect had detected niggardliness in his disposition, and an organist was resolved to regard him at all hazards as a personal foe. It was fortunate indeed for his peace of mind that he was completely unaware of this. But then, he might not perhaps have troubled much even if he had known all about it. The only person who had a good word for him was Miss Euphemia Jolliffe. She woke up flushed, but refreshed after her nap, and found the supper things washed and put away in their places. My dear, she said deprecatingly, I am afraid I have been asleep and left all the work to you. You should not have done this, Anastasia. You ought to have awakened me. The flesh was weak, and she was forced to hold her hand before her mouth for a moment to conceal a yawn, but her mind reverted instinctively to the great doings of the day, and she said with serene reflection, a very remarkable man, so dignified, and yet so affable, and very handsome too, my dear. Among the letters which the postman brought to Bellevue Lodge in the morning following these remarkable events was an envelope which possessed a dreadful fascination. It bore a little coronet stamped in black upon the flap, and Edward Westray, Esquire, Bellevue Lodge, Cullerne, written on the front in a bold and clear hand. But this was not all, for low in the left corner was the inscription, Blandimer. A single word, yet fraught with so mystical an import that it set Anastasia's heart beating fast as she gave it to her aunt, to be taken upstairs at the architect's breakfast. There is a letter for you, sir, from Lord Blandimer, Miss Jolliffe said, as she put down the tray on the table. But the architect only grunted and went on with ruler and compass at the plan with which he was busy. Miss Jolliffe would have been more than woman had she not felt a burning curiosity to know the contents of so important a missive, and to leave a nobleman's letter neglected on the table seemed to her little short of sacrilege. Never had breakfast taken longer to lay, and still there was the letter lying by the tin cover, which so near is grandeur to our dust, concealed a simple bloater. Poor Miss Jolliffe made a last effort ere she left the room to bring Westray to a proper appreciation of the situation. There is a letter for you, sir. I think it is from Lord Blandimer. Yes, the architect said sharply. I will attend to it presently, and so she retired, rooted. Westray's nonchalance had been in part assumed. He was anxious to show that he, at any rate, could rise superior to artificial distinctions of rank, and was no more to be impressed by peers than peasants. He kept up this philosophically indifference even after Miss Jolliffe left the room, for he took life very seriously, and felt his duty towards himself to be at least as important as that towards his neighbors. Resolution lasted till the second cup of tea, and then he opened the letter. "Dear sir," it began, "I understood from you yesterday that the repairs to the north transept of Cullerne Minster are estimated to cost £7,800. This charge I should like to bear myself, and thus release, for other purposes of restoration, the sum already collected. I am also prepared to undertake whatever additional outlay is required to put the whole building in a state of substantial repair. Will you kindly inform Sir George Farquhar of this, and ask him to review the scheme of restoration as modified by these considerations. I shall be in Cullerne on Saturday next, and hope I may find you at home if I call about 5 in the afternoon, and that you may then have time to show me the church. I am, dear sir, very truly yours, Blandinger." Westray had scanned the letter so rapidly that he knew its contents by intuition rather than by the more prosaic method of reading. Nor did he reread it several times. As is generally postulated by important communications in fiction, he simply held it in his hand and crumpled it unconsciously while he thought. He was surprised, and he was pleased at the wider vista of activity that Lord Blandinger's offer opened, and pleased that he should be chosen as the channel through which an announcement of such gravity was to be made. He felt, in short, that pleasurable and confused excitement, that mental inebriation, which unexpected good fortune is apt to produce in any except the strongest minds, and went down to Mr. Charnel's room, still crumpling the letter in his hand. The bloater was left to waste its sweetness on the morning air. "I have just received some extraordinary news," he said, as he opened the door. Mr. Charnel was not altogether unprepared, for Miss Jolliffe had already informed him that a letter from Lord Blandinger had arrived for Mr. Westray, so he only said, "Ah," in a tone that implied compassion for the lack of mental balance, which allowed Westray to be so easily astonished, and added, "Ah, yes," as a manifesto that no sublunary catastrophe could possibly astonish him, Mr. Charnel. But Westray's excitement was cold waterproof, and he read the letter aloud with much jubilation. "Well," said the organist, "I don't see much in it. £7,000 is nothing to him when we have done all that we ought to do. We are unprofitable servants. It isn't only £7,000. Don't you see, he gives carte blanche for repairs in general. Why, it may be 30 or 40,000, or even more. Don't you wish you may get it?" the organist said, raising his eyebrows and shutting his eyelids. Westray was nettled. "Oh, I think it's mean to sneer at everything the man does. We abused him yesterday as a niggard. Let us have the grace today to say we were mistaken." He was afflicted with the over-scrupulosity of a refined, but strictly limited mind, and his conscience smote him. "I, at any rate, was quite mistaken," he went on. "I quite misinterpreted his hesitation when I mentioned the cost of the transept repairs. Your chivalrous sentiments do you the greatest credit," the organist said, "and I congratulate you on being able to change your ideas so quickly. As for me, I prefer to stick to my first opinion. It is all humbug. Either he doesn't mean to pay, or else he has some plan of his own to push. I wouldn't touch his money with a barge pole. Oh no, of course not, Westray said, with the exaggerated sarcasm of a schoolboy in his tone. If he was to offer £1,000 to restore the organ, he wouldn't take a penny of it. He hasn't offered 1,000 yet, rejoined the organist. And when he does, I'll send him away with a flea in his ear. That's a very encouraging announcement for would-be contributors, Westray sneered. They ought to come forward very strongly after that. Well, I must get on with some copying, the organist said dryly, and Westray went back to the bloater. If Mr. Charnal was thus pitiably wanting in appreciation of a munificent offer, the rest of Cullerne made no pretense of imitating his example. Westray was too elated to keep the good news to himself, nor did there appear, indeed, to be any reason for making a secret of it. So he told the foreman mason, and Mr. Janaway the clerk, and Mr. Newt the curate, and lastly Canon Parkin the rector, whom he certainly ought to have told the first of all. Thus, before the carillon of St. Sepulchre's played New Sabbath 1 at 3 o'clock that afternoon, the whole town was aware that the new Lord Blandimer had been among them, and had promised to bear the cost of restoring the great minster, of which they were all so proud, so very much more proud, and their pride entailed no sordid considerations of personal subscription. Canon Parkin was ruffled. Mrs. Parkin perceived it when he came in to dinner at 1 o'clock, but being a prudent woman, she did not allude directly to his ill-humor, though she tried to dispel it by leading the conversation to topics which experience had shown her were soothing to him, among such the historic visit of Sir George Farquhar, and the deference which he had paid to the rector's suggestions, occupied a leading position. But the mention of the great architect's name was a signal for a fresh exhibition of vexation on her husband's part. I wish, he said, that Sir George would pay a little more personal attention to the work at the Minster. His representative, this Mr. Westray, besides being, I fear, very inexperienced and deficient in architectural knowledge, is a most conceited young man, and constantly putting himself forward in an unbecoming way. He came to me this morning with an exceedingly strange communication. A letter from Lord Blandimer. Mrs. Parkin laid down her knife and fork. A letter from Lord Blandimer, she said in unconcealed amazement. A letter from Lord Blandimer to Mr. Westray. Yes, the rector went on, losing some of his annoyance in the pleasurable consciousness that his words created a profound sensation. A letter in which his lordship offers to bear in the first place the cost of the repairs of the north transept, and afterwards to make good any deficiency in the funds required for the restoration of the rest of the fabric. Of course, I am very loth to question any action taken by a member of the upper house, but at the same time I am compelled to characterize the proceeding as most irregular. That such a communication should be made to a mere clerk of the works instead of to the rector and duly appointed guardian of the sacred edifice, is so grave a breach of propriety that I am tempted to veto the matter entirely, and to refuse to accept this offer. His face wore a look of sublime dignity, and he addressed his wife as if she were a public meeting, who at Sealam. Canon Parkin was not to be moved a hair's breadth from the line traced by propriety and rectitude. He knew in his inmost heart that under no possible circumstances would he have refused any gift that was offered him. Yet his own words had about them so heroic a ring that for a moment he saw himself dashing Lord Blandinger's money on the floor, as early Christians had flung to the wind that pinch of incense that would have saved them from the lions. I think I must refuse this offer, he repeated. Mrs. Parkin knew her husband intimately, more intimately, perhaps, than he knew himself, and had an additional guarantee that the discussion was merely academic in the certainty that, even were he really purposed to refuse the offer, she would not allow him to do so. Yet she played the game and feigned to take him seriously. I quite appreciate your scruples, my dear. They are just what anyone who knew you would expect. It is a positive affront that you should be told of such a proposal by this impertinent young man, and Lord Blandinger has so strange a reputation himself that one scarcely knows how far it is right to accept anything from him for sacred purposes. I honor your reluctance. Perhaps it would be right for you to decline this proposal, or, at any rate, to take time for consideration. The rector looked furtively at his wife. He was a little alarmed at her taking him so readily at his word. He had hoped that she would be dismayed, that she could have brought proper arguments to bear to shake his high resolve. Ah, your words have unwittingly reminded me of my chief difficulty in refusing. It is the sacred purpose which makes me doubt my own judgment. It would be a painful reflection to think that the temple should suffer by my refusing this gift. Maybe I should be yielding to my own petulance or personal motives if I were to decline. I must not let my pride stand in the way of higher obligations, he concluded in his best pulpit manner, and the farce was soon at an end. It was agreed that the gift must be accepted, that proper measures should be taken to rebuke Mr. Westray's presumption, as he had no doubt induced Lord Blandinger to select so improper a channel of communication, and that the rector should himself write direct to thank the noble donor. So after dinner, Canon Parkin retired to his study and composed a properly fulsome letter in which he attributed all the noblest possible motives and qualities to Lord Blandinger, and invoked all the most unctuously conceived blessings upon his head. And at tea time the letter was perused and revised by Mrs. Parkin, who added some finishing touches of her own, especially a preamble which stated that Canon Parkin had been informed by the clerk of the works that Lord Blandinger had expressed a desire to write to Canon Parkin to make a certain offer, but had asked the clerk of the works to find out first whether such an offer would be acceptable to Canon Parkin, and a peroration which hoped that Lord Blandimer would accept the hospitality of the rectory. On the occasion of his next visit to Cullerne, the letter reached Lord Blandimer at Fording the next morning, as he sat over a late breakfast, with a Virgil open on the table by his coffee cup. He read the rector's stilted periods without a smile, and made a mental note that he would at once send a specially civil acknowledgment. Then he put it carefully into his pocket, and turned back to the Die Patriae Indiges et Romul Vestac Mater of the first Georgic, which he was committing to memory, and banished the invitation so completely from his mind that he never thought of it again till he was in Cullerne a week later. Lord Blandimer's visit, and the offer which he had made for the restoration of the church, formed the staple of Cullerne conversation for a week. All those who had been fortunate enough to see or to speak to him discussed him with one another and compared notes. Scarcely a detail of his personal appearance, of his voice or manner escaped them. And so infectious was this interest that some who had never seen him at all were misled by their excitement into narrating how he had stopped them in the street to ask the way to the architect's lodgings, and how he had made so many striking and authentic remarks that it was wonderful that he had ever reached Bellevue Lodge at all that night. Clerk Janaway, who was sorely chagrined to think that he should have missed an opportunity of distinguished converse, declared that he had felt the stranger's gray eyes go through, and through him like a knife, and had only made believe to stop him entering the choir, in order to convince himself by the other's masterful insistence that his own intuition was correct. He had known all the time, he said, that he was speaking to none other than Lord Blandimer. Westray thought the matter important enough to justify him in going to London to consult Sir George Farquhar as to the changes in the scheme of restoration which Lord Blandimer's munificence made possible. But Mr. Charnal, at any rate, was left to listen to Miss Jolliffe's recollections, surmises, and panegyrics. In spite of all the indifference which the organist had affected when he first heard the news, he showed a surprising readiness to discuss the affair with all comers, and exhibited no trace of his usual impatience with Miss Joliffe. So long as she was talking of Lord Blandimer, to Anastasia it seemed as if he could talk of nothing else, and the more she tried to check him by her silence or by change of subject, the more bitterly did he return to the attack. The only person to exhibit no interest in this unhappy nobleman, who had outraged propriety by offering to contribute to the restoration of the minster, was Anastasia herself, and even tolerant Miss Joliffe was moved to chide her niece's apathy in this particular. I do not think it becomes us, love, young or old, to take so little notice of great and good deeds. Mr. Charnal is, I fear, discontented with the station of life to which it has pleased Providence to call him, and I am less surprised at his not always giving praise where praise should be given. But with the young it is different. I am sure if anyone had offered to restore Widcombe Church when I was a girl, and specially a nobleman, I should have been as delighted, or nearly as delighted, as if I had been given a new frock. She altered thee, as if he had given me, which was upon her tongue, because the proposition, even for purposes of illustration, that a nobleman could ever have offered her a new frock, seemed to have in itself something of the scandalous and unfitting. I should have been delighted, but dear me, in those days people were so blind as never to think of restorations. We used to sit in quite comfortable seats every Sunday, with cushions and hassocks, and the aisles were paved with flagstones, simple worn flagstones, and none of the caustic tiles, which look so much more handsome, though I am always afraid I am going to slip, and glad to be off them. They are so hard and shiny. Church matters were very behindhand then. All round the walls were tablets that people had put up to their relations, white caskets on black marble slates, and urns and cherubs' heads. And just opposite, where I used to sit a poor lady, whose name I have forgotten, weeping under a willow tree. No doubt they were very much out of place in the sanctuary, as the young gentleman said in his lecture on How to Make Our Churches Beautiful in the town hall last winter. He called them mural blisters, my dear, but there was no talk of removing them in my young days, and that was, I dare say, because there was no one to give the money for it. But now, here is this good young nobleman, Lord Blandimer, come forward so handsomely, and I have no doubt at Cullerne all will be much improved ere long. We are not meant to loll at our devotions, as the lecturer told us. That was his word, to loll. And they will be sure to take away the bays and hassocks, though I do hope there will be a little strip of something on the seats. The bare wood is apt to make one ache sometimes. I should not say it to anyone else in the world but you, but it does make me ache a little sometimes. And when the caustic is put down in the aisle, I shall take your arm, my dear, to save me from slipping. Here is Lord Blandimer going to do all this for us, and you do not show yourself in the least grateful. It is not becoming in a young girl. Dear aunt, what would you have me do? I cannot go and thank him publicly in the name of the town. That would be still more unbecoming, and I am sure I hope they will not do all the dreadful things in the church that you speak of. I love the old monuments, and like lolling much better than bare forms, so she would laugh the matter off. But if she could not be induced to talk of Lord Blandimer, she thought of him the more, and rehearsed again and again in daydreams and in night dreams every incident of that momentous Saturday afternoon, from the first bars of the overture, when he had revealed in so easy and simple a way that he was none other than Lord Blandimer, to the ringing down of the curtain, and he turned to look back to that glance when his eyes had seemed to meet hers, although she was hidden behind a blind, and he could not have guessed that she was there. Westray came back from London with the scheme of restoration reconsidered and amplified in the light of altered circumstances, and with a letter for Lord Blandimer, in which Sir George Farquhar hoped that the munificent donor would fix a day on which Sir George might come down to Cullerne to offer his respects and to discuss the matter in person. Westray had looked forward all the week to the appointment, which he had with Lord Blandimer for 5 o'clock on the Saturday afternoon, and had carefully thought out the route which he would pursue in taking him round the church. He returned to Bellevue Lodge at 5:15, and found his visitor already awaiting him. Miss Jolliffe was, as usual, at her Saturday meeting, but Anastasia told Westray that Lord Blandimer had been waiting more than half an hour. "I must apologize, my lord, for keeping you waiting," Westray said as he went in. "I feared I had made some mistake in the time of our meeting, but I see it was 5 that your note named." And he held out the open letter which he had taken from his pocket. "The mistake is entirely mine," Lord Blandimer admitted with a smile, as he glanced at his own instructions. "I fancied I had said 4 o'clock, but I have been very glad of a few minutes to write 1 or 2 letters. We can post them on our way to the church. They will just catch the mail. Ah, then I must wait till tomorrow. There are some enclosures which I have not ready at this moment." They set out together for the minster, and Lord Blandimer looked back as they crossed the street. "The house has a good deal of character," he said, "and might be made comfortable enough with a little repair. I must ask my agent to see what can be arranged. It does not do me much credit as landlord in its present state. Yes, it has a good many interesting features," Westray answered. "You know its history, of course." "I mean that it was an old inn." He had turned round as his companion turned, and for an instant thought he saw something moving behind the blind in Mr. Charnel's room. But he must have been mistaken. Only Anastasia was in the house, and she was in the kitchen, for he had called to her as they went out to say that he might be late for tea. Westray thoroughly enjoyed the hour and a half which the light allowed him for showing and explaining the church. Lord Blandimer exhibited what is called, so often by euphemism, an intelligent interest in all that he saw, and was at no pains either to conceal or display a very adequate architectural knowledge. Westray wondered where he had acquired it, though he asked no questions. But before the inspection was ended, he found himself unconsciously talking to his companion of technical points, as to a professional equal, and not to an amateur. They stopped for a moment under the central tower. "I feel especially grateful," Westray said, "for your generosity in giving us a free hand for all fabric work, because we shall now be able to tackle the tower. Nothing will ever induce me to believe that all is right up there. The arches are extraordinarily wide and thin for their date. You will laugh when I tell you that I sometimes think I hear them crying for repair, and especially that one on the south, with the jagged crack in the wall above it. Now and then, when I am alone in the church or the tower, I seem to catch their very words. The arch never sleeps, they say. We never sleep. It is a romantic idea," Lord Blandimer said. "Architecture is poetry turned into stone, according to the old aphorism. And you, no doubt, have something of the poet in you." He glanced at the thin and rather bloodless face, and at the high cheekbones of the water drinker as he spoke. Lord Blandimer never made jokes, and very seldom was known to laugh. Yet, if anyone but Westray had been with him, might have fancied that there was a whimsical tone in his words, and a trace of amusement in the corners of his eyes, but the architect did not see it, and colored slightly as he went on. Well, perhaps you are right. I suppose architecture does inspire one. The first verses I ever wrote, or the first, at least, that I ever had printed, were on the apse of Tewkesbury Abbey. They came out in the Gloucester Herald, and I dare say I shall scribble something about these arches some day. Do, said Lord Blandinger, and send me a copy. This place ought to have its poet, and it is much safer to write verses to arches than to arched eyebrows. Westray colored again, and put his hand in his breast pocket. Could he have been so foolish as to leave those half-finished lines on his desk for Lord Blandinger, or anyone else to see? No, they were quite safe. He could feel the sharp edge of the paper folded lengthways, which differentiated them from ordinary letters. We shall just have time to go up to the roof space, if you care to do so, he suggested, changing the subject. I should like to show you the top of the transept groining, and explain what we are busy with at present. It is always more or less dark up there, but we shall find lanterns, certainly with much pleasure. And they climbed the newel staircase that was carried in the northeast pier. Clerk Janaway had been hovering within a safe distance of them as they went their round. He was nominally busy in putting things straight for the Sunday, before the church was shut up, and had kept as much out of sight as was possible, remembering how he had withstood Lord Blandinger to the face a week before. Yet he was anxious to meet him, as it were, by accident, and explain that he had acted in ignorance of the real state of affairs, but no favorable opportunity for such an explanation presented itself. The pair had gone up to the roof, and the clerk was preparing to lock up, for Westray had a key of his own, when he heard someone coming up the nave. It was Mr. Charnal, who carried a pile of music books under his arm. "Hallo," he said to the clerk, "what makes you so late? I expected to have to let myself in. I thought you would have been off an hour ago. Well, things took a bit longer tonight than usual to put away." He broke off, for there was a little noise somewhere above them in the scaffolding, and went on in what was meant for a whisper. "Mr. Westray's taking his lordship round. They're up in the roof now. D'ye hear 'em? Lordship? What lordship? Do you mean that fellow Blandinger? Yes, that's just who I do mean, but I don't know as how he's a fellow, and he is a lordship. So that's why I call him a lordship, and not a fellow. And Mid, I asked what he's been doing to set your back up. Why don't you wait here for him, and talk to him about the organ? Maybe, now he's in the giving mood, he'd set it right for Eve. Or anyways, give Eve that little blowing engine you talk so much about. Why do we always go about showing your teeth? Metaphorically, I mean. For you haven't that many real ones left to make much show. Why ain't you like other folk sometimes? Shall I tell Eve, 'cause you wants to be young when you be old, and rich when you be poor? That's why. That makes ye miserable, and then you drinks to drown it. Take my advice, and act like other folk. I'm nigh a score of years older than you, and take a vast more pleasure in my life than when I was 20. The neighbors and their ways tickle me now, and my pipe's sweeter, and there's many a foolish thing a young man does that age don't give an old one the chance to. You spoke straight to me, and now I've spoke straight to you, 'cause I'm a straight-speaking man, and have no call to be afraid of anyone, lord or fellow or organist. So take an old man's word, cheer up, and wait on my lord, and get him to give thee a new organ. Bah, said Mr. Charnel, who was far too used to Janaway's manner to take umbrage or pay attention to it. Bah, I hate all Blandingers. I wish they were as dead and buried as dodos, and I'm not at all sure they aren't. I'm not at all sure, mind you, that this strutting peacock has any more right to the name of Blandinger than you or I have. I'm sick of all this wealth. No one's thought anything of today who can't build a church or a museum or a hospital. So long as thou doest well unto thyself, men will speak good of thee. If you've got the money, you're everything that's wonderful, and if you haven't, you may go rot. I wish all Blandingers were in their graves, he said, raising his thin and strident voice till it rang again in the vault above, and wrapped up in their Nebuly Coat for a shroud. I should like to fling a stone through their damned badge. And he pointed to the sea green and silver shield high up in the transept window. Sunlight and moonlight, it is always there. I used to like to come down and play here to the bats of a full moon, till I saw that would always look into the loft and haunt me. He thumped his pile of books down on a seat and flung out of the church. He had evidently been drinking, and the clerk made his escape at the same time, being anxious not to be identified with sentiments which had been so loudly enunciated that he feared those in the roof might have overheard them. Lord Blandimer wished Westray good night at the church door, excusing himself from an invitation to tea on the ground of business, which necessitated his return to Fording. We must spend another afternoon in the Minster, he said. I hope you will allow me to write to make an appointment. I am afraid that it may possibly be for a Saturday again, for I am much occupied at present during the week. Clerk Janaway lived not far from the church, in Governor's Lane. No one knew whence its name was derived, though Dr. Ineffer thought that the military governor might have had his quarters thereabouts when Cullerne was held for the Parliament. Serving as a means of communication between two quiet back streets, it was itself more quiet than either, and yet, for all this, had about it a certain air of comfort and well-being. The passage of vehicles was barred at either end by old cannon. Their breeches were buried in the ground, and their muzzles stood up as sturdy iron posts, while the brown cobbles of the roadway sloped to a shallow stone gutter which ran down the middle of the lane. Custom ordained that the houses should be colored with a pink wash, and the shutters, which were a feature of the place, shone in such bright colors as to recall a Dutch town. Shutter painting was indeed an event of some importance in Governor's Lane. Not a few of its inhabitants had followed the sea as fishermen or smack owners, and when fortune so smiled on them that they could retire, and there were no more boats to be painted, shutters and doors and window frames on a fine morning, when the turpentine oozing from cracks and the warm smell of blistering varnish brought to Governor's Lane the first tokens of returning summer, might have been seen sexagenarians and septuagenarians, and some so strong that they had come to fourscore years, standing paint-pot and paintbrush in hand, while they gave a new coat to the woodwork of their homes. They were a kindly folk, open of face and fresh complexioned, broad in the beam, and vested as to their bodies in dark blue, brass-buttoned pilot coats, insuperable smokers, inexhaustible yarn spinners. They had long welcomed Janaway as a kindred spirit, the more so that in their view a clerk and gravedigger was in some measure an expert in things unseen, who might anon assist in piloting them on that last cruise, for which some had already the blue peter at the fore. A myrtle bush which grew out of a hole in the cobbles was carefully trained against the front of a cottage in the middle of the row, and a brass plate on the door informed the wayfarer and ignorant man that T. Janaway, sexton, dwelt within. About 8 o'clock on the Saturday evening, some 2 hours after Lord Blandimer and Westray had parted, the door of the myrtle-fronted cottage was open, and the clerk stood on the threshold, smoking his pipe, while from within came a cheerful, ruddy light and a well-defined smell of cooking, for Mrs. Janaway was preparing supper. "Tom," she called, "shut the door, and come to thy victuals." "Aye," he answered, "I'll be with ye directly, but gee me a minute. I want to see who this is coming up the lane." Someone that the clerk knew at once, for a stranger had entered the little street at the bottom. There was half a moon, and light enough to see that he was in search of some particular house, for he crossed from one side of the lane to the other, and peered at the numbers on the doors. As he came nearer, the clerk saw that he was of spare build, and wore a loose overcoat or cape, which fluttered in the breeze that blew at evening from the sea. A moment later Janaway knew that the stranger was Lord Blandimer, and stepped back instinctively to let him pass. But the open door had caught the attention of the passer-by. He stopped and greeted the householder cheerily. A beautiful night, but with a cold touch in the air that makes your warm moon look very cheerful. He recognized the clerk's face as he spoke, and went on. "Ah, ha, we are old friends already. We met in the Minster a week ago, did we not?" Mr. Janaway was a little disconcerted at the unexpectedness of the meeting, and returned the salutation in a confused way. The attempt which he had made to prevent Lord Blandimer from entering the choir was fresh in his memory, and he stammered some unready excuses. Lord Blandimer smiled with much courtesy. "You were quite right to stop me. You would have been neglecting your duty if you had not done so. I had no idea that service was going on, or I should not have come in. You may make your mind quite easy on that score. I hope you will have many more opportunities of finding a place for me in Cullerne Church. No need to find any place for you, my lord. You have your own seat appointed and fixed, as sure as Canon Parkin, and your own arms painted up clear on the back of it. Don't you trouble for that. It is all laid down in the statutes, and I shall make the very same obeisance for your lordship when you take your seat as for my lord bishop, 2 inclinations of the body, the mace being held in the right hand and supported on the left arm. I cannot say more fair than that, for only royalties have 3 inclinations, and none of them has ever been to church in my time, no, nor yet a Lord Blandimer neither, since the day that your dear father and mother, which you never knew, was buried. Mrs. Jannaway drummed with her knuckles on the supper table in amazement that her husband should dare to stand chattering at the door, and she had told him that the meal was ready. But as the conversation revealed by degrees the stranger's identity, curiosity to see the man whose name was in all Cullerne mouths got the better of her, and she came curtsying to the door. Lord Blandimer flung the flapping cape of his overcoat over the left shoulder in a way that made the clerk think of foreigners and of woodcuts of Italian opera in a bound volume of the Illustrated London News, which he studied on Sunday evenings. I must be moving on, said the visitor, with a shiver. I must not keep you standing here. There is a very chill air this evening. Then Mrs. Jannaway was seized with a sudden temerity. Will your lordship not step in and warm yourself for a moment? She interposed. We have a clear fire burning. If you will overlook the smell of cooking. The clerk trembled for a moment at his wife's boldness, but Lord Blandimer accepted the invitation with alacrity. Thank you very much, said he. I should be very glad to rest a few minutes before my train leaves. Pray make no apology for the smell of cookery. It is very appetizing, especially at supper time. He spoke as if he took supper every evening, and had never heard of a late dinner in his life, and 5 minutes later he sat at table with Mr. and Mrs. Jannaway. The cloth was of roughest homespun, but clean, the knives and forks handled in old green horn, and the piece of resistance tripe, but the guest made an excellent meal. Some folk think highly of squash tripe or ribbon tripe, the clerk said meditatively, looking at the empty dish, but they don't compare, according to my taste, with cushion tripe. He was emboldened to make these culinary remarks by that moral elevation which comes to every properly constituted host when a guest has eaten heartily of the viands set before him. No, Lord Blandimer said, there can be no doubt that cushion tripe is the best. Quite as much depends upon the cooking as upon the tripe itself, remarked Mrs. Jannaway, bridling at the thought that her art had been left out of the reckoning. A bad cook will spoil the best tripe. There are many ways of doing it, but a little milk and a leek is the best for me. You cannot beat it, Lord Blandimer assented. You cannot beat it. And then went on suggestively, have you ever tried a sprig of mace with it? No, Mrs. Jannaway had never heard of that, nor, indeed, had Lord Blandimer either, if the point had been pushed. But she promised to use it the very next time, and hoped that the august visitor would honor them again when it was to be tasted. Tea's only Saturday nights that we can get the cushion, she went on, and it's well it don't come oftener, for we couldn't afford it. No woman ever had a call to have a better husband nor Thomas, who spends little enough on hisself. He don't touch nothing but tea, sir. But Saturday nights we treat ourselves to a little tripe, which is all the more convenient in that it is very strengthening, and my husband's duties on Sunday being that urgent like. So, if your lordship is fond of tripe, and passing another Saturday night, and will do us the honor, you will always find something ready. Thank you very much for your kind invitation, Lord Blandimer said. I shall certainly take you at your word, the more so that Saturday is the day on which I am oftenest in Cullerne, or, I should say, have happened to be lately. There's poor and poor, said the clerk reflectively, and we're poor, but we're happy. But there's Mr. Charnal, poor and unhappy. Mr. Charnal, says I to him, many a time have I heard my father say over a pot of tenpenny, here's to poverty in a plug hole, and a man with a wooden leg to trample it down. But you never puts your poverty in a plug hole, much less tramples it down. You always has it out and airs it, and makes yourself sad with thinking of it. 'Tisn't because you're poor that you're sad. 'Tis because you think you're poor, and talk so much about it. You're not so poor as we, only you have so many grievances. Ah, you are speaking of the organist, Lord Blandimer asked. I fancy it was he who was talking with you in the minster this afternoon, was it not? The clerk felt embarrassed once more, for he remembered Mr. Charnal's violent talk, and how his anathema of all Blandimers had rang out in the church. Yes, he said, poor organist was talking a little wild. He gets took that way sometimes. What with his grievances, and a little drop of the swanky, but he takes to drown them. Then he talks loud, but I hope your lordship didn't hear all his foolishness. Oh dear no. I was engaged at the time with the architect, Lord Blandimer said. But his tone made Janaway think that Mr. Charnal's voice had carried further than was convenient. I did not hear what he said, but he seemed to be much put out. I chatted with him in the church some days ago. He did not know who I was, but I gathered that he bore no very good will to my family. Mrs. Janaway saw it was a moment for prudent words. Don't pay no manner of attention to him, if I may make so bold as to advise your lordship, she said. He talks against my husband just as well. He is crazy about his organ, and thinks he ought to have a new one, or, at least, a waterworks to blow it, like what they have at Carisbury. Don't pay no attention to him. No one minds what Charnal says in Cullerne. The clerk was astonished at his wife's wisdom, yet apprehensive as to how it might be taken. But Lord Blandimer bowed his head graciously by way of thanks for sage counsel, and went on. Was there not some queer man at Cullerne who thought he was kept out of his rights, and should be in my place, who thought, I mean, he ought to be Lord Blandimer? The question was full of indifference, and there was a little smile of pity on his face, but the clerk remembered how Mr. Charnal had said something about a strutting peacock, and that there were no real Blandimers left, and was particularly ill at ease. Oh yes, he answered after a moment's pause. There was a poor doited body, who, saving your presence, had some cranks of that kind, and more by token. Mr. Charnal lived in the same house with him, and so I dare say he has got touched with the same craze. Lord Blandimer took out a cigar instinctively, and then, remembering that there was a lady present, put it back into his case and went on. Oh, he lived in the same house with Mr. Charnel, did he? I should like to hear more of this story. It naturally interests me. What was his name? His name was Martin Jolliffe, said the clerk quickly, being surprised into eagerness by the chance of telling the story, and then the whole tale of Martin, and Martin's father and mother and daughter, as he had told it to Westray, was repeated for Lord Blandimer. The night was far advanced before the history came to an end, and the local policeman walked several times up and down Governor's Lane, and made pauses before Mr. Janaway's house, being surprised to see a window lighted so late. Lord Blandimer must have changed his intention of going by train, for the gates of Cullerne Station had been locked for hours, and the boiler of the decrepit branch-line engine was cooling in its shed. It is an interesting tale, and you tell tales well, he said, as he got up and put on his coat. All good things must have an end, but I hope to see you again ere long. He shook hands with hostess and host, drained the pot of beer that had been fetched from a public house, with a here's to poverty in a plug hole, and a man with a wooden leg to trample it down, and was gone. A minute later the policeman, coming back for yet another inspection of the lighted window, passed a man of middle height, who wore a loose overcoat, with the cape tossed lightly over the left shoulder. The stranger walked briskly, and hummed an air as he went, turning his face up to the stars and the windswept sky, as if entirely oblivious of all sublunary things. A midnight stranger in Governor's Lane was even more surprising than a lighted window, and the policeman had it in his mind to stop him and ask his business. But before he could decide on so vigorous a course of action, the moment was past, and the footsteps were dying away in the distance. The clerk was pleased with himself and proud of his success as a storyteller. That's a clever, understanding sort of chap, he said to his wife as they went to bed. He knows a good tale when he hears one. Don't you be too proud of yourself, my man, answered she. There's more in that tale than you're telling. I warrant you, for my lord to think about the extension of the scheme of restoration, which Lord Blandimer's liberality involved, made it necessary that Westray should more than once consult Sir George Farquhar in London on coming back to Cullerne from one of these visits on a Saturday night. He found his meal laid in Mr. Charnel's room. I thought you would not mind our having supper together, Mr. Charnel said. I don't know how it is. I always feel gloomy just when the winter begins, and the dark sets in so soon. It is all right later on. I rather enjoy the long evenings and a good fire, and I can afford a good one. But at first, it is a little gloomy, so come and have supper with me. There is a good fire tonight, and a bit of driftwood that I got specially for your benefit. They talked of indifferent subjects during the meal, though once or twice it seemed to Westray that the organist gave inconsequential replies, as though he were thinking of something else. This was no doubt the case, for after they had settled before the fire, and the lambent blue flames of the driftwood had been properly admired, Mr. Charnel began with a hesitating cough. A rather curious thing happened this afternoon when I got back here after evening service. Who should I find waiting in my room but that Blandinger fellow? There was no light and no fire, for I had thought if we lit the fire late, we could afford a better one. He was sitting at one end of the window seat. Damn him. The expletive was caused by Mr. Charnal, remembering that this was Anastasia's favorite seat, and his desire to reprobate the use of it by anyone else, but got up, of course, as I came in, and made a vast lot of soft speeches. He must really apologize for such an intrusion. He had come to see Mr. Westray, but found that Mr. Westray had unfortunately been called away. He had taken the liberty of waiting a few minutes in Mr. Charnal's room. He was anxious to have a few moments' conversation with Mr. Charnal, and so on, and so on. You know how I hate palaver, and how I dislike. He corrected himself, the man, but he took me at a disadvantage, you see, for here he was actually in my room, and one cannot be so rude in one's own room as one can in other people's. I felt responsible, too, to some extent, for his having had to wait without fire or light, though why he shouldn't have lit the gas himself, I'm sure, I don't know, so I talked more civilly than I meant to. And then, just at the moment that I was hoping to get rid of him, Anastasia, who it seems was the only person at home, must needs come in to ask if I was ready for my tea. You may imagine my disgust, but there was nothing for it but to ask him if he would like a cup of tea. I never dreamt of his taking it, but he did, and so, behold, there we were hobnobbing over the tea table, as if we were cronies. Westray was astonished. Mr. Charnal had rebuked him so short a time before for not having repulsed Lord Blandinger's advances that he could scarcely understand such a serious falling away from all the higher principles of hatred and malice as were implied in this tea drinking. His experience of life had been as yet too limited to convince him that most enmities and antipathies, being theoretical rather than actual, are apt to become mitigated, or to disappear altogether on personal contact. That it is, in fact, exceedingly hard to keep hatred at concert pitch, or to be consistently rude to a person face to face who has a pleasant manner and a desire to conciliate. Perhaps Mr. Charnal read Westray's surprise in his face, for he went on with a still more apologetic manner. That is not the worst of it. He has put me in a most awkward position. I must admit that I found his conversation amusing enough. We spoke a good deal of music, and he showed a surprising knowledge of the subject and a correct taste. I do not know where he has got it from. I found exactly the same thing with his architecture, Westray said. We started to go round the minster as master and pupil, but before we finished, I had an uncomfortable impression that he knew more about it than I did, at least from the archaeological point of view. Ah, said the organist, with that indifference with which a person who wishes to recount his own experiences listens to those of someone else, however thrilling they may be. Well, his taste was singularly refined. He showed a good acquaintance contrapuntists of the last century, and knew several of my own works. A very curious thing this. He said he had been in some cathedral, I forget which, heard the service, and been so struck with it that he went afterwards to look it up on the bill, and found it was charnel in D flat. He hadn't the least idea that it was mine till we began to talk. I haven't had that service by me for years. I wrote it at Oxford for the Gibbons Prize. It has a fugal movement in the Gloria, ending with a tonic pedal point that you would like. I must look it up. Yes, I should like to hear it, Westray said, more to fill the interval, while the speaker took breath, than from any great interest in the matter. So you shall, went on the organist. You will find the pedal point adds immensely to the effect. Well, by degrees, we came to talking of the organ. It so happens that we had spoken of it the very first day I met him in the church. Though you know, I never talk about my instrument, do I? At that time, it didn't strike me that he was so well up in the matter. But now, he seemed to know all about it, and so I gave him my ideas as to what ought to be done. Then, before I knew where I was, he cut in with, Mr. Charnel, what you say interests me immensely. You put things in such a lucid way that even an outsider like myself can understand them. It would be 1,000 pities if neglect were permanently to injure this sweet-toned instrument that Father Smith made so long ago. It is no use restoring the church without the organ, so you must draw up a specification of the repairs and additions required, and understand that anything you suggest shall be done. In the meantime, pray order at once the water engine and new pedal board of which you speak, and inform me as to the cost. He took me quite aback, and was gone before I had time to say anything. It puts me in a very equivocal position. I have such an antipathy to the man. I shall refuse his offer point blank. I will not put myself under any obligation to such a man. You would refuse in my position. You would write a strong letter of refusal at once, would you not? Westray was of a guileless disposition, and apt to assume that people meant what they said. It seemed to him a matter for much regret that Mr. Charnel's independence, however lofty, should stand in the way of so handsome a benefaction, and he was at pains to elaborate and press home all the arguments that he could muster to shake the organist's resolve. The offer was kindly meant. He was sure that Mr. Charnel took a wrong view of Lord Blandinger's character, that Mr. Charnel was wrong in imputing motives to Lord Blandinger. What motives could he have except the best, and however much Mr. Charnel might personally refuse? How was a man to be stopped eventually from repairing an organ which stood so manifestly in need of repair? Westray spoke earnestly, and was gratified to see the effect which his eloquence produced on Mr. Charnel. It is so rarely that argument prevails to change opinion, that the young man was flattered to see that the considerations which he was able to marshal were strong enough, at any rate, to influence Mr. Charnel's determination. Well, perhaps there was something in what Mr. Westray said. Mr. Charnel would think it over, not write the letter of refusal that night. He could write to refuse the next day quite as well. In the meantime, he would see to the new pedal board and order the water engine. Ever since he had seen the water engine at Carisbury, he had been convinced that sooner or later they must have one at Cullerne. It must be ordered. They could decide later on whether it should be paid for by Lord Blandinger or should be charged to the General Restoration Fund. This conclusion, however inconclusive, was certainly a triumph for Westray's persuasive oratory, but his satisfaction was chastened by some doubts as to how far he was justified in assailing the scrupulous independence which had originally prompted Mr. Charnel to refuse to have anything to do with Lord Blandinger's offer. If Mr. Charnel had scruples in the matter, ought not he, Westray, to have respected those scruples? Was it not tampering with rectitude to have overcome them by a too persuasive rhetoric? His doubts were not allayed by the observation that Mr. Charnel himself had severely felt the strain of this mental quandary, for the organist said that he was upset by so difficult a question, and filled himself a bumper of whiskey to steady his nerves. At the same time, he took down from a shelf 2 or 3 notebooks and a mass of loose papers, which he spread open upon the table before him. Westray looked at them with a glance of unconscious inquiry. "I must really get to work at these things again," said the organist. "I have been dreadfully negligent of late. They are a lot of papers and notes that Martin Jolliffe left behind him. Poor Miss Euphemia never had the heart to go through them. She was going to burn them just as they were, but I said, 'Oh, you mustn't do that. Turn them over to me. I will look into them and see whether there is anything worth keeping.' So I took them, but haven't done nearly as much as I ought. What with one interruption and another, it's always sad going through a dead man's papers, but sadder when they're all that's left of a life's labor, lost labor, so far as Martin was concerned, for he was taken away just when he began to see daylight. We brought nothing into this world, and it is certain that we shall carry nothing out. When that comes into my mind, I think rather of the little things than of gold or lands. Intimate letters that a man treasured more than money, little tokens of which the clue has died with him, the unfinished work to which he was coming back and never came, even the unpaid bills that worried him, for death transfigures all and makes the commonplace pathetic. He stopped for a moment. Westray said nothing, being surprised at this momentary softening of the other's mood. "Yes, it's sad enough," the organist resumed. "All these papers are Nebuly Coat, the sea green and silver." "He was quite mad, I suppose," Westray said. "Everyone except me will tell you so," replied the organist. "But I'm not so very sure after all that there wasn't a good deal more in it than madness. That's all that I can say just now. But those of us who live will see. There is a queer tradition hereabout. I don't know how long ago it started, but people say that there is some mystery about the Blandinger descent, and that those in possession have no right to what they hold. But there is something else. Many have tried to solve the riddle, and some you may depend, have been very hot on the track. But just as they come to the touch, something takes them off. That's what happened to Martin. I saw him the very day he died. Charnel, he said to me, if I can last out 48 hours more, you may take off your hat to me and say, my lord. But the Nebuly Coat was too much for him. He had to die, so don't you be surprised if I pop off the hooks some of these fine days. If I don't, I'm going to get to the bottom, and you will see some changes here before so very long. He sat down at the table and made a show for a minute of looking at the papers. Poor Martin, he said, and got up again, opened the cupboard, and took out the bottle. You'll have a drop, he asked Westray, won't you? No, thanks, not I, Westray said, with something as near contempt as his thin voice was capable of expressing. Just a drop, do. I must have just a drop myself. I find it a great strain working at these papers. There may be more at stake in the reading than I care to think of. He poured out half a tumbler of spirit. Westray hesitated for a moment, and then his conscience and an early Puritan training forced him to speak. Charnel, he said, put it away. That bottle is your evil angel. Play the man and put it away. You force me to speak. I cannot sit by with hands folded and see you going down the hill. The organist gave him a quick glance. Then he filled up the tumbler to the brim with neat spirit. Look you, he said, I was going to drink half a glass. Now I'm going to drink a whole one. That much for your advice. Going down the hill indeed. Go to the devil with your impertinence. If you can't keep a civil tongue in your head, you had better get your supper in someone else's room. A momentary irritation dragged Westray down from the high podium of judicial reproof into the arena of retort. Don't worry yourself, he said sharply. You may rely on my not troubling you with my company again. And he got up and opened the door. As he turned to go out, Anastasia Jolliffe passed through the passage on her way to bed. The glimpse of her as she went by seemed still further to aggravate Mr. Charnel. He signed to Westray to stay where he was and to shut the door again. Damn you, he said. That's what I called you back to say. Damn you. Damn Blandimer. Damn everybody. Damn poverty. Damn wealth. I will not touch a farthing of his money for the organ. Now you can go. Westray had been cleanly bred. He had been used neither to the vulgarity of ill temper, nor to the coarser insolence of personal abuse. He shrank by natural habit, even from gross adjectives, from the beastly and the filthy, which modern manners too often condone, and still more from the abomination of swearing. So Mr. Charnel's obloquy wounded him to the quick. He went to bed in a flutter of agitation, and lay awake half the night mourning over a friendship so irreparably broken, bitter with the resentment of an unjustified attack, yet reproaching himself lest through his unwittingness he might have brought it all upon himself. The morning found him unrefreshed and dejected, but whilst he sat at breakfast, the sun came out brightly, and he began to take a less despondent view of the situation. It was possible that Mr. Charnel's friendship might not after all be lost beyond repair. He would be sorry if it were, for he had grown fond of the old man, in spite of all his faults of life and manner. It was he, Westray, who had been entirely to blame. In another man's room, he had lectured the other man. He, a young man, had lectured the other, who was an old man. It was true that he had done so with the best motives. He had only spoken from a painful sense of duty. But he had shown no tact. He had spoken much too strongly. He had imperiled his own good cause by the injudicious manner in which he had put it forward. At the risk of all rebuffs, he would express his regret. He would go down and apologize to Mr. Charnel, and offer, if need be, the other cheek to the smiter. Good resolves, if formed with the earnest intention of carrying them into effect, seldom fail to restore a measure of peace to the troubled mind. It is only when a regular and ghastly seesaw of wrongdoing and repentance has been established, and when the mind can no longer deceive even itself as to the possibility of permanent uprightness of life, that good resolves cease to tranquilize. Such a seesaw must gradually lose its regularity. The set towards evil grows more and more preponderant, the return to virtue rarer and more brief. Despair of any continuity of godliness follows, and then it is that good resolves, becoming a mere reflex action of the mind, fail in their gracious influence and cease to bring quiet. These conditions can scarcely occur before middle age, and Westray, being young and eminently conscientious, was feeling the full peacefulness of his high-minded intention steal over him, when the door opened and the organist entered. An outbreak of temper and a night of hard drinking had left their tokens on Mr. Charnel's face. He looked haggard, and the rings that a weak heart had drawn under his eyes were darker and more puffed. He came in awkwardly and walked quickly to the architect, holding out his hand. "Forgive me, Westray," he said. "I behaved last night like a fool and a cad. You were quite right to speak to me as you did. I honor you for it. I wish to God there had been someone to speak to me like that years ago." His outstretched hand was not so white as it should have been. The nails were not so well trimmed as a more fastidious mood might have demanded, but Westray did not notice these things. He took the shaky old hand and gripped it warmly, not saying anything because he could not speak. "We must be friends," the organist went on after a moment's pause. "We must be friends because I can't afford to lose you. I haven't known you long, but you are the only friend I have in the world. Is it not an awful thing to confess?" he said, with a tremulous little laugh. "I have no other friend in the world. Say those things you said last night whenever you like. The oftener you say them, the better." He sat down, and the situation being too strained to remain longer at so high a pitch, the conversation drifted, however awkwardly, to less personal topics. "There is a thing I wanted to speak about last night," the organist said. "Poor old Miss Jolliffe is very hard up. She hasn't said a word to me about it. She never would to anyone. But I happen to know it for a fact. She is hard up. She is in a chronic state of hard-upishness always, and that we all are. But this is an acute attack. She has her back against the wall. It is the fag end of Martin's debts that bother her. These blood-sucking tradesmen are dunning her, and she hasn't the pluck to tell them go hang, though they know well enough she isn't responsible for a farthing. She has got it into her head that she hasn't a right to keep that flower and caterpillar picture so long as Martin's debts are unpaid, because she could raise money on it. You remember those people, Bounton and Lutterworth, offered her £50 for it. Yes, I remember, Westray said. More fools they, more fools by all means, rejoined the organist, but still they offer it, and I believe our poor old landlady will come to selling it. All the better for her, you will say, and anyone with an ounce of common sense would have sold it long ago for £50 or 50p. But then she has no common sense, and I do believe it would break her pride and worry her into a fever to part with it. Well, I have been at the pains to find out what sum of money would pull her through, and I fancy something like £20 would tide over the crisis. He paused a moment, as if he half expected Westray to speak, but the architect making no suggestion, he went on. I didn't know, he said timidly. I wasn't quite sure whether you had been here long enough to take much interest in the matter. I had an idea of buying the picture myself, so that we could still keep it here. It would be no good offering Miss Euphemia money as a gift. She wouldn't accept it on any condition. I know her quite well enough to be sure of that, but if I was to offer her £20 for it, and tell her it must always stop here, and that she could buy it back from me when she was able, I think she would feel such an offer to be a godsend, and accept it readily. Yes, Westray said dubitatively, I suppose it couldn't be construed into attempting to outwit her, could it? It seems rather funny at first sight to get her to sell a picture for £20, for which others have offered £50. No, I don't think so, replied the organist. It wouldn't be a real sale at all, you know, but only just a color for helping her. Well, as you have been kind enough to ask my advice, I see no further objection, and think it very good of you to show such thoughtfulness for poor Miss Jolliffe. Thank you, said the organist hesitatingly. Thank you. I had hoped you would take that view of the matter. There is a further little difficulty. I am as poor as a church mouse. I live like an old screw and never spend a penny. But then, I haven't got a penny to spend, and so can't save. Westray had already wondered how Mr. Charnal could command so large a sum as £20, but thought it more prudent to make no comments. Then the organist took the bull by the horns. I didn't know, he said, whether you would feel inclined to join me in the purchase. I have got £10 in the savings bank. If you could find the other £10, we could go shares in the picture. And after all, that wouldn't much matter, for Miss Euphemia is quite sure to buy it back from us before very long. He stopped and looked at Westray. The architect was taken aback. He was of a cautious and calculating disposition, and a natural inclination to save had been reinforced by the conviction that any unnecessary expenditure was in itself to be severely reprobated, as the Bible was to him the foundation of the world to come. So the keeping of meticulous accounts, and the putting by of however trifling sums, were the foundation of the world that is. He had so carefully governed his life as to have been already able, out of a scanty salary, to invest more than £100 in railway debentures. He set much store by the half-yearly receipt of an exiguous interest check, and derived a certain dignity and feeling of commercial stability from envelopes headed the Great Southern Railway, which brought him from time to time a proxy form, or a notice of shareholders' meetings. A recent examination of his bank book had filled him with the hope of being able ere long to invest a second £100, and he had been turning over in his mind for some days the question of the stocks to be selected. It seemed financially unsound to put so large a sum in any single security. This suddenly presented proposal that he should make a serious inroad on his capital filled him with dismay. It was equivalent to granting a loan of £10 without any tangible security. No one in their senses could regard this miserable picture as a security, and the bulbous green caterpillar seemed to give a wriggle of derision as he looked at it across the breakfast table. He had it on his tongue to refuse Mr. Charnel's request with the sympathetic but judicial firmness with which all high-minded persons refuse to lend. There is a tone of sad resolution particularly applicable to such occasions, which should convey to the borrower that only motives of great moral altitude constrain us for the moment to override an earnest desire to part with our money. If it had not been for considerations of the public weal, we would most readily have given him 10 times as much as was asked. Westray was about to express sentiments of this nature when he glanced at the organist's face and saw written in its folds, and wrinkles so paramount and pathetic an anxiety that his resolution was shaken. He remembered the quarrel of the night before, and how Mr. Charnel, in coming to beg his pardon that morning, had humbled himself before a younger man. He remembered how they had made up their differences. Surely an hour ago he would willingly have paid £10 to know that their differences could be made up. Perhaps, after all, he might agree to make this loan as a thank offering for friendship restored. Perhaps, after all, the picture was a security. Someone had offered £50 for it. The organist had not followed the change of Westray's mind. He retained only the first impression of reluctance, and was very anxious, curiously anxious, it might have seemed, if his only motive in the acquiring of the picture was to do a kindness to Miss Euphemia. "It is a large sum, I know," he said in a low voice. "I am very sorry to ask you to do this. It is not for myself. I never asked a penny for myself in my life, and never will till I go to the workhouse. Don't answer at once if you don't see your way. Think it over. Take time to think it over. But do try, Westray, to help in the matter if you can. It would be a sad pity to let the picture go out of the house just now." The eagerness with which he spoke surprised Westray. Could it be that Mr. Charnel had motives other than mere kindness Could it be that the picture was valuable after all? He walked across the room to look closer at the tawdry flowers and the caterpillar. No, it could not be that. The painting was absolutely worthless. Mr. Charnal had followed him, and they stood side by side, looking out of the window. Westray was passing through a very brief interval of indecision. His emotional and perhaps better feelings told him that he ought to accede to Mr. Charnal's request. Caution and the hoarding instinct reminded him that £10 was a large proportion of his whole available capital. Bright sunshine had succeeded the rain. The puddles flashed on the pavements. The long rows of raindrops glistened on the ledges, which overhung the shop windows, and a warm steam rose from the sandy roadway as it dried in the sun. The front door of Bellevue Lodge closed below them, and Anastasia, in a broad straw hat and a pink print dress, went lightly down the steps. On that bright morning, she looked the brightest thing of all, as she walked briskly to the market with a basket on her arm, unconscious that 2 men were watching her from an upper window. It was at that minute that thrift was finally elbowed by sentiment out of Westray's mind. Yes, he said, by all means let us buy the picture. You negotiate the matter with Miss Jolliffe, and I will give you 2 5-pound notes this evening. Thank you, said the organist. With much relief, I will tell Miss Euphemia that she can buy it back from us whenever it suits her to do so. And if she should not buy it back before one of us dies, then it shall remain the sole property of the survivor. So that very day, the purchase of a rare work of art was concluded by private treaty between Miss Euphemia Jolliffe of the one part and Messrs. Nicholas Charnal and Edward Westray of the other. The hammer never fell upon the showy flowers, with the green caterpillar wriggling in the corner, and Messrs. Bounton and Lutterworth received a polite note from Miss Jolliffe to say that the painting late in the possession of Martin Jolliffe, Esquire, deceased, was not for sale. The old Bishop of Carisbury was dead, and a new Bishop of Carisbury reigned in his stead. The appointment had caused some chagrin in Low Church circles, for Dr. Willis, the new bishop, was a high churchman of pronounced views, but he had a reputation for deep personal piety, and a very short experience sufficed to show that he was full of Christian tolerance and tactful loving-kindness. One day, as Mr. Charnal was playing a voluntary after the Sunday morning service, a chorister stole up the little winding steps and appeared in the organ loft just as his master had pulled out a handful of stops and dashed into the stretto. The organist had not heard the boy on the stairs and gave a violent start as he suddenly caught sight of the white surplice. Hands and feet, for an instant, lost their place, and the music came perilously near breaking down. It was only for an instant. He pulled himself together and played the fugue to its logical conclusion. Then the boy began. Canon Parkin's compliments, but broke off, for the organist greeted him with a sound cuff. And how many times have I told you, sir, not to come creeping up those stairs when I am in the middle of a voluntary? You start startle me out of my senses, coming round the corner like a ghost. "I'm very sorry, sir," the boy said, whimpering. "I'm sure I never meant, I never thought. You never do think," Mr. Charnal said. Well, don't go on whining. Old heads don't grow on young shoulders. Don't do it again. And there's a sixpence for you. And now, let's hear what you have to say. Sixpences were rare things among Cullerne boys, and the gift consoled more speedily than any balm in Gilead. Canon Parkin's compliments to you, sir, and he would be glad to have a word with you in the clergy vestry, all in good time. Tell him I'll be down as soon as I've put my books away. Mr. Charnal did not hurry. There were the Psalter and the chant book to be put open on the desk for the afternoon. There were the morning service and anthem book to be put away, and the evening service and anthem book to be got out. The establishment had once been able to afford good music books, and in the attenuated list of subscribers to the first edition voice you may see to this day, the rector and foundation of Cullerne Minster, 6 copies. Mr. Charnal loved the great voice, with its parchment paper and largest of large margins. He loved the crisp sound of the leaves as he turned them, and he loved the old world clefs that he could read 9 staves at a time as easily as a short score. He looked at the weekly list to check his memory. Awake up, my glory. Wise. No, it was in volume 3 instead of 2. He had taken down the wrong volume. A stupid mistake for one who knew the copy so well. How the rough calf backs were crumbling away. The rusty red leather dust had come off on his coat sleeves. He really was not fit to be seen, and he took some minutes more to brush it all off. So it was that Canon Parkin chafed at being kept waiting in the clergy vestry, and greeted Mr. Charnal on his appearance with a certain tartness. "I wish you could be a little quicker when you are sent for. I am particularly busy just now, and you have kept me waiting a quarter of an hour at least," as this was precisely what Mr. Charnal had intended to do. He took no umbrage at the rector's remarks, but merely said, "Pardon me, scarcely so long as a quarter of an hour, I think. Well, do not let us waste words. What I wanted to tell you was that it has been arranged for the Lord Bishop of Carisbury to hold a confirmation in the Minster on the 18th of next month. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we must have a full musical service, and I shall be glad if you will submit a sketch of what you propose for my approval. There is one point to which I must call your attention, particularly as his lordship walks up the nave. We must have a becoming march on the organ. Not any of this old-fashioned stuff of which I have had so often to complain, but something really dignified and with tune in it. Oh yes, we can easily arrange that," Mr. Charnal said obsequiously. "See, the conquering hero comes by Handel would be very appropriate, or there is an air out of one of Offenbach's operas that I think I could adapt to the purpose. It is a very sweet thing if rendered with proper feeling. Or I could play a dance macabre slowly on the full organ. Ah, that is from the Judas Maccabees, I conclude," said the rector, a little mollified at this unexpected acquiescence in his views. "Well, I see that you understand my wishes, so I hope I may leave that matter in your hands. By the way, he said, turning back as he left the vestry, what was the piece which you played after the service just now? Oh, only a fugal movement, just a fugue of Kernbridger's. I wish you would not give us so much of this fugal style. No doubt it is all very fine from a scholastic point of view, but to most it seems merely confused. So far from assisting me and the choir to go out with dignity, it really fetters our movements. We want something with pathos and dignity, such as befits the end of a solemn service, yet with a marked rhythm, so that it may time our footsteps as we leave the choir. Forgive these suggestions. The practical utility of the organ is so much overlooked in these days. When Mr. Newt is taking the service, it does not so much matter. But when I am here myself, I beg that there may be no more fugue. The visit of the Bishop of Carisbury to Cullerne was an important matter, and necessitated some forethought and arrangement. The bishop must, of course, lunch with us, Mrs. Parkins said to her husband. You will ask him, of course, to lunch, my dear. Oh yes, certainly, replied the canon. I wrote yesterday to ask him to lunch. He assumed an unconcerned air, but with only indifferent success, for his heart misgave him that he had been guilty of an unpardonable breach of etiquette in writing on so important a subject without reference to his wife. Really, my dear, she rejoined, really. I hope at least that your note was couched in proper terms. Pshaw, he said, a little nettled in his turn. Do you suppose I have never written to a bishop before? That is not the point. Any invitation of this kind should always be given by me. The bishop, if he has any breeding, will be very much astonished to receive an invitation to lunch that is not given by the lady of the house. This, at least, is the usage that prevails among persons of breeding. There was just enough emphasis in the repetition of the last formidable word to have afforded a casus belli, if the rector had been minded for the fray, but he was a man of peace. You are quite right, my dear, was the soft answer. It was a slip of mine, which we must hope the bishop will overlook. I wrote in a hurry yesterday afternoon, as soon as I received the official information of his coming. We were out calling, if you recollect, and I had to catch the post. One never knows what tuft hunting may not lead people to do, and if I had not caught the post, some pushing person or other might quite possibly have asked him sooner. I meant, of course, to have reported the matter to you, but it slipped my memory. Really, she said, with fine deprecation, being only half pacified. I do not see who there could be to ask the bishop except ourselves. Where should the Bishop of Carisbury lunch in Cullerne except at the rectory? In this unanswerable conundrum, she quenched the smoldering embers of her wrath. I have no doubt, dear, that you did it all for the best, and I hate these vulgar, pushing nobodies who try to get hold of everyone of the least position quite as much as you do. So let us consider whom we ought to ask to meet him. A small party, I think it should be. He would take it as a greater compliment if the party were small. She had that shallow and ungenerous mind which shrinks instinctively from admitting any beauty or intellect in others, and which grudges any participation in benefits, however amply sufficient they may be for all. Thus, few must be asked to meet the bishop, that it might the better appear that few indeed, beside the rector and Mrs. Parkin, were fit to associate with so distinguished a man. I quite agree with you, said the rector, considerably relieved to find that his own temerity in asking the bishop might now be considered as condoned. Our party must above all things be select. Indeed, I do not know how we could make it anything but very small. There are so few people whom we could ask to meet the bishop. Let me see, his wife said, making a show of reckoning Cullerne respectability with the fingers of one hand on the fingers of the other. There is, she broke off as a sudden idea seized her. Why, of course, we must ask Lord Blandimer. He has shown such marked interest in ecclesiastical matters that he is sure to wish to meet the bishop. A most fortunate suggestion, admirable in every way. It may strengthen his interest in the church, and it must certainly be beneficial to him to associate with correct society after his wandering and bohemian life. I hear all kinds of strange tales of his hobnobbing with this Mr. Westray, the clerk of the works, and with other persons entirely out of his own rank. Mrs. Flint, who happened to be visiting a poor woman in a back lane, assures me that she has every reason to believe that he spent an hour or more in the clerk's house, and even ate there. They say he positively ate tripe. Well, it will certainly do him good to meet the bishop, the lady said. That would make 4 with ourselves, and we can ask Mrs. Balty. We need not ask her husband. He is painfully rough, and the bishop might not like to meet a brewer. It will not be at all strange to ask her alone. There is always the excuse of not liking to take a businessman away from his work in the middle of the day. That would be 5. He ought to make it up to 6. I suppose it would not do to ask this architect fellow, or Mr. Charnel. My dear, what can you be thinking of? On no account whatever. Such guests would be most inappropriate. The rector looked so properly humble and cast down at this reproof that his wife relented a little. Not that there is any harm in asking them, but they would be so very ill at ease themselves, I fear, in such surroundings. If you think the number should be even, we might perhaps ask old Newt. He is a gentleman, and would pass as your chaplain and say grace. Thus the party was made up, and Lord Blandimer accepted, and Mrs. Balty accepted, and there was no need to trouble about the curate's acceptance. He was merely ordered to come to lunch. But after all had gone so well up to this point, the unexpected happened. The bishop could not come. He regretted that he could not accept the hospitality so kindly offered him by Canon Parkin. He had an engagement which would occupy him for any spare time that he would have in Cullerne. He had made other arrangements for lunch. He would call at the rectory half an hour before the service. The rector and his wife sat in the study, a dark room on the north side of the rectory house, made sinister from without by dank lauristiness, and from within by glass cases of badly stuffed birds. A Bradshaw lay on the table before them, cannot be driving from Carisbury," Mrs. Parkin said. "Dr. Willis does not keep at all the same sort of stables that his predecessor kept, Mrs. Flint, when she was attending the annual Christian Endeavor meeting at Carisbury. I was told that Dr. Willis thinks it wrong that a bishop should do more in the way of keeping carriages than is absolutely necessary for church purposes." She said she had passed the bishop's carriage herself, and that the coachman was a most unkempt creature, and the horses too wretched screws. "I heard much the same thing," assented the rector. "They say he would not have his own coat of arms painted on the carriage. What was there already was quite good enough for him. He cannot possibly be driving here from Carisbury. It is a good 20 miles. Well, if he does not drive, he must come by the 12:15 train. That would give him 2 hours and a quarter before the service. What business can he have in Cullerne? Where can he be lunching? What can he be doing with himself for 2 mortal hours and a quarter? Here was another conundrum, to which probably only one person in Cullerne town could have supplied an answer, and that was Mr. Charnal. A letter had come for the organist that very day. "The Palace, Carisbury. My dear Charnal, I had almost written, my dear Nick. 40 years have made my pen a little stiff, but you must give me your official permission to write, my dear Nick, the very next time. You may have forgotten my hand, but you will not have forgotten me. Do you know, it is I, Willis, who am your new bishop. It is only a fortnight since I learnt that you were so near me. Quam dulce amicitus, redintic rare nitidas, and the very first point of it is that I am going to sponge on you and ask myself to lunch. I am coming to Cullerne at 12:45 today fortnight for the confirmation, and have to be at the rectory at 2:30. But till then, an old friend, Nicholas Charnal, will give me food and shelter, will he not? Make no excuses, for I shall not accept them, but send me word to say that in this you will not fail of your duty, and believe me always to be yours, John Carver." There was something that moved strangely inside Mr. Charnal's battered body as he read the letter, an upheaval of emotion. The child's heart within the man's, his young, hopeful self calling to his old, hopeless self. He sat back in his armchair and shut his eyes, and the organ loft in a little college chapel came back to him, and long, long practicings, and Willis content to stand by and listen as long as he should play. How it pleased Willis to stand by and pull the stops and fancy he knew something of music. No, Willis never knew any music, and yet he had a good taste and loved a fugue. There came to him country rambles and country churches, and Willis, an ABC of Gothic architecture, trying to tell an early English from a decorated molding. There came to him inimitably long summer evenings, with the sky clearest yellow in the north, hours after sunset, dusty white roads, with broad galloping paths at the side, drenched with heavy dew, the dark, mysterious boskage of Stow Wood, the scent of the syringa in the lane at Beckley, the white mist sheeting the Cherwell Vale. And supper when they got home, for memory is so powerful an alchemist as to transmute suppers as well as sunsets cider cup with borage floating in it, cold lamb and mint sauce, watercress, and a triangular commons of Stilton. Why, he had not tasted Stilton for 40 years. No, Willis never knew any music, but he loved a fugue. Ah, the fugues they had. And then a voice crossed Mr. Charnel's memory, saying, "When I am here myself, I beg that there may be no more fugue." No more fugue. There was a finality in the phrase, uncompromising, as the no more sea of the apocalyptic vision. It made Mr. Charnel smile bitterly. He woke from his daydream and was back in the present. Oh yes, he knew very well that it was his old friend when he first saw on whom the choice had fallen for the bishopric. He was glad Willis was coming to see him. Willis knew all about the row and how it was that Charnel had to leave Oxford. Aye, but the bishop was too generous and broad-minded to remember that now. Willis must know very well that he was only a poor, out-at-elbows old fellow, and yet he was coming to lunch with him. But did Willis know that he did not follow the thought further, but glanced in a mirror, adjusted his tie, fastened the top button of his coat, and with his uncertain hands brushed the hair back on either side of his head. No, Willis did not know that. He never should know. It was never too late to mend. He went to the cupboard and took out a bottle and a tumbler. Only very little spirit was left, and he poured it all into the glass. There was a moment's hesitation, a moment while enfeebled willpower was nerving itself for the effort. He was apparently engaged in making sure that not one minim of this most costly liquor was wasted. He held the bottle carefully inverted and watched the very last and smallest drop detach itself and fall into the glass. No, his willpower was not yet altogether paralyzed, not yet, and he dashed the contents of the glass into the fire. There was a great blaze of light blue flame and a puff in the air that made the window panes rattle. But the heroic deed was done, and he heard a mental blast of trumpets and the acclaiming voice of the victor sway. Willis should never know that he still, because he never would again. He rang the bell, and when Miss Euphemia answered it, she found him walking briskly, almost tripping, to and fro in the room. He stopped as she entered, drew his heels together, and made her a profound bow. Hail, most fair Chasteling, bid the varlets lower the drawbridge and raise the portcullis. Order pasties and sousefish and a butt of malmsey. See, the great hall is properly dacred for my Lord Bishop of Carisbury. He will take his embeek and bait his steeds at this castle. Miss Jolliffe stared. She saw a bottle and an empty tumbler on the table, and smelt a strong smell of whiskey, and the mirth faded from Mr. Charnel's face as he read her thoughts. No, wrong, he said, wrong this once. I am as sober as a judge, but excited. A bishop is coming to lunch with me. You are excited when Lord Blandinger takes tea with you, a mere trashy temple peer. Am I not to be excited when a real spiritual lord pays me a visit? Here, O woman, the Bishop of Carisbury has written to ask, not me to lunch with him, but him to lunch with me. You will have a bishop lunching at Bellevue Lodge, "Oh, Mr. Charnal, pray, sir, speak plainly. I am so old and stupid. I can never tell whether you are joking or in earnest." So he put off his exaltation and told her the actual facts. "I am sure I don't know, sir, what you will give him for lunch," Miss Jolliffe said. She was always careful to put in a proper number of sirs, for though she was proud of her descent, and considered that so far as birth went she need not fear comparison with other Cullerne dames, she thought it a Christian duty to accept fully the position of landlady to which circumstances had led her. "I am sure I don't know what you will give him for lunch. It is always so difficult to arrange meals for the clergy. If one provides too much of the good things of this world, it seems as if one was not considering sufficiently their sacred calling. It seems like Martha, too cumbered with much serving, too careful and troubled to gain all the spiritual advantage that must come from clergymen's society. But of course, even the most spiritually minded must nourish their bodies, or they would not be able to do so much good. But when less provision has been made, I have sometimes seen clergymen eat it all up and become quite wearied, poor things, for want of food. It was so, I remember, when Mrs. Sharp invited the parishioners to meet the deputation after the church missionary meeting. All the patties were eaten before the deputation came, and he was so tired, poor man, with his long speech that, when he found there was nothing to eat, he got quite annoyed. It was only for a moment, of course, but I heard him say to someone, whose name I forget, that he had much better have trusted to a ham sandwich in the station refreshment room, and if it is difficult with the food, it is worse still with what they are to drink. Some clergymen do so dislike wine, and others feel they need it before the exertion of speaking. Only last year, when Mrs. Bulteel gave a drawing-room meeting, and champagne with biscuits was served before it, Dr. Stymie said quite openly that though he did not consider all who drank to be reprobate, yet he must regard alcohol as the mark of the beast, and that people did not come to drawing-room meetings to drink themselves sleepy before the speaking. With bishops it must be much worse. So I don't know what we shall give him. Don't distress yourself too much, the organist said, having at last spied a gap in the serried ranks of words. I have found out what bishops eat. It is all in a little book. You must give him cold lamb, cold ribs of lamb, and mint sauce, boiled potatoes, and after that Stilton cheese. Stilton, Miss Jolliffe asked with some trepidation. I am afraid it will be very expensive, as a drowning man in one moment passes in review the events of a lifetime. So her mind took an instantaneous conspectus of all cheeses that had ever stood in the cheese cradle in the palmy days of Whitcoombe, when hams and plum puddings hung in bags from the rafters, when there was cream in the dairy and beer in the cellar, blue Vinny, little Gloucesters, double Besants, even sometimes a cream cheese with rushes on the bottom, but Stilton never. I am afraid it is a very expensive cheese. I do not think anyone in Cullerne keeps it. It is a pity, Mr. Charnal said, but we cannot help ourselves. For bishops must have Stilton for lunch. The book says so. You You must ask Mr. Custance to get you a piece, and I will tell you later how it is to be cut, for there are rules about that too." He laughed to himself with a queer little chuckle. Cold lamb and mint sauce, with a piece of Stilton afterwards. They would have an Oxford lunch. They would be young again, and undefiled. The stimulus that the bishop's letter had brought Mr. Charnel soon wore off. He was a man of moods, and in his nervous temperament depression, walked close at the heels of exaltation. Westray felt sure in those days that followed that his friend was drinking to excess, and feared something more serious than a mere nervous breakdown from the agitation and strangeness that he could not fail to observe in the organist's manner. The door of the architect's room opened one night as he sat late over his work, and Mr. Charnel entered. His face was pale, and there was a startled, wide-open look in his eyes that Westray did not like. "I wish you would come down to my room for a minute," the organist said. "I want to change the place of my piano. I can't move it by myself." "Isn't it rather late tonight?" Westray said, pulling at his watch, while the deep and slow melodious chimes of St. Sepulchre told the dreaming town, and the silent sea marshes that it lacked but a quarter of an hour to midnight. "Wouldn't it be better to do it tomorrow morning?" "Couldn't you come down tonight?" the organist asked. "It wouldn't take you a minute." Westray caught the disappointment in the tone. "Very well," he said, putting his drawing board aside. "I've worked at this quite long enough. Let us shift your piano." They went down to the ground floor. "I want to turn the piano right about face," the organist said, "with its back to the room, and the keyboard to the wall. The keyboard quite close to the wall, with just room for me to sit." "It seems a curious arrangement," Westray criticized. "Is it better acoustically?" "Oh, I don't know. But if I want to rest a bit, I can put my back against the wall, you see." The change was soon accomplished, and they sat down for a moment before the fire. "You keep a good fire," Westray said, "considering it is bedtime." And indeed, the coals were piled high and burning fiercely. The organist gave them a poke and looked round as if to make sure that they were alone. "You'll think me a fool," he said, "and I am. You'll think I've been drinking, and I have. You'll think I'm drunk, but I'm not. Listen to me. I'm not drunk. I'm only a coward. Do you remember the very first night you and I walked home to this house together? Do you remember the darkness and the driving rain, and how scared I was when we passed the old bonding house? Well, it was beginning then, but it's much worse now. I had a horrible idea even then that there was something always following me close. I didn't know what it was. I only knew there was something close behind me. His manner and appearance alarmed Westray. The organist's face was very pale, and a curious raising of the eyelids, which showed the whites of the eyes above the pupils, gave him the staring appearance of one confronted suddenly with some ghastly spectacle. Westray remembered that the hallucination of pursuant enemies is one of the most common symptoms of incipient madness, and put his hand gently on the organist's arm. "Don't excite yourself," he said. "This is all nonsense. Don't get excited so late at night." Mr. Charnel brushed the hand aside. I only used to have that feeling when I was out of doors, but now I have it often indoors, even in this very room. Before, I never knew what it was following me. I only knew it was something. But now I know what it is. It is a man with a hammer. Don't laugh. You don't want to laugh. You only laugh because you think it will quiet me, but it won't. I think it is a man with a hammer. I have never seen his face yet, but I shall someday. Only I know it is an evil face, not hideous, like pictures of devils, or anything of that kind, but worse, a dreadful, disguised face, looking all right, but wearing a mask. He walks constantly behind me, and I feel every moment that the hammer may brain me. Come, come, Westray said, in what is commonly supposed to be a soothing tone. Let us change this subject, or go to bed. I wonder how you will find the new position of your piano answer. The organist smiled. Do you know why I really put it like that? He said. It is because I am such a coward. I like to have my back against the wall. And then I know there can be no one behind me. There are many nights, when it gets late, that it is only with a great effort I can sit here. I grow so nervous that I should go to bed at once. Only I say to myself, Nick, that's what they used to call me at home. You know, when I was a boy, Nick. You're not going to be beat. You're not going to be scared out of your own room by ghosts, surely. And then I sit tight and play on, but very often don't think much of what I'm playing. It is a sad state for a man to get into, is it not? And Westray could not traverse the statement, even in the church, Mr. Charnel went on. I don't care to practice much in the evening by myself. It used to be all right when Cullerne was there to blow for me. He is a daft fellow, but still was some sort of company. But now the water engine is put in. I feel lonely there, and don't care to go as often as I used. Something made me tell Lord Blandimer how his water engine contrived to make me frightened, and he said he should have to come up to the loft himself, sometimes, to keep me company. Well, let me know the first evening you want to practice, Westray said, and I will come too, and sit in the loft. Take care of yourself, and you will soon grow out of all these fancies, and laugh at them as much as I do. And he feigned a smile. But it was late at night. He was high-strung and nervous himself, and the fact that Mr. Charnel should have been brought to such a pitiable state of mental instability depressed him. The report that the bishop was going to lunch with Mr. Charnel on the day of the confirmation soon spread in Cullerne. Miss Jolliffe had told Mr. Jolliffe, the pork butcher, as her cousin, and Mr. Jolliffe, as churchwarden, had told Canon Parkin. It was the second time within a few weeks that a piece of important news had reached the rector at second hand. But on this occasion, he experienced little of the chagrin that had possessed him when Lord Blandimer made the great offer to the Restoration Fund through Westray. He did not feel resentment against Mr. Charnel. The affair was of too solemn an importance for any such personal and petty sentiments to find a place. Any act of any bishop was vicariously an act of God, and to chafe at this dispensation would have been as out of place as to be incensed at a shipwreck or an earthquake, the fact of being selected as the entertainer of the Bishop of Carisbury invested Mr. Charnel in the rector's eyes with a distinction which could not have been possibly attained by mere intellect or technical skill or devoted drudgery. The organist became ipso facto a person to be taken into account. The rectory had divined and discussed, and discussed and divined how it was, could, would, should have been that the bishop could be lunching with Mr. Charnel. Could it be that the bishop had thought that Mr. Charnel kept an eating house, or that the bishop took some special diet which only Mr. Charnel knew how to prepare? Could it be that the bishop had some idea of making Mr. Charnel organist in his private chapel, for there was no vacancy in the cathedral? Conjecture charged the blank wall of mystery full tilt, and retired broken from the assault. After talking of nothing else for many hours, Mrs. Parkin declared that the matter had no interest at all for her. For my part, I cannot profess to understand such goings-on, she said in that convincing and convicting tone which implies that the speaker knows far more than he cares to state, and that the solution of the mystery must in any case be discreditable to all concerned. I wonder, my dear, the rector said to his wife, whether Mr. Charnel has the means to entertain the bishop properly. Properly, said Mrs. Parkin, properly. I think the whole proceeding entirely improper. Do you mean, has Mr. Charnel money enough to purchase a proper repast? I should say certainly not. Or has he proper plates, or forks, or spoons, or a proper room in which to eat? Of course he has not. Or do you mean, can he get things properly cooked? Who is to do it? There is only feckless old Miss Jolliffe and her stuck-up niece. The canon was much perturbed by the vision of discomfort which his wife had called up. The bishop ought to be spared as much as possible, he said. We ought to do all we can to save him annoyance. What do you think? Should we not put up with a little inconvenience and ask Charnel to bring the bishop here and lunch himself? He must know perfectly well that entertaining a bishop in a lodging house is an unheard of thing, and he would do to make up the 6th instead of old Newt. We could easily tell Newt he was not wanted. Charnel is such a disreputable creature, Mrs. Parkin answered. He is quite as likely as not to come tipsy, and if he does not, he has no breeding or education, and would scarcely understand polite conversation. You forget, my dear, that the bishop is already pledged to lunch with Mr. Charnel, so that we should not be held responsible for introducing him, and Charnel has managed to pick up some sort of an education. I can't imagine where, but I found on one occasion that he could understand a little Latin. It was the Blandamer motto, out fines, out finis. He may have been told what it meant, but he certainly seemed to know. Of course, no real knowledge of Latin can be obtained without a university education. And the rector pulled up his tie and collar. But still, chemists and persons of that sort do manage to get a smattering of it. Well, well, I don't suppose we are going to talk Latin all through lunch, interrupted his wife. You can do precisely as you please about asking him. The rector contented himself with the permission, however ungraciously accorded, and found himself a little later in Mr. Charnel's room. Mrs. Parkin was hoping that she might have prevailed on you to lunch with us on the day of the confirmation. She was only waiting for the bishop's acceptance to send you an invitation, but we hear now, he said in a dubitative and tentative way. We hear now that it is possible that the bishop may be lunching with you. There was a twitch about the corners of Canon Parkin's mouth. The position that a bishop should be lunching with Mr. Charnel in a common lodging house was so exquisitely funny that he could only restrain his laughter with difficulty. Mr. Charnel gave an assenting nod. Mrs. Parkin was not quite sure whether you might have in your lodgings exactly everything that might be necessary for entertaining his lordship. Oh dear, yes, Mr. Charnel said. It looks a little dowdy just this minute, because the chairs are at the upholsterer's to have the gilt touched up. We are putting up new curtains, of course, and the housekeeper has already begun to polish the best silver. It occurred to Mrs. Parkin, the rector continued, being too bent on saying what he had to say to pay much attention to the organist's remarks. It occurred to Mrs. Parkin that it might perhaps be more convenient to you to bring the bishop to lunch at the rectory. It would spare you all trouble in preparation, and you would, of course, lunch with us yourself. It would be putting us to no inconvenience. Mrs. Parkin would be glad that you should lunch with us yourself. Mr. Charnel nodded, this time deprecatingly. You are very kind. Mrs. Parkin is very considerate, but the bishop has signified his intention of lunching in this house. I could scarcely venture to contravene his lordship's wishes. The bishop is a friend of yours? The rector asked. You can scarcely say that. I do not think I have set eyes on the man for 40 years. The rector was puzzled. Perhaps the bishop is under some misconception. Perhaps he thinks that this house is still in the hand of God, you know. Perhaps, said the organist, and there was a little pause. I hope you will consider the matter. May I not tell Mrs. Parkin that you will urge the bishop to lunch at the rectory, that you both. And he brought out the word bravely, though it cost him a pang to yoke the bishop with so unworthy a mate, and to fling the door of select hospitality open to Mr. Charnel. That you both will lunch with us. I fear not, the organist said. I fear I must say no. I shall be very busy preparing for the extra service, and if I am to play See the Conquering Hero as the bishop enters the church, I shall need time for practice. A piece like that takes some playing, you know. I hope you will endeavor to render it in the very best manner, the rector said, and withdrew his forces re infecto. The story of Mr. Charnel's mental illusions, and particularly of the hallucination as to someone following him, had left an unpleasant impression on Westray's mind. He was anxious about his fellow lodger, and endeavored to keep a kindly supervision over him, as he felt it to be possible that a person in such a state might do himself a mischief. On most evenings, he either went down to Mr. Charnel's room, or asked the organist to come upstairs to his. Considering that the solitude incident to bachelor life in advancing years was doubtless large extent for these wandering fancies. Mr. Charnal occupied himself at night in sorting and reading the documents which had once belonged to Martin Jolly. There was a vast number of them, representing the accumulation of a lifetime, and consisting of loose memoranda, of extracts from registers, of manuscript books full of pedigrees and similar material, when he had first begun to examine them, with a view to their classification or destruction. He showed that the task was distinctly uncongenial to him. He was glad enough to make any excuse for interruption, or for invoking Westray's aid. The architect, on the other hand, was by nature inclined to archaeological and genealogic studies, and would not have been displeased if Mr. Charnal had handed over to him the perusal of these papers entirely. He was curious to trace the origin of that chimera, which had wasted a whole life, to discover what had led Martin originally to believe that he had a claim to the Blandinger peerage. He found, perhaps, an additional incentive in an interest which he was beginning unconsciously to take in Anastasia Jolliffe, whose fortunes might be supposed to be affected by these investigations. But in a little while, Westray noticed a change in the organist's attitude as touching the papers. Mr. Charnal evinced a dislike to the architect. Examining them further, he began himself to devote a good deal more time and attention to their study, and he kept them jealously under lock and key. Westray's nature led him to resent anything that suggested suspicion. He at once ceased to concern himself with the matter, and took care to show Mr. Charnal that he had no wish whatever to see more of the documents. As for Anastasia, she laughed at the idea of there being any foundation underlying these fancies. She laughed at Mr. Charnal and rallied Westray, saying she believed that they both were going to embark on the quest of the Nebuly Coat. To Miss Euphemia, it was no laughing matter. I think, my dear, she said to her niece, that all these searchings after wealth and fortune are not of God. I believe that trying to discover things, and she used things with the majestic comprehensiveness of the female mind, is generally bad for man. If it is good for us to be noblemen and rich, then Providence will bring us to that station. But to try to prove one's self a nobleman is like stargazing and fortune-telling. Idolatry is as the sin of witchcraft. There can be no blessing on it, and I reproach myself forever having given dear Martin's papers to Mr. Charnal at all. I only did so because I could not bear to go through them myself, and thought perhaps that there might be checks or something valuable among them. I wish I had burnt everything at first. And now Mr. Charnal says he will not have the papers destroyed till he has been through them. I am sure they were no blessing at all to dear Martin. I hope they may not bewitch these two gentlemen as well. The scheme of restoration had been duly revised in the light of Lord Blandinger's generosity, and the work had now entered on such a methodical progress that Westray was able on occasion to relax something of that close personal supervision which had been at first so exacting. Mr. Charnal often played for half an hour or more after the evening service, and on such occasions Westray found time, now and then, to make his way to the organ loft. The organist liked to have him there. He was grateful for the token of interest, however slight, that was implied in such visits. And Westray, though without technical knowledge, found much to interest him in the unfamiliar surroundings of the loft. It was a curious little kingdom of itself, situate over the great stone screen, which at Cullerne divides the choir from the nave, but as remote and cut off from the outside world as a desert island. Access was gained to it by a narrow, round, stone staircase, which led up from the nave at the south end of the screen. After the bottom door of this windowless staircase was opened and shut, anyone ascending was left for a moment in bewildering darkness. He had to grope the way by his feet feeling the stairs, and by his hand laid on the central stone shaft, which had been polished to the smoothness of marble by countless other hands of past times. But after half a dozen steps, the darkness resolved. There was first the dusk of dawn, and soon a burst of mellow light, when he reached the stairhead and stepped out into the loft. Then there were two things which he noticed before any other: the bow of that vast Norman arch, which spanned the opening into the south transept, with its lofty and over-delicate roll and cavetto moldings, and behind it the head of the Blandimer window, where in the center of the infinite multiplication of the tracery shone the sea green and silver of the Nebuly Coat. Afterwards, he might remark the long-drawn roof of the nave, and the chevroned ribs of the Norman vault, delimiting bay and bay, with a saltire as they crossed, where his eyes might be led up to the lantern of the central tower, and follow the lighter ascending lines of Abbot Vinnicomb's perpendicular paneling, till they vanished in the windows far above. Inside the loft there was room and to spare. It was formed on ample lines, and had space for a stool or two beside the performer's seat, while at the sides ran low bookcases which held the music library. In these shelves rested the great folios of Boyce and Croft and Arnold, Page and Green, Battishill and Crotch, all those splendid and ungrudging tomes for which the rectors and foundation of Cullerne had subscribed in older and richer days. Yet these were but the children of a later birth. Round about them stood elder brethren, for Cullerne Minster was still left in possession of its 17th century music books. A famous set they were, 100 or more bound in their old black polished calf, with a great gold medallion, and tenor, decaying or contratenor, cantorus, basso, or sopra, stamped in the middle of every cover, and inside was parchment with red-ruled margins, and on the parchment were inscribed services, and verse anthems, and ephemeral anthems, all in engrossing hand, and the most uncompromising of black ink. Therein was a generous table of contents: Mr. Bat and Mr. Gibbons, Mr. Mundy and Mr. Tompkins, Dr. Bull and Dr. Giles, all neatly filed and paged, and Mr. Bird would incite singers long since turned to churchyard mould bring forth ye timbrel, ye pleasant harp, and ye viol, and reinsist with 6 parts, and a red capital letter, ye pleasant harp, and ye viol. It was a great place for dust, the organ loft, dust that fell, and dust that rose, dust of wormy wood, dust of crumbling leather, dust of tattered mothy curtains that were dropping to pieces, dust of primeval green bays. But Mr. Charnal had breathed the dust for 40 years, and felt more at home in that place than anywhere else. If it was Crusoe's island, he was Crusoe, monarch of all he surveyed. Here, you can take this key, he said one day to Westray. It unlocks the staircase door. But either tell me when to expect you, or make a noise as you come up the steps. I don't like being startled. Be sure you push the door to after you. It fastens itself. I am always particular about keeping the door locked. Otherwise, one doesn't know what stranger may take it into his head to walk up. I can't bear being startled. And he glanced behind him with a strange look in his eyes. A few days before the bishop's visit, Westray was with Mr. Charnal in the organ loft. He had been there through most of the service, and as he sat on his stool in the corner, had watched the curious diamond pattern of light and dark that the clerestory windows made with the vaulting ribs. Anyone outside would have seen islands of white cloud drifting across the blue sky, and each cloud, as it passed through the heavy chevroned diagonals, inside into bold relief, and picked out that rebus of a cardinal encircled by a wreath of vine leaves, which Nicholas Vinicombe had inserted for a vaulting boss. The architect had learned to regard the beetling roof with an almost superstitious awe, and was this day so fascinated with the strange effect as to be scarcely aware that the service was over till Mr. Charnal spoke. You said you would like to hear my service in D-flat, Charnal in D-flat, did you not? I will play it through to you now, if you care to listen. Of course, I can only give you the general effect, without voices, though, after all, I don't know that you won't get quite as good an idea of it as you could with any voices that we have here. Westray woke up from his dreams and put himself into an attitude of proper attention, while Mr. Charnal played the service from a faded manuscript. Now, he said, as he came towards the end, now listen. This is the best part of it, a fugal gloria, ending with a pedal point. Here you are, you see a tonic pedal point, this D-flat, the very last raised note in my new pedal board, held down right through. And he set his left foot on the pedal. What do you think of that for a Magnificat? He said, when it was finished. And Westray was ready with all the conventional expressions of admiration. It is not bad, is it? Mr. Charnal asked. But the gem of it is the gloria, not real fugue, but fugal with a pedal point. Did you catch the effect of that point? I will keep the note down by itself for a second, so that you may get thoroughly hold of it, and then play the gloria again. He held down the D-flat, and the open pipe went booming and throbbing through the long nave arcades, and in the dark recesses of the triforium, and under the beetling vaulting, and quavered away high up in the lantern, till it seemed like the death groan of a giant. "Take it up," Westray said. "I can't bear the throbbing. Very well, now listen while I give you the Gloria." "No, I really think I had better go through the whole service again. You see, it leads up more naturally to the finale." He began the service again, and played it with all the conscientious attention and sympathy that the creative artist must necessarily give to his own work. He enjoyed, too, that pleasurable surprise which awaits the discovery that a composition laid aside for many years and half forgotten is better and stronger than had been imagined. Even as a disused dress brought out of the wardrobe sometimes astonishes us with its freshness and value. Westray stood on a footpace at the end of the loft, which allowed him to look over the curtain into the church. His eyes roamed through the building as he listened, but he did not appreciate the music the less. Nay, rather, he appreciated it the more, as some writers find literary perception and power of expression quickened at the influence of music itself. The great church was empty. Janaway had left for his tea. The doors were locked. No strangers could intrude. There was no sound, no murmur, no voice, save only the voices of the organ pipes. So Westray listened. Stay, were there no other voices? Was there nothing he heard, nothing that spoke within him? At first, he was only conscious of something that drew his attention away from the music. And then the disturbing influence was resolved into another voice, small, but rising very clear even above charnel in D-flat. "The arch never sleeps," said that still and ominous voice. "The arch never sleeps. They have bound on us a burden too heavy to be borne. We are shifting it. We never sleep." And his eyes turned to the cross arches under the tower. There, above the bow of the south transept, showed the great crack, black and riven as a lightning flash, just as it had showed any time for a century, just the same to the ordinary observer, but not to the architect. He looked at it fixedly for a moment, and then, forgetting Mr. Charnal and the music, left the loft and made his way to the wooden platform that the masons had built up under the roof. Mr. Charnal did not even perceive that he had gone down, and dashed con furore into the Gloria. "Give me the full grate," he called to the architect, who he thought was behind him. "Give me the full grate, all but the reed," and snatched the stops out himself when there was no response. "It went better that time, distinctly better," he said, as the last note ceased to sound, and then turned round for Westray's comment. But the loft was empty. He was alone. "Curse the fellow," he said. "He might at least have let me know that he was going away. Ah, well, it's all poor stuff, no doubt." And he shut up the manuscript with a lingering and affectionate touch that contrasted with so severe a criticism. "It's poor stuff. Why should I expect anyone to listen to it?" It was full 2 hours later that Westray came quickly into the organist's room at Bellevue Lodge. "I beg your pardon, Charnal," he said, "for leaving you so cavalierly. You must have thought me rude and inappreciative. But the fact is I was so startled that I forgot to tell you why I went." While you were playing, I happened to look up at that great crack over the south transept arch and saw something very like recent movement. I went up at once to the scaffolding and have been there ever since. I don't like it at all. It seems to me that the crack is opening and extending. It may mean very serious mischief, and I have made up my mind to go up to London by the last train tonight. I must get Sir George Farquhar's opinion at once. The organist grunted. The wound inflicted on his susceptibility had rankled deeply, and indignation had been tenderly nursed. A piece of his mind was to have been given to Westray, and he regretted the very reasonableness of the explanation that robbed him of his opportunity. "Pray don't apologize," he said. "I never noticed that you had gone. I really quite forgot that you had been there." Westray was too full of his discovery to take note of the other's annoyance. He was one of those excitable persons who mistake hurry for decision of action. "Yes," he said, "I must be off to London in half an hour. The matter is far too serious to play fast and loose with. It is quite possible that we shall have to stop the organ, or even to forbid the use of the church altogether, till we can shore and strut the arch. I must go and put my things together." So, with heroic promptness and determination, he flung himself into the last train and spent the greater part of the night in stopping at every wayside station, when his purpose would have been equally served by a letter, or by taking the express at Cullerne Road the next morning.